Hey, Erica, I went ahead and just reached out to Vance. So I think we're good.
Awesome.
I think that's all the presenters.
All right, everyone, we are live.
Hi, Audra. Just doing a quick sound check. We are live.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Deaton, would you mind doing a quick sound check? I think you sounds like you're presenting today.
Yep, I am here this morning. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Good morning, Joanna.
Good morning.
Good morning to Sean, Mr. Purvis.
Morning, everybody.
And good morning, Tessa.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Rudy and Mary Beth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Brown or Mr. Newman, you want to give it one more try before we go live and pass it over?
I think I'm good.
You are good, as always. Mr. Eric, you're a little Mickey Mousey. Still, yeah.
Yeah, slow the record speed.
Sounds like a great filter. We may try to have you disconnect, Eric. Slightly muting my laughter here. There we go. He should hopefully reconnect and be fine. You guys can begin. Thank you so much.
How's that, Erica?
Much better. We like your voice better than the chipmunk. Sounds great. Thank you.
Cool.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Town Council Budget Retreat for the Town of Apex for the date of February 12, 2021. So I would like to call this to order now. Before we move on with everything, let me do a roll call to make sure that all of our council members are here, and then we'll move forward. So when I call your name, please respond with here or present. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Here.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Here.
Councilmember Gant.
Here.
Councilmember Stallings.
Here.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Here.
All right, thank you for that. And if we have to take any action by voting tonight, we'll be doing, today, this morning, we'll be doing that by roll call as well. So before we get into this great day of budget and finance, I do want to recognize all the directors that have put in a lot of work to bring us this far. And I know it's a lot of work because I've been on the other side. So thank you in advance for all you have done. And special thanks to Jessica Hoffman, Amanda Grogan, Vance Holloman, and of course, the leader of it all, Banner himself of the Avengers, Sean Purvis. So this is a virtual retreat, the first time in the history of the Town of Apex. Again, we have a lot to do today, but I know we will get it done in the time allotted. So I don't want to block any progress by me talking. So I will turn it over now to Sean Purvis. Thank you, Mr. Purvis.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. So as the mayor mentioned, we do have a lot to accomplish. And I've sent the agenda to everyone, and I know it was a lot of text on that agenda, but I want to make sure we were, everyone had an understanding of what path we were taking this morning and the questions we were trying to answer. So that's how it was set up. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to be sharing the screen. We've compiled everything into one presentation. So for those of you that have presentations, just request control when we get to that point, and then it'll be yours to take over. And we'll go through that real quick, council, so you know, we're going to start with stormwater, appropriate for everything that's been going on in this wet winter season and outside today. And just kind of get some direction on where you want to go. I know it's been a discussion over the last few years. We continue to refine what's there. And so Mike and Marty will go over that. We'll take a break. There are several breaks scheduled throughout the day. I know it's long sitting here. I know it's a long day. So we're going, we'll have about 3 breaks scheduled in plus lunch to try and make sure everybody can get up and walk around a little bit. We're going to discuss sidewalks, help you get a better feel for how those are, what projects we've identified, what's out there. We know we hear a lot about sidewalks, but there's a lot. And so this will help everyone kind of grasp the scope of what we see and then how we're trying to address it. And then we'll get into the bonds, and we'll need to wrap up that bond discussion today. Council's already indicated that they want to move forward with the transportation bond this year. And we've narrowed those projects, and we need to finalize that today. Your next council meeting needs to have the first resolution to move forward on that bond as far as the calendar goes. So that'll be a critical point today. Then we'll get into lunch, and then after that, we'll get into what's you're more familiar with in today's activities with the CIP retreat, the workshop component of it. Vance will give a quick review of where we are in our financial status, so our fund balance, the reserves, and everything, so you guys have an idea of what's coming up. And then we'll get into the projects. We did do a little more public outreach this year for input, and so there'll be a presentation on what we received from the public that'll give you a little bit more information, a few more data points in terms of your discussion, and then Amanda will go into the projects and kind of tell you how that played out when the exercise that y'all went through. And then after we go through that, we'll do a break, and then the last part of the day is set aside really for to continue that goal setting conversation that you had in January in the retreat. We've got our vision in place. You've got your mission in place. You've got your strategic goals, and we were really working on those objectives and what's there. So this is the continuation of that to figure out where those initiatives fit in, how we're going to address those initiatives, what resources may be needed, and then to get some guidance from all of you on what are the priorities, because it's a long list. There's 60 some initiatives on this list. So as much as we want to do them all, we know that's a challenge, right? Some are low hanging fruit we can absorb, Some are ones that, a few tweaks we can work in. Others need considerable resources, either immediately or in the near future or even long-term, because they're more long-term initiatives. So there's a lot to that we want to discuss and get your priorities so that we know how we're compiling the budget over the next couple months. Department requests are due in a couple weeks, and so March will be very busy reviewing those, kind of going over that. And if there's any of these initiatives that we need to continue to work on to figure out what those proposals look like, that'll give us time to do that. Because in April, when we get hit April, you're going to start seeing budget drafts, and we want to meet. That's when we have to really start breaking down what's in, what's out, what's delayed, and that sort of thing. So anyway, that's a quick overview of the day. Hopefully we're done around 4:30. We've tried to work in a little bit of time in to give us a little bit of cushion to get there. So we'll see how it goes. Let me start sharing my screen now, and we'll get the presentation going. And let's see. All right. So everybody seeing the
Yes, sir.
slides? Okay. Erica, while I've got you on, is it showing the full slide, or is it showing the slide and then the note page, and then the note slide on the second page?
Full slide.
Okay, that's all I want to make sure, because it flips it on my computer. All right. So retreat, and then this was just the agenda, so you're aware. I want to make sure everybody should have received yesterday or Wednesday. You should have received the going list of initiatives, the starting list. That's not what we'll be working off of this afternoon. And then yesterday you should have received all these slides as well as a couple of other items just for information. So you should have that. If you didn't, just shoot me a message or an email, and we'll send that over to you. And then and with that, unless anyone from council has any immediate questions or concerns, I'm going to turn this over to Marty and Mike, and they're going to cover some stormwater things with you over the next hour or so. All right, Marty and Mike, if you want to. All right, I see you, Marty. All right, it's all you.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. It's a fitting day to talk about stormwater, I believe. As Sean has already alluded to, it's raining. If you've looked at the forecast, it's kind of depressing. It's going to be raining over the next 5 days to a week or more. So it's a fitting time to talk about stormwater. If you recall, last year we talked about stormwater and talked about it, creating a utility, and there were some council concerns that we really weren't able to address. They were very valid concerns on equitableness of the program, and also there were some concerns and questions over, the burden that it could put on administration to administer a program. So we ended up coming out of last year's retreat with, maintaining a dedicated. We dedicated some taxes or some general fund money to the stormwater fee or program, such that we're still the general fund expense, but we did raise some, I think it was a half cent that we put toward stormwater dedicated. So this year, looking at the council feedback, we wanted to look at a revised program that could address some of those concerns that we heard last year. And so we want to present that program to you today. First, Mike will go through what we talked about last year, what we're doing now, and then he will lay out a kind of a hybrid between the flat fee-based program that we presented last year and the program that we're doing now, which is general fund based. So he'll present that, and we want feedback on your thoughts on maybe moving forward with that as a utility. With that being said, I will turn this over to Mike, and he will go through the presentation today.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks, Marty. Hopefully you can, I'm on the right screen here. I'll take my mask off so I can breathe a little bit and present. As Marty mentioned, last year, we talked a lot about what our existing stormwater program's about, what we do for stormwater service here in Apex. We talked about maintaining catch basins and pipes and culverts and storm outfalls. We talked about our floodplain programs. And we also talked about our NPDES stormwater program. So we're, you know, that we talked about that last year. So I'm gonna go through that again briefly, and then we're going to talk about funding options. We're going to talk about pros and cons of each. We're going to talk about an example rate that we could look at. That's a, you know, approximate rate that just to have something to go by. And then we're going to look at projections based off of that example estimate. And then we talk about some decision points that we need to make, and we'll have a little question and answer session as well. So again, you know, our stormwater program that we had, that we talked about last year, that should be 2020 instead of 2021. But the workshop that we had last year, again, we talked about our maintenance and our floodplain programs, our phase 2 programs, all those minimum control measures that we do day in and day out. You know, how they meet or exceed the regulatory requirements. And just an aside from that, I did want to point out that back in September, we had an audit from the state Department of Environmental Quality, and they did an audit of our program, and 3 communities at that point had achieved a notice of compliance, and we became the 4th at that point. So, you know, that was real exciting because I believe 30, 40, maybe even 50 had failed their audit. So, you know, we're definitely meeting, or in some situations exceeding, our phase 2 regulatory requirements. All of that's currently paid out of the general fund. So we talked about that. We talked about alternative funding mechanisms last year as well. One of them was dedicating a percentage of the general fund annually that's allocated specifically for stormwater maintenance, floodplain, phase 2 CIP projects. Then we talked about developing a flat fee residential structure and developing that revenue from that. And then we talked also about hiring a consultant. You know, at that point in time, we had put out on the street an RFQ to seek a consultant to help us develop a stormwater utility program that would, you know, take it from A to Z, everything in between, you know, taking into account equity across the board. And, you know, that study was pretty expensive to go through. So, you know, we talked about that as well. And ultimately, I believe we decided to just proceed with the general fund as our means to pay for our stormwater program. So that brings us back today, as Marty said, we're looking at the utility. We're looking at funding options that include the general fund still. So, you know, the options are, like we discussed last year, dedicated percentage annually, devoted entirely to stormwater. Or we can look at developing a stormwater utility fee, similar to one that we brought to you last year, which was the flat fee structure. And we can also talk about a tiered fee structure that doesn't involve that $200,000 plus consultant study. It's the hybrid approach that Marty was talking about just a few minutes ago. So that's an option we're going to discuss here in just a second. So we presented these last year as well, some of the pros and cons, but they're very important in making any kind of decision about a stormwater utility. So I wanted to bring those back up again. General fund, some of the pros there, you have a less administrative burden. You have very little, if any, GIS analysis. There's no delineation of impervious required in a general fund option. There's no integration, no complex integration of billing between water resources and finance. There's no new ordinance, which isn't a huge deal, but that would be something that you would have to do with a stormwater utility. And again, like I said just a second ago, no impervious updates, and additionally, no impervious updates from future building permits. If somebody adds a deck, somebody adds a driveway or a garage, you know, we're not having to keep up with that. And so there's a huge administrative burden following that as well. Some of the cons of the general fund is, property taxes are based on the property value. Property value is not a good indicator of how much stormwater runoff comes off a property. Impervious surface is a better indicator of that. General fund, there's tax exempt properties that are not paying anything towards stormwater. And then future councils, they may have a different priority when it comes to stormwater. So you won't have that dedicated funding stream for stormwater in a general fund approach. Pros and cons of the stormwater utility. The pros, it's stable. And again, like we discussed, it's dedicated to stormwater. There's no competition between fire and police and parks and rec and public works on those tax dollars for stormwater services. It's less burden on the general fund. It's based on impervious, and that's the key to a program being equitable across the board. Some of the cons, it can be a negative public perception. As I mentioned last year, I believe some feel strongly that it's just a new tax. They call it a rain tax. So you would have that to deal with. Higher expectations. I can attest we have high expectations from our citizens right now. If we throw a utility fee on top of that, well, I can only think about how much higher those expectations will actually be. And those conversations with the property owners, when it's something that's out of the town of Apex's control, will be much harder and, of course, time consuming. Billing integration, that can be complex, and that's going to take some time with a stormwater utility, and that time is going to eat up staff time and keep staff from being able to do normally what they do day to day. And again, it can be expensive. We may have to get a consultant on board if time doesn't allow. So that could be expensive in hiring that consultant. So this is just an example of what a tiered residential rate structure could look like. We talked last year about an ERU, and that's the equivalent residential unit. So generally what that means is it's an analysis of impervious area. It's done through GIS, and that's the average impervious per property. That includes rooftops, driveways, sidewalks, parking lots. And we've done some rough calculations based on a limited amount of data. I think we looked last year or 2 years ago, 140 properties spread out through Apex, and the rough number we were getting was around 2,500, maybe a little bit higher. In this example here, I've put 3,000 in there for the ERU. And I think if we go this route, we would be delineating all residential properties. And given the last few years of development, those properties tend to increase in size. And so we feel like the amount of impervious may be a little higher than what it could have been before. So that's why we bumped that up to 3,000. It's conservative. It could be 2,800. It could be 3,200. We really don't know until we do the analysis. But 3,000 is a safe assumption. Another assumption would be $3 per ERU. So that would be the charge for 3,000 square feet of impervious. And properties with less than 400 square feet would be exempt in this scenario. It could be 200, 300, 400. Municipalities are all over the board with that. We can do whatever you would like. And then, there's approximately 20,000 residential properties that are currently annexed in Apex. So, this table here, trying to, again, reach out to the equity argument. We've looked at 3 different tiers. We call it small, medium, large. Can be called anything we want to. But as you can see, the small tier is the first tier. It's anywhere from 400 to 2,000 square feet of impervious. Medium tier is 2,000 to 4,000, with that 3,000 average being right in the middle in that particular scenario. And then the larger lots with more impervious, that would be a little bit higher, and that's over 4,000 square feet. Those numbers are really just example. They can swing one way or the other. It does not really matter. But in this example, we're trying to say, okay, a fourth of the town is in that small category, a half the town is in the medium, and the other quarter is the large. So $3 is right in that middle. You know, it's just a number. It's easy to work the math with, to be honest with you. So a non-residential rate example, again, using that same $3. For a commercial site, you would take that total impervious, divide it by 3,000. That would give you the number of ERUs. And so you'd multiply that by 3 to get that monthly fee. So, for example, small downtown business, the average impervious surface that we've delineated already is around 4,400 square feet. Their typical monthly fee at $3 an ERU would be $4.40 per month. The average non-residential property is around 180,000 square feet, or almost 4 acres, a little over 4 acres. Their typical monthly fee would be $180. So that kind of gives you an idea of how a tiered rate structure would work, how it would impact residential, how it would impact non-residential. Potential revenue from that particular example. Residential at $3 an ERU, 20,000 homes would generate approximately $720,000. Non-residential properties, which this number is based off a delineation of commercial area about 2 years ago. So we've had some more commercial come in. So we feel like it would probably be just a tad above this, but this is pretty close at $3 an ERU for a total revenue of $2.22 million of annual revenue based on a $3 a month ERU fee. So if you wanted staff to move forward with a tiered rate structure stormwater utility fee, we're looking at January 1st, 2022. And we put that date in there. And why didn't we do July 1? Well, it's mid-February for one, and we've got a lot of residential properties, about almost 20,000 properties to sit down, have somebody go and meticulously delineate all the impervious on every lot. So that's about a best case scenario, probably 3 to 4 month scenario. That same GIS person or that GIS staff, they also have day-to-day tasks as well. So we're thinking more likely the 6 month time frame to get the impervious. So the January 1 would work in that scenario. You've got billing, implementation. We got a little bit of education outreach. You'd have an ordinance to prepare. So January 1, 2022 would be the absolute earliest that we could do it through this hybrid approach. No consultant, and probably the utility fee would be limited. At that point in time, there would be no credit programs available. We would at this point we would not be updating commercial building permits when somebody comes in, has an alteration or to add parking lot or screen porches. We would not be following up on that. What we think we would do in this hybrid approach is maybe do a true up every 5 years or so and just catch up as needed, if desired, or we can just let that go. And if the revenue is good enough, then we won't worry about it because the administrative burden may be, not cost effective. So. But that's the potential timeline. And so here we are with the decision points. Continue funding our stormwater program through the general fund. Do we want to continue doing that? Do we want to dedicate, a half cent, a penny and a half, 2 pennies annually to the stormwater program? Or do we want to go the stormwater utility fee route and look at a tiered residential fee structure? And then we got to decide on the timing. Do we want to try to do this January 1? And I failed to mention January 1 would probably be a good implementation. It gets the word out. lets people prepare for that impact, especially on the commercial side. I believe their fiscal operating calendars are January through December, not the fiscal year that we use. So that would line up pretty good for them as well to be able to plan for that utility cost. And so, but if we wanted, to really have a bells and whistles utility fee program with credits and drainage assistance programs and all of the above, we're probably looking at July 1, 2022 before we could get to that. So that's what I have. And I guess at this point we can discuss with some questions, and Marty's here as well to help me answer. Thank you.
Right quick, I would like to point out that to go to a program where we are looking at a total credit system and keeping up with all impervious added, that type thing, it is that would likely take a consultant to get that done. For example, Raleigh has a credit program. I was reviewing it earlier this week. It's 73 pages long, and they have revised that program 3 times. And that's 3 times, I think, since around 2005, I believe, or 2004. So it's a pretty big expense to develop that program, and then it's a big expense to actually administer it. And at the end of the day, I don't know how much value it actually gives back to the community. But it does give them a means to address if, let's say, they have a pond. But like even looking at Raleigh's program, which is a very advanced program, they require that any pond to get any credit, say, and for a reduction in their fee, it has to be built and constructed above the town standards to even be able to qualify. So there's a lot that goes into that. So I just put that out there because it seems like a great thing. But if you look at most programs in North Carolina, particularly young programs, they do start out either with a flat rate structure, which, as we've discussed last year and repeated today, they do have some issues with equitableness. And then you go to this tiered rate structure, is more of an equitable program, but it doesn't create quite the burden on administrative staff. And you don't end up having to spend spend money on administering a program. You can actually use the money to spend on stormwater, as opposed to pushing paper around and keeping up with databases, if you will. So that's kind of where we are. To also want to give a little bit of perspective on some questions that had been concerned over in the past, like what maybe a smaller home may be paying, and in this situation that we're looking at right now with the as proposed, understanding these are not the final numbers, but at $1.50, that would be $18 a year, and that's roughly equivalent to about $120,000 to $150,000 real estate value now, if you will, to kind of put that in perspective. Land value in Apex alone per acre is generally more than that real estate value, if you follow where I'm coming from there. So then also there had been questions about how this may impact apartments, because apartments are considered, that's really a commercial property, and how may that affect the residents and those living arrangements. And so we looked at 3 different apartment complexes in Apex, some older, some of the newer ones, because some of the newer ones are multi-story, if you will. And the prices that if we charge the commercial rates as proposed herein, and those costs got assigned, if you will, to the units of those apartment complexes, they were going to be looking at a fee of anywhere from around 80 cents a month to $1.60 a month or so on. So you could say, it was going to basically, they were going to fall in that small tier or less, if you will, so $18 or less a year that it would be costing a resident in an apartment if that cost got passed on to the residents. if that makes sense. So I just want to give you a couple of those numbers because I thought those might be things that you were interested in. And so also some other concerns, you know, to make sure everyone's clear right now, churches and other Wake County schools, they do not pay anything towards stormwater in Apex. With a utility fee, they would. So just want to make that clear distinction so everyone understands that. And also, so other questions are like Target, what might Target be paying under a situation like this? They're a much larger business in Apex. Their current fee may be somewhere around $1,700, $1,800 a year. And under this scenario, they would be in the $8,000 to $10,000 range a year, to give you some perspective. And all these numbers, understand, are all preliminary, because until we actually have the actual impervious area of all commercial, and until we actually have the actual ERU, which is developed once we have all of the residential impervious area, these numbers can fluctuate some. But we feel very confident that the ultimate cost in ERU would probably fall somewhere between the $3 and $4 range for the medium-sized house in Apex. And with that, I think we would take questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mike and Marty, for the presentation. I think Council Member Mahaffey has a question.
Terry, you're muted.
You know, I hit the lower raise hand button thinking it was the mute button, and it just too early in the morning. Anyway, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to just provide some context and my comments about this program and why we're talking about this again. This is something that I asked Marty and staff to look into again, to see if we could try to address some of the concerns that came up last year about what the impacts of the structure, and asked them to do some investigation. I thought that a more tiered system could provide more equitable billing and funding for the program, and maybe address some of those concerns. And this is the result here. Fundamentally, I do feel like a stormwater utility is a better way to fund this kind of program. It gives us a lot more flexibility in our funding source. I think having a stormwater utility in some way demonstrates our commitment to effective stormwater program and mitigation and watershed protection. And that flexibility is compared to funding through the general fund, where you have to set the tax rate once per year and it's unchanging. With the utility, we have a little more flexibility there, and we eventually could expand the program more easily in the future to do some of the stuff that was mentioned here, like stormwater assistance program for residents. We could have some set of money set aside for that. We could do a credit program is something else that was discussed that I have some questions on. It would also allow us to lower the general fund tax rate, or potentially rededicate those funds to another initiative or another purpose without raising general fund taxes. And as you see, the amount of money we're talking about for a small home or apartment is rather small, $1.50 or perhaps 80 cents a month. And my hope was, if we were able to get this program set up, we could increase our contribution to our affordable housing fund year over year. Because we saw this past year, the money that we put there got eaten up rather quickly. And I think the affordable housing plan calls for maybe would justify a slight increase there. So that's where we're at, and that's why I want to talk about this again. I did want to give some more context. Holly Springs currently has this program, and their ERU rate is a flat $5.20 for everyone across town. I'm not sure the reasons behind that, if they just have a bigger program than us. They recently raised it last year. At the same time, we increased our general fund contribution. So another element that I was trying to avoid was paying the consultant $250,000 or whatever to do the study, or have staff sit down for 6 months and have to look at every single apartment and home inside of Apex to do this tiered structure. That to me sounds like a tremendous amount of work. And I was hoping to find some way, some sort of proxy, element of the properties we could look at in a matter of public records and bucket stuff easier in a way that we didn't have to sit down. It sounds like that's unavoidable just based on the criteria we have to set up this utility. So there it is. That's a little disappointing to me, but we got to work with the constraints we have. So those are my general thoughts on what's going on here, and I'm in favor of setting up this program. So I'll end with the question to Marty about the credit program. I know we don't really have the bandwidth now, even if we do this, to set up a credit program in the future. But my understanding is the whole purpose of these programs is to provide a quote unquote market-based incentive for people to go above and beyond their stormwater mitigations, which seems like a good thing. Based on your comments, it sort of sounds like you feel like these programs are ineffective. Is my impression of what you're saying correct, in that it doesn't in practice provide additional stormwater mitigation provided by the community, and or are there examples of where this has worked and someone might do a development and decide to put in a bigger stormwater pond, or a private residence decides to dig a pond or something like that? Do these things not happen in practice, and that's why you feel like the program is not useful?
I'm sure that everybody's programs are very unique. So it really probably it varies from place to place, if you will. At the end of the day, the thing that you have to, when you're looking at a program, if it's going to be a fully funded program, you look at it and you say, okay, our costs, if we need $2 million or we need $3 million, we're going to have to generate that much money. So we have to be able to account. We have to basically look at it and say, how many credits do we think we're going to give, and how many are going to happen out there? Because at the end of the day, if all the credits come through, and all of a sudden now we've got 1.5 million, we've got to make that 500,000 back up somehow. So in a lot of places, stormwater programs are actually subsidized by the general fund to fully fund them. And one of the things we heard last year is that if we were going to have a stormwater utility, we wanted it to be a fully funded stormwater utility. So, so yes, you can do that, but it's going to be it's kind of like, you're not going to get 100% payment either, right? So you got to set your program up. If you need 2 million, you're going to have to say, okay, we're going to get 90% realization and payment. So we might need to bump up the actual our ERU and our charges that per ERU on a little bit more to make sure we actually get all the money in that it requires to run the program. Because otherwise, because particularly when you're starting a program off, we have no reserve for stormwater right now. It would be a brand new utility with no money associated with it, and until we start bringing in the money. So the long answer is, I'm not sure how that goes, because everybody's programs are different. We could have some conversations with Raleigh. I have a feeling the reason their credit program is getting updated so often is because as they think they have it pinpointed and have a really good program, another situation comes up that really requires them to come back in and modify it. And so that would be my initial guess on why it keeps getting modified, right? Because as you have a program mature, you see how it's going to actually impact the public, and then you see how the public's going to use the program, and then you have to make adjustments to make it easier. So I think at one time, even in Raleigh, one of the things I believe is in their original credit program is a lot of stuff required engineering work, and it required residents as an individuals to have a sealed engineering report on how they were impacting stormwater. And I think they've removed some of that stuff over in some of their later revisions. So I would think in a very large business, it would be just like any other business decision. If they felt like if we had a credit program and they could build a facility above and beyond our requirements and get a certain reduction in their fee associated with with our credit, if you will, how does that cost compare to the cost of actually building the facility larger? So that's where the trade-off, and I just can't answer that question directly because that pulls in land value cost, and land value cost from one place to another is very different. So
for context, I think one other important question is, do you have the number about what we could lower the general fund tax rate by exactly if we were to set up this program? Is it, I remember something like is it a penny in total, penny and a half?
It's somewhere between a penny and a half and 2 pennies, I believe, if it's a fully funded program. Probably closer to 2 pennies if we fully fund. We're right
correct,
around
Marty.
$2 million to be fully funded, I believe, and I'll let Sean speak to that because he's gonna have a better answer probably.
Yeah, no, that's correct. So, yeah, we're around 2 million, because last year, council's direction was that when we went through all the, with the revow and kind of going revenue neutral, making adjustments, was the extra half penny to stormwater. So we're around 2 million, with stormwater. So based on this year's tax value or the current budget year, that's about 2 cents on the tax rate. Now, you know, obviously that changes when we get our new valuations in the next few weeks.
And I have to say, I'm kind of surprised that our ERU would only be $3, given that Holly Springs is at 520, and I kind of expected the average to be around there. Is that just because they're funding their stormwater program to a higher degree, I guess, per capita than we are?
I would think the one at Holly Springs they're less folks than we are right now, so that's part of it. But you know, one of the things that in our numbers that we had done in the past, and the numbers we had seen in the past when we were looking at flat rate, we were basing our commercial and estimating our commercial side cost that would come in based strictly on a rule of thumb at the time. We did not actually have the total impervious area of our commercial. Last year, we were working toward getting all those numbers so that if the council had decided last year to move toward a tiered rate structure, we would have actually had the commercial area in hand. So we took that data and basically we've got more commercial area. Mike, is that about 2,800 acres? Is that the right number? It was more impervious area. It was more than what we had estimated using a rule of thumb, and therefore that's what brought down the ERU cost, or cost per ERU, because if you will, at $4, let me see if I can, at $4 a month, and if we have an ERU of 3,000, then that generates 2.9 million. So we just back down the numbers for this example to get closer to our actual current budget of 2. And so what we're showing there, based on the numbers, would generate about 2.2. Again, once we go through, you know, this right now is assuming that a quarter of our our homes are in that small, halves in the medium range, and a quarter's in the large. When we actually filter through all this, these things could change some. That's the reason I say ultimately I think our charge per ERU would probably range somewhere between 3 and 4. It really, you know, because we all have, so as Mike alluded to, we have more commercial area that's been added since we did our valuation a year or so ago. And I'm not aware of what all Holly Springs includes in their program either. So they may include, you know, they may have things maintenance wise or otherwise, or project specific. They may have a specific project already in their CIP for stormwater that is bringing that cost up. I don't know what they've included in their program.
Thank you, Marty. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate all the work that was done on this, and then some of the concerns that some of us raised that they've been answered in this presentation. So, but I wanted to just highlight a couple of things. For me, I think for us, the values around tiers, on non-regressive flat fees, on getting out information that's accessible, that's an explainer with more words, and then more infographics to explain to people about the reason for it, the impact on them, and then what the money, how the money is spent. And then I think, you also mentioned this in the presentation about managing expectations. I think that that people are going to be looking for, and then that this program is sustainable. So I guess some of my questions would be, I know we talked about this credit type of deal that we could do for people who have financial difficulty. So there are some people who are in long-term financial difficulties. It's just what they earn is a low income, unfortunately. And so anything, people can say, well, it's just this, but to them, it's not just that amount of money. So I wonder if we have a situation where we have people who already have long-term issues with economics insecurity, and then you pull the COVID-19 lens through that, or pull another natural disaster lens through that could involve water, a natural disaster. How will we deal with that in the long term? So if you have someone right now who's struggling to pay the utility bill because of COVID-19, how do we message that to them, that it's only $1 and such? How do we do that? And then, we could have someone who owns an apartment complex or a duplex or is a landlord who's not a big business, and they may be struggling to pay their own utilities and bills, and then that of the place they're renting. It's going to be harder for that not to be passed on. So those are some of my things I wanted to raise.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Killingsworth.
So I'm very glad that this was looked into further. I know that we had talked about funding it last year from our general fund, and that all of that kind of gave me a little bit of heartburn, because I like for any type of utility, especially one that we're going to be working on long term, to be self-generating fees and things like that. So I was just looking at our water sewer rate. The base charge of our water is currently $5.54. So this is less overall than that, and the tiered system is very very similar in that way. So I do not like the flat rate at all, but the tiered rate definitely makes me feel a lot better about this. I do feel like it's more equitable, and I like the idea that was presented earlier of kind of doing a reevaluation every 5 years or so. Because you may have somebody building quite a lot on their property. We want to make sure that we keep up with that, whether it's commercial or residential. So just my opinion, but I do like the tiered way of doing this. And I also echo Mayor Pro Tem's concerns about affordability for people who can't afford the basics anyway. So
okay, thank you. Councilmember Stallings.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the presentation and for all the details and for all the work. I'm just going to echo a few comments. I appreciate the word equity being used very much already in the presentation. I think that's a strong value I have and a strong value this council has. So thank you for that integration. And I agree. I like this tiered residential rate. One question I have, I know you mentioned about the expense of the consultant, Mr. Stone. Will a consultant be needed to carry out the tiered rate program?
The program that Mike is proposing at this time, Mike and his group believes they can get it done. The requirement, though, for us to be able to get it done is time. But to Mike's point, we feel that a January 1 start date is actually a better start date because it gives us time to get communication out per, as Councilman or Council Lady Dozier stated about getting, communicating this to the public. And it also falls in line more with the business calendar because the businesses, quite honestly, will be the ones that see the biggest change. And that's because they have more impervious area. So it's not, to be clear, we're it's not a punishment thing. If you have a stormwater utility, it has to be based on stormwater runoff, not the value of your property, not the value of your building, not the or not your current status or any of those things. It's literally it's got to be tied to the runoff that is what the utility is addressing. So the utilities for stormwater runoff. So it has, so that's the reason we're, impervious area is just, that's part of any equation that you use when calculating the amount of runoff that comes off a piece of property. I mean, the more impervious, the more runoff you have. So we would be able to get that done in-house, but we just need the time.
Understood. So the biggest impact will be on the largest developments in the commercial properties, it sounds like, correct?
Commercial properties and
potentially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did I hear we're talking about roughly about 80 cents to what, $3 or $4 a month is what you think the range of impact would be on residential properties? Is that what I'm hearing?
The 80 cents to $1 or to about to $1.50 number is the number that's on. We did a random. It was very random. We looked at 3 different apartments. So kind of an older apartment complex in Apex, one that's kind of mid-range age, and then something that's been built very recently, and looked at their impervious area under this situation. What would their costs be because they're a commercial property, and then looked at the number of tenants that were at that apartment. And said, okay, if the owner of the complex applies that to their rent, what would that look like? And it was it would basically transfer about anywhere from $1.50 to 80 cents to the residents of the apartments in the 3 situations that we looked at.
And the upper range is about $4.50 is what you're estimating based on this chart. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. That and again, these numbers are. We were trying to get near that our current level of funding for stormwater. It needs to be a little bit more than that 2.2, mind you, because again, you're not going to collect 100% of your billings. We understand that, and then also you're going to have to say, you can also build in a little reserve when you're setting this, right? I mean, we're not in this for a profit, but you do ultimately need a little reserve because you think a project's going to cost you $100,000 and it costs you $150,000, and you have to be able to handle that. And again, one of the things we're trying to do is make this fully funded utility so that it's not being subsidized by the general fund.
Understood. And are faith communities and schools currently paying into the stormwater program?
No, ma'am.
And they wouldn't going forward either, correct?
No, they would under a utility. Under a stormwater utility, anyone who has impervious area pays into the fund.
Okay, very good. And then just finally, I also agree. I think we're all on board with just a really effective communication package, if we decide to move forward with this. I think most people understand, if people understand what their money is going to, I think it's more palatable. So thank you. Okay.
And I would say it's timing wise, the business world is seeing this in other places. Holly Springs, again, is that they talked about, they raised their fees this year. Well, they went to a flat 520, I believe, for residential. Mike can correct me if I'm wrong there, but their commercial rates went up substantially because they were a flat fee previously as well. And I believe they changed that. Is that correct, Mike?
That is correct. They had a flat residential rate, and then their commercial or their non-residential was maxed out at like $9. And So there wasn't a whole lot of differential between what the residents were paying and the commercial. So I don't know why they set it up that way, but they did change that this past year.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Stallings. Councilmember Gant.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, so I'm, as you guys probably know, I've wanted this for since I joined the council, because I think spending, if we're going to take in money from our citizens, I'd much rather spend the general fund money on things that we have been doing, like public safety and sidewalks and all these things, instead of just stormwater, if we have this choice of this. And I also think that this program, kind of the starting out as this basic, what we're describing here, and even January 1st, maybe it's fine with me, because of hopefully COVID will be on the diminishing side of impactful wise at that point. But I think we can build upon this program too, if we see needs that we're talking about with the credits, or helping with nuisance flooding, or whatever the things are. I think this can be expanded upon and refined in a way, and getting started is kind of the first big step, I think. So I'm excited. Mr. Stone, can you, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier talked about equity and residents who, can potentially ill afford any kind of increase. And I would argue, first of all, that the property tax increases had the same impact on people. But can you respond to the ability of the town, if we develop a utility aid program that we've been talking about in the context of the utility cutoffs, could this be wrapped in versus my understanding is property tax cannot be, there's no property tax abatement program that's allowed by municipality, but utilities for the poorest residents who may be most affected by this increase, they could potentially apply this program to not just water and electric, but also this utility. Is that correct?
I am not able to answer that question, so I would say maybe either Sean or legal might want to weigh in on that. But I would like this. I can point this out. So I just looked and went to an older part of Apex and found an older home on a 0.44 acre lot that has the tax value is $248,000. So roughly they're under the current situation where, that's about $50 a year they would be paying under the 2 cents or whatever, if you will. And then, under the stormwater fee, because it's not a large residence, their payment value is really based on the land in large part. They would be in the lower tier, so they would be looking at more like the $18 to $20 range, depending on what we end up falling off. So it would end up being substantially less in one regard from if you look at just stormwater and how it's impacting now. Can anyone else answer Councilman Gant's question about how we can help or assist someone who is unable to afford the utility fee?
Marty, this is Sean, and I don't know if Lori has anything, feel free to jump in, Lori. But we, just like any other utility, when we set the program, you apply it evenly across however what your parameters are in your tiers. But programs could be set up to provide utility assistance. So to what I've heard from several council members, similar to what we're looking at now for our electric and water and sewer utility assistance program that we're currently developing and working on, this could apply to that as well. So if there can be programs to offset the fee, we just have to work out what those qualifications are, what that criteria is, and then putting it in place, like how to administer it. Now, I will say though, that offset is typically a grant from the general fund. So that's the part you'll have to keep in mind. The funding for that, it's not, you still would not just write it off or be an abatement, Mr. Gant, as you mentioned. So you're still covering that cost, and we would cover that cost from the general fund, typically in terms of a grant of some sort. So there may be other programs we can look into, and we'll certainly look into that. But I have all confidence that some sort of support program or assistance program can be put in place.
And I'll just chime in and say I agree with everything that Sean just said.
Okay. Councilmember Stallings, did you have another question?
I did. Just thank you. Just one follow-up question as you were talking and you used the Target example with their increase in amount due. And I know we've been having conversations about schools and funding issues with our schools. How will this impact our schools, given there's a lot of impervious surfaces around our schools? What would be the impact to our schools on this?
I don't believe, we have not calculated directly what their costs would be, that they would be treated as commercial. And as you know, they do have a fairly large amount of impervious area. However, I would say there's nothing that they don't experience in other parts of the county that have utility fees. So, but I can't tell you what that number would be without, we could get you that number. We would just need to go look and see the size of the schools. It'll vary from each school site.
I would be interested in hearing that information.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to very briefly touch on a point and give my thoughts on some of the comments my colleagues have made. Specifically with what do we do, what can we do to help with distressed homeowners who may, even at the lower tier, have difficulty paying any additional cost. And this is feedback that I heard last year as well, and something I've been reflecting on. And my response is I'm coming today, I'm going to propose that if we do move forward with this program and lower our general fund tax rate, that we redirect some of those, some of that funds in the general fund to the Apex Cares or the affordable housing fund to assist those same homeowners. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Just a clarification question. So what I was hearing earlier is that the any people that have difficulty paying for this are in arrears, that the money that we use to cover that cannot come from the stormwater utility fund. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, that is correct. If a utility has to be, it would have to basically be a grant or some loan coming from the general fund to pay the utility fund.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, Mr. Purvis, what action do you need at this time, if any?
So in listening, I think, and Marty, please jump in if we need to. What I believe, what we need to know, one is, I mean, are we moving forward with the stormwater? And is this a fee you want to put in place? And again, you have time to change your mind. I'm pausing a little bit on that because several years ago we went through this and we built two budgets. We ended up having to build two budgets because we thought we were moving forward with it and it got pulled. And so there's a lot of work that goes into that. But do you want to move forward with it? And to Mike's question about the timing, is January 1, and if you do, is January 1 an okay time for you? I mean, versus July 1. It gives us time to put it in place. It gives us time to really revise the numbers, kind of narrow down, figure out what exactly it may look like, even a little more so. We feel we've got a pretty good handle on this, but at the same time, we can develop those other aspects that we've heard about, support, what's this assistance program, that sort of thing, those other elements. So do you want to do it? What's the time? And the other thing I'm hearing, and I want to make sure of, is what, if any, offset do you want on the tax rate?
All right, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Yeah, Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'd like to make a motion to give direction to staff in that regard.
Okay, you can go ahead and proceed.
So my preference, I'd move that we direct staff to move forward with setting up the utility January 1 next year, to lower the tax rate by approximately half of the savings that would provide, and direct prepare the budget to direct about half the other savings towards either the Apex Cares or affordable housing program, as the needs would direct.
Okay, thank you for your motion, Councilman. Is there a second to that motion?
This Councilmember Killingsworth, I'll second that. And I do want to reiterate too that I would like to see, some reevaluation of this every 5 years or so.
Okay, we'll add that to the motion. Is there any other comments?
This is Cheryl. I would like to just get an impact statement about the impact on schools with this. But otherwise, I think it's a good program, and I would support it.
Okay. Anyone else for discussion?
Hey, Mayor, with Councilwoman Stallings' comment, it'd be also helpful to know if the whatever they're going to pay with that. My understanding is that would come out of their school maintenance, not their school building capacity fund, because I think they have two different funds. So maybe clarification on this is not going to affect their building new schools in Apex versus just their general ongoing maintenance and costs when you find that out for them.
Okay, noted. Thank you. All right, any other discussion?
Yes, and just to build on that, Councilmember Gant, thank you for that. I would be curious about, how other municipalities rates are impacting schools. Just more information about that in general, because we often have conversation about what we do relative to some of our peers in the county. So just a bigger context would be helpful for me. Thank you. If that makes sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just point out on the school issue. I mean, the school system, each individual school is already paying very, very large water and electricity bills every month. And this would be kind of an addition to that, the multi-$1,000 bill there. So.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, hearing none. We'll move on with the vote at this time, and it is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Purvis.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. And we'll get that information. We'll put that together, specifically the schools, obviously more quickly, and then we'll start developing the rest of the program. And I've got these notes for the budget and where we're going to go. So let me check in real quick because we're about 30 minutes ahead of schedule, believe it or not. So that's a positive. I've already mentioned the agenda, so I have a quick question. We could go ahead. I know it's early in the morning still too. Maybe people are still getting their coffee, still trying to get their breathing in, and there's some steps. We can go ahead and take a 15-minute break now if we want, or we could move straight into the sidewalk. So Mayor, if you want to kind of gauge the temperature of the room on that, that would be helpful.
All right, I'll make a command decision. 10-minute break. Okay. Thank you.
10-minute break. All right, we'll see you back at 9:50 then. Does that sound all right?
Mr. Purvis, are we all set?
Yes, I believe so. I was trying to get my screen back up. So, all right. I want to make sure everyone can see my screen. It should be on the break page right now. Is that correct? Someone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So the next portion in our retreat for today is to move to the sidewalks. And so with that, Jenna Schaus will be taking over and walking you through that. And I believe Shannon Cox is online too, just in case there's any other questions as well. So Jenna, if you want to request control and take over, we'll go from there.
Awesome. Thank you, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. It looks like I've taken control. Is that what it looks like on your end?
I believe so. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. Well, good morning. So this morning I'll be presenting on how sidewalk needs are identified and prioritized in town. So just a quick overview of what we discussed this morning is a background on what information has been shared with town council in the past on this initiative, and then some information about the needs prioritization process, as well as a quick look at completed projects and project efforts that are underway for Safe Routes to School, and how we've expanded the toolbox, and then a discussion on community awareness. Okay. So some background, planning staff began this initiative in the summer of 2018. We were able to leverage some reports and data from the Public Works and Transportation Department, as well as the Police Department. And in January of 2020, we shared a memo and a table with all of the identified Safe Routes to School needs with Town Council. And then we received some feedback from council. So just a quick look at some of the feedback that we received. So there were some comments on adding some more criteria to the scoring database. So looking at whether multiple schools would be served by the sidewalk project, and whether the project would be built through private development or if a public project is needed. And then whether the project would also serve another major activity center in addition to the school. There was also a comment on the study area maps, a note that the flashing beacon and the bike and ped crash symbols look similar, so we've since edited that. So now look at the Safe Routes to School needs identification and prioritization. So to kind of collect all the information for each school in one place, we created a worksheet in the school study area map. And the worksheet was developed from a template from the National Center for Safe Routes to School. And it captures information on all the existing conditions, as well as observations and infrastructure recommendations for Safe Routes to School. And then so we have a worksheet for each school, as well as a school study area map. And we use those two resources to identify Safe Routes to School projects, and then brought those to meetings with the principals. And during those meetings, we really were wanting to learn about the context of walking and biking at each school, and learn about where students are walking and biking to and from, and if there are any barriers to walking and biking, and really learn about what priority projects that they've identified that we should include in our database. So after meeting with the principals, we updated our worksheets and maps and put all of the projects into a database and scored them based on a number of factors, and some of them are listed here. And then now we're in the implementation stage. And this is just, the picture's included on another slide. I'll describe it later. So here's an example of one of the school study area maps, and this one's for Bauckham Elementary. And this is like one of the previous versions. So it includes all of the school study areas are generally bounded by a half-mile buffer, and that's shown here with this blue dash circle, as well as the no transport zone, and that's shown here with a green dash polygon. And the no transport zone represents the area that doesn't receive school bus service. And also the maps include the existing sidewalk network shown in yellow, and then recommended pedestrian facilities are shown in blue. And also it includes information about existing and recommended crosswalks, and then the location of bicycle and pedestrian crashes is shown with this pink asterisk. And then now a quick look at some completed Safe Routes to School projects. Following the pedestrian crash in front of Apex Friendship High School on Hume Olive Road, we completed a site visit with a number of stakeholders to walk the routes that students would typically walk to school. And then following that site visit, Public Works and Transportation completed some improvements to Hume Olive Road, including a new side path and a new sidewalk to address the safety concerns. Additionally, following a pedestrian crash in front of Laurel Park Elementary on Lower Duncan Road, town installed an interim solution of a mid-block crosswalk across Lower Duncan Road. And then this is that same picture from before, and it shows, it's actually on the following walk to school day. So it shows all of the Public Works and Transportation staff who actually built the crosswalk, and then the students who are about to use it on walk to school day. And then some project efforts that are underway. So the interim solution for the mid-block crosswalk was phase 1 for Laurel Park Elementary. And now we have a flat project that's actually, we have construction authorization as of yesterday to complete a project that would restripe and resurface the road, Lower Duncan Road from Old Apex down to the community park. And it's anticipated to be constructed this year. And another project will serve Apex Elementary school students, and it would complete the gap along Tingen Road from Apex Elementary to West Haven Apartments. And it's also anticipated to be constructed this year. And this project would serve Green Level High students, and it completes the gaps in the side path and sidewalk network on the south side of Roberts Road, as well as a new crosswalk across Roberts Road for the students living on the south side to be able to walk to Green Level High. And we also anticipate this to be constructed this year. And then finally for Apex High, and this project is in development, it would include sidewalk along the east side of Lower Duncan Road from Pinewood Drive up to Knollwood Drive for Apex High School for all the students living on the east side of Lower Duncan Road. And then take a look at how we're expanding our toolbox. So the original database, or we had 2 separate databases, one for Safe Routes to School needs and one for other sidewalk needs. But we've since combined the 2 and expanded the criteria. So now we have one large database for all of the Safe Routes to School sidewalk gaps and all other gaps along collector streets and thoroughfares. And this updated database addresses the criteria feedback that we received from Town Council after sharing that memo last January. And this is a living database in the sense that information, or the database is updated as information becomes available. And there's a certain level of subjectivity, and I'm going to show a quick look up the database, but there's one section of the needs assessment that looks at the context of that sidewalk and what destinations it would serve. So that's the most subjective piece. And also, oftentimes, needs are bundled into projects for efficiency. So each row in the database isn't necessarily a project because it may be combined. Multiple needs may be combined into one project. And we've also been able to use this database in responding to citizen requests for new sidewalk projects, so we can let them know what level of priority it is in this database and whether or not it's included in the CIP or if it's a funded project. So Sean, if it's okay, I'll share my screen real fast and we can look at the database together.
All right, I've stopped sharing, so all you, Jenna.
Thank you. Okay, so just a quick look. So I guess the first note is this is a pretty big database. It includes 77 projects or 77 needs for Safe Routes to School, and then 344 needs townwide. And I've been able to work with an intern who's really been able to complete this database. So now we have all the projects in there and we're just working through the QA process. So each project, there's a note of whether or not it serves as a Safe Routes to School project, and then the project extent and the type. And for each one, we have a cost estimate. And then each project also includes, I didn't check it. Can everyone see my screen? I think so. I see the red bar.
Yeah.
I'll just keep going. Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Cool. Thank you. And then there's also a description of the project, just a brief explaining where it is and what type of facility. And then this note, whether this includes whether or not the project is planned to be provided through either a public or private project. So to add that criteria based on the feedback that we received. And then this need statement is the most subjective piece. So that's the one that looks at what schools it serves, if it also serves other things like parks or bus stops or shopping centers or apartment complexes. And based on this need statement, we give the project a relative need and then also a subsequent score. And then we get into the specific other scoring elements. So looking at the street class and whether or not a bicycle or pedestrian crash has occurred along that sidewalk gap. And if the need was identified by a resident, and if staff have observed this as a pedestrian route, or if the school official has observed it as a pedestrian route, then it gets some more points. And the context type section looks at that context area map that was developed as part of Advance Apex that divided the town into 4 geographic regions. So the context types that are considered priority for the pedestrian projects are the town center context, so within the Apex Peakway, as well as the transit-oriented development context. So all the areas where there are existing or proposed transit routes. And then another piece that we look at for each project is whether or not a reasonable alternate route is available. So this looks at if there's a sidewalk on the other side of the street, or if you could easily get to another sidewalk, maybe not on the exact same street, but nearby, and it would be a complete pedestrian route and wouldn't take too much longer. And then the major obstacle piece is pulled from lab criteria. So this looks at whether or not a project crosses a railroad, or would include a railroad crossing, or would cross a highway with 4 or more lanes. And the location piece looks at the location in relation to the school. So whether or not the project is located within a no transport zone or within a 1.5 mile buffer of the school. And it also includes whether or not this project would serve multiple schools. And then the area in gray is for Safe Routes to School specific. So this looks at the level of priority in terms of Safe Routes to School projects, as well as if the recommendation came from either Public Works and Transportation or the police department, because they've also completed reports on Safe Routes to School needs. And then finally, it also includes whether or not the project was identified as a need from the school official. And usually I spoke with either the principal or the assistant principal. And then finally, all that information creates a total score, and then we have information on the status of the project and if any challenges have been identified or a site visit has been completed. Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen. Okay, I think it's ready for you, Sean. Thank you. And then another way where we've expanded the toolbox is by getting away from those static PDF maps and moving into an interactive map, because this allows it to be more flexible and it's more maintainable. So whenever a GIS layer is updated, that map is automatically updated. And it includes all of the infrastructure elements that were included on the school study area maps for Safe Routes to School. We've also added some additional elements when looking at the relative need for all the sidewalk gaps along other collectors and thoroughfares. So I probably could have done this without sharing again, but I'll share my screen one more time. We can take a look at the interactive map. Okay. So this is the sidewalk needs assessment interactive map. And the base layer in yellow are all the existing sidewalks in town. And then we have a layer that captures all of the schools. as well as the mid-block and unsignalized crosswalks, and then the 1/2 mile buffer around each school, so looking at the study area, as well as the no transport zone. This one's a little slow because it comes directly from Wake County's GIS database. It's starting to pop up. So this is the layer that captures where school bus service is not provided. I'll just wait a second because it's kind of neat to see all the different ones in town. Okay, I think that's all. And then finally, I'll show the recommended pedestrian facilities. They're all shown in blue. So all of the blue pieces are safe routes to school needs that have been identified, and they're also included in that database. And I'm not going to click on the other layers, but it also includes all the existing and proposed bus stops, as well as the tobacco trail and parks and existing development in our bicycle and pedestrian plan. So I'll go back to the main presentation. So next steps in terms of expanding the toolbox is we're planning to conduct a second round of interviews with the principals, and then we're gonna maintain that map and database as new pedestrian facilities are constructed, either through private development or through public projects. And then we'll continue to request high priority pedestrian projects in the CIP, as well as pursue LAP funding for those larger sidewalk projects. And then kind of to pull it all together, I wanted to look at how we've used the Safe Routes to School mapping and database to inform the CIP requests. And so we target approximately $500,000 per year for Safe Routes to School improvements in the CIP requests. And for the times where, or the situations where the project costs more than $500,000, we're proposing to pursue LAP funding those years. And then this table is just a quick snapshot at all the pedestrian projects that were included in the CIP request. And my understanding is you are going to take a closer look at the CIP request. So I'm not going to focus on the ones that aren't Safe Routes to School related. So just focus it on the bottom set for how we've pulled information from the Safe Routes to School study into the CIP request. And another note is that all of the Safe Routes to School projects that we've included in the request are all either high priority projects in terms of Safe Routes to School, or they've been combined with a high priority project to complete the pedestrian route to that school. So the first one is for fiscal year 2021, and it would serve Bauckham Elementary students. And it includes sidewalk along Hinton Street and Saunders Street to provide a direct route from the Lake Ridge Apartments to Bauckham Elementary. The next one is for Thales Academy Junior High and High School. And it includes completing that short sidewalk gap along North Salem Street from the Peakway to the school driveway, and then installation of a crosswalk across North Salem Street at Britley Way for the students to access Haddon Hall. And then the next one is also for Bauckham Elementary School for FY22 and 23. And it includes sidewalk along Hillcrest Road, as well as the Apex Peakway, because this principal identified and that she noted that there are students who live along Hillcrest Road and walk to school, and that it can be uncomfortable with traffic and not having a dedicated pedestrian facility. And then we added the Apex Peakway element so that the side path will bring you to an intersection and not just leave you at a random spot on the Peakway. And then for fiscal year 23 and 24, this one was originally a railroad crossing project, a project that would make improvements to a railroad crossing at East Chatham Street. And we've since expanded the request to include sidewalk along the south side of East Chatham Street from Mason to the cul-de-sac to provide a pedestrian route for Apex Middle School students. And then for FY24 and 25, the Sabockham and Bailey's Academy project. So this would complete the sidewalk along Ambergate Station from Hunter up to the Thales driveway, as well as along the north side of Hunter Street to complete those sidewalk gaps from Ambergate to Pate Street. And then pedestrian crossing improvements at the intersection of Salem Street and Hunter Street. And the next one for fiscal year 24-25 for Apex Middle Phase 1. This would include sidewalk along South Mason Street from Moore to Chatham, and then a new crosswalk across South Mason Street at Williams, and sidewalk along North Hughes from Chatham up to the community center to complete that pedestrian route down to Apex Middle. And then the future phase, not a specific year isn't tied to this one. It was just included as a future request, but for sidewalk along Tunstall Street from East William Street up to Center. Okay, and then into community awareness. So whenever a project becomes funded, it's added to the town's road and sidewalk projects page, where there's a map displaying all the projects and then a tab with details for each project. And we're proposing to make some improvements or updates to the website to share more information about how or what's considered when prioritizing sidewalk projects. So we want to add this to the sidewalk page as well as the transportation project priorities and funding page. And additionally, there's currently a request form for new sidewalks, and it also captures when maintenance is needed for a sidewalk. So we're thinking that we'd split that into 2 requests and then put the sidewalk request form on the sidewalk page, and then add my contact information in case anyone has questions about how projects are prioritized or if they would like to request a new project. And my understanding is that there's some interest in posting the overall database on the website. And while it is a really important tool that we use to inform the CIP request, it's pretty large. It has about 350 projects, and each project is tied to a specific or has a specific score. And I think that could be interpreted as this exact scoring is the order in which the project would be built. And I wouldn't want people to think that that's exactly how it works, because we often try to bundle projects to get to that $500,000 target, and complete projects that are close to each other for construction efficiency. And it's also a living database in the sense that we update it whenever new information becomes available. So I think that's all I had. Oh, I'll go back. Okay, that's all I had. And I'm here for questions, and Shannon Cox is here as well. If you have any questions for us on sidewalks.
All right, Jenna, thank you very much. Exceptional presentation. And we do have 3 questions. We'll start with Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. I was curious, you mentioned our rough level of investments around $500,000 a year. How does that compare to neighboring municipalities? I want to get a sense of what's the appropriateness of this figure. Should we be increasing this and kind of accelerating our sidewalk building program?
Others may have more to add to this, but my understanding is that the town of Cary has approximately $1 million per year for sidewalk improvements.
This is that's correct as far as the latest information that we have. I don't know of any other communities that are specifically targeting funding right now toward safe routes to school specific projects. Although it's certainly a need that's been discussed at length regionally, and Jen has given this presentation numerous times to talk about how we're approaching this. But that $1 million for the town of Cary is probably at the higher end as far as other communities in the area, and that is not just for safe routes to school, that's overall sidewalk projects.
Thank you, Councilmember Stallings.
For clarification, are we saying about $500,000 is what we're targeting annually for our sidewalk projects? And is that just safe routes to school or all? Did I misunderstand that?
No, you didn't. That's the $500,000 target is for Safe Routes to School projects.
Okay. And I just wanted to comment, I really like the database. You know, we have a lot of residents who ask a lot of questions, understandably, you know, about infrastructure and sidewalk projects. So any way that we can get that information more available on the website so our residents can understand and also request and understand how things are being addressed, I think would be a big help. So thank you for your work on that.
Sure, thanks.
Cool. Councilmember Killingsworth.
More a comment than anything else. I really am impressed by this presentation, by the presentation of the map and everything. I'm glad to see the database. That information is good to know. I do think as much information that we can put out there as possible without being overwhelming. I understand what you were saying about the people getting the wrong idea about having, you know, the most points being the priority that's going to be done next, because that's not quite the way it works. But thank you. I appreciate the presentation, Jen.
Cool, thank you.
Councilman Gant.
There we go. Michelle said, thank you for that. That was I appreciated that. I guess I have a couple questions. One was those some of those recommendations. I think they came from me. So I'm wondering how did any of the prioritization change with those things you guys added to the list? And that's one question. The second question was kind of related to Mr. Mahaffey's question, but a little bit more nuanced, or a little different. Is how long will $500,000 per year? How long will it take to do maybe the high and medium priority projects, roughly?
For the first question about if whether or not the priorities have changed, those ones are still high priorities that we included for Safe Routes to School, but I haven't dug into all the sidewalk gaps along collectors and thoroughfares to see how those rank yet. But I think that's something that we would move into for the next round of CIP requests. And your second question, it was about the level of funding, the amount of funding.
Current rate of funding and how long, what's the timeline for doing all the medium and high priority projects, roughly?
I think we just keep chipping away at the list every year, get through all the high priorities and then start tackling the medium. And I think once we go out and do these interviews with the principals again, we'll probably have new projects to add and needs might be changing. So I think we just keep chipping away as funding becomes available and we identify priorities.
If I could add to that real quick, because Jenna we were looking at that as well prior to her presentation. And I think, Jenna, that you found that the CIP requests we have in now don't quite address all of the high priority Safe Routes to School needs. There's still a few remaining after the current round of CIP requests, and that doesn't get at all of the thoroughfare and collector street gaps. The needs are extensive, and if you sum up all of the costs, it will take quite a while.
Mr. Gant, and to add to Shannon what Jenna said, and obviously they're looking into it in a lot more detail. So yeah, you've got the Safe Routes to School, and then you've got that broader 350 roughly, projects, including those. The funding it gets about 1 to 2 of the Safe Routes to School projects a year. It just kind of depends on the scale. And now doesn't count if we get additional LAP funding or anything that Shannon and Jenna work on as well. That could change that. So it is a little bit of a glacial pace at 1 to 2 a year right now.
Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, where does we recently issued, I think it was $5 million of our previous bond offering for sidewalks and streets. How does that play into the funding here? Is that part of that $500,000? Or is that above and beyond what we're doing every year, or is that unrelated?
So the 5 million is the 5 million is going toward is all road. That's no sidewalk at this point. That's all that's road rehab. So the road maintenance backlog was up to 10 million, and so that's all roads.
Just for my sorry.
Additionally, the council has been given, or the last few years has been given $100,000 for miscellaneous sidewalk work. And a couple years back, when I presented to council, what I said was, these are for the sidewalk projects, gap projects, things of that sort that wasn't budgeted. And my only promise to the council at the time was that at the end of the year, I was going to use every dime of it. So we would have some shovel-ready projects in the works, and if we did miscellaneous projects didn't come up, we would spend that $100,000 on a shovel-ready project. So that $100,000 has been, I think it's the second or third year we've asked for it. So that is still in the budget.
Yes, yeah. So Jose's correct. So there is another. It's obviously not as much as the 500, but we do have other annual sidewalk allocation.
Okay, and just one other question. On that spreadsheet, just for my information, what's the total sum of the backlog?
The most, Jose, correct me if I'm wrong, but the most recent estimate we had was for sidewalks or roads. I'm sorry, Mr. Hammond.
Sidewalks.
Oh, sidewalks now. Jenna or Shannon, do you have that totaled on your? I think we have cost estimates on some projects and not on all because there's so many.
I see.
Jenna or Shannon might have a closer number.
I don't have it yet, but we have a cost estimate for each of the projects, so I could find the sum, but I imagine it's going to be a lot.
Neighborhood of, 100 million versus 10 million ballpark.
I can do Excel real fast and tell you.
Yeah, I think if y'all have a few comments, she can probably tally that over the next in just a couple minutes. So,
all right, Councilmember Stallings.
Well, my comment was for Jenna, so she's over there crunching numbers. So just more generally, I was curious about the database, when it could become live and maybe be more, really user friendly on the website. But that's not as priority as what you're doing right now. So crunch those numbers.
I can step in and answer while Jenna's doing the math. So we're hesitant to actually make that database live at any time. That's not our recommendation. I think that we can do a better job of getting information out to the public without putting the database out there. There have already been questions coming in from citizens of exactly where does my request rank, and that database does not answer the question, and we don't want it to be interpreted as answering the question. It helps us to look at how we can bundle projects and move them forward, and then make our request to you as part of the budget and CIP process. But it's not this is how we're going to tackle these projects. So I think by explaining the information that we use in the database, having that request form with staff contact so that we can explain to people when they reach out to us is how we'd prefer to approach it. We haven't talked about this, but as Jenna was showing off the map she worked so hard on, I was thinking maybe we could consider having a map version so people can see if we've identified a priority sidewalk that they're interested in, that we're working on over time. That would be my preference, that we work toward over the huge Excel database.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand. Whatever you think, any way you can streamline the information so people understand that their requests are being heard. So there's an easy way for people to submit requests, and then maybe an easy way that they can understand where we're at with our list and the priority of them, I think would be maybe a transparent way to help people understand the things we're working on and to make sure they're being heard, in terms of what their requests are. So I have confidence that you can figure that out. But
okay,
thank you.
That sounds great. Thanks.
And Mr. Mahaffey, to follow up on that, and this is very rough cost estimate, but it was just about 200 million.
Okay, thank you, Jenna.
And that's for all sidewalk requests to date. Is that correct?
Or it's not just requests, it's all of the safe routes to school needs I've identified, and then all the gaps along all the collectors and thoroughfares on both sides.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you for that. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Thank you. I had 2 points related to the database. I do understand what you're speaking of about how it's hard for people to be having access to things when you're working on them constantly. I mean, that's sort of the world that I live in related to databases and things. So I do understand it's too hard to put something that's a living document that people are constantly in and working on. So I do get that. But I also do get just like pulling certain things from it, I think makes sense. The other piece is if we are only able to do a few projects at the time, then those projects that are, all of them are priority, then it's just going to cost more as we delay them. So I just, don't know the impact on the budget if we delay things as well. Just wanted to raise that.
Thank you. And Council Member Killingsworth.
I like the idea, and I think it was mentioned earlier, of maybe putting another layer on the map of, areas that have been identified as, priorities or projects going forward, concerns that have been brought up, and, different ones that are on the list. So I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Thank you. And Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make the point that part of the benefit that we can see from transparency, just in addition for informing the public, is I think it's important for people to know how much there is to do, so they understand when they request a sidewalk gap, which to them is exceedingly obvious. We need to put a sidewalk here. Why aren't you doing it tomorrow? Like, that's in people's mind a very important question to get answered. And the answer is, of course, like you just said, there's $200 million of project ready to go, and some number of them, 50 million, whatever, are very, very important, along with the gap that you see. So getting people easily an answer to that question is super important. It's not about the exact score. It's about letting them know there's a lot to do here. And I did have one question. I'm curious about how much of these projects are shovel ready to the point where we could do them tomorrow if we had the funds, or to put it another way, what's our capacity every year? Financial, the money piece aside, like how much could we do if we had $5 million or $10 million? Is there a practical limit where you just can't build that much sidewalk a year based on other constraints?
I think this might be more of a Jose question.
Sure. Theoretically, there is an upper limit, but it would be about impossible to give it to you. At some point, we obviously can't do all the construction in-house. Oh, let me turn that on. We can't do the construction in-house, but we can contract it out. But at some point, our contract manager, which is really Adam Stevenson, he's doing the roads or any other of the internal projects, and at some point, he won't be able to do it anymore. As far as what's shovel ready, very, very few are shovel ready. We have a lot of them that are identified, but we haven't bought some of the right of way, or it hasn't been designed. Usually any of the new streets that are already built are built to standards, which means they have the sidewalks. And when the gaps are there, they're because there's been a area not built between two subdivisions, which probably means the right of way hasn't been dedicated or whatnot. So as far as shovel ready, not many. As far as the upper limit, I think the upper limit now is pretty much based off how much money we want to throw at it. We have capacity, but I don't see the town, and perhaps we could throw a lot more money at it. But right now, did that answer your question?
Yeah, because I'm thinking more about a potential, a hypothetical bond offering, which may dedicate some amount of revenue to sidewalks. We could be in a position, we could create a position where suddenly tomorrow we have $5 million, like I asked earlier about the roads, what if we did that for sidewalks, what would it look like? And I'm just curious, is that even practical, or is that money just going to sit there while we work on other process before we can get moving?
I believe that money would probably sit there for at least a year while we get projects shovel ready. If that's something the town wanted to do, council, we could enact a bond, but just not cash it in. And I would go back to Sean for that, knowing that would give us marching orders. Hey, in a year, we're going to have a lot of sidewalks projects, get these sidewalk projects ready to go. And then after they're shovel ready, then we could release the bond. And I am not speaking for Vance. I'm just guessing. But yes, short term, if we had a bond tomorrow, that bond money would sit for a year.
Thank you, guys. It's just about capacity, not about the what's going to happen. But in terms of the 100K we get from miscellaneous projects, you said you can spend every dime of that.
Yes.
So is that an area where we could do some more good by increasing that a little bit year over year?
Always, yes, sir. So what we've done one year, or we looked at it, 1 year we just tried to buy right away for the following year. We couldn't put a sidewalk in because there was nothing that made sense. We could like close in part of the gap, but not fill in the whole gap. So I just said, put that money towards right of way acquisition for next year. That will reduce the sidewalk costs for the following year. But absolutely.
Yeah.
The more money in that miscellaneous, the more money that will be spent every year.
I guess my concern here is safe routes to school is extremely important, and I love the fact we're prioritizing that. I don't want the little stuff to get starved out and just never get done either, because there's a bunch of gaps, tinier stuff, which if we focus 100% on safe routes to school will in practice never happen. I think this kind of miscellaneous stuff at the bottom end is the way to sort of address that, to have some cleanup dollars to come through and get those lower priority, smaller projects. So I like that.
Yes, sir.
If I can weigh in there too, so the 100,000, it's hard for us to find projects that are 100,000 or less. So typically, I think over the last several years, and Jenna and Jose may know too, that money has helped out with some of our safe routes to school projects, and we've been able to get those a little bit further. I think also maybe one was used with some transit work that we needed to prepare for. But standalone projects of 100,000 are pretty rare when it comes to sidewalks. It may just be, a couple, a very small area that is missing.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. So what we've done, a lot of these have been crosswalks and things of that sort. So that's the small miscellaneous items. And then when we have a couple that we identified, they were 200,000-300,000. And at that point, we're like, well, we took the rest of the money and tried to give it to somebody else for sidewalks at the end of the year. So the money was spent for sidewalks, even though we didn't put something on the ground. I think it was the first year we did it. We tried to give it to water resources because of the water crossing or water line project off Chatham that needed sidewalk as well. So that's what we did 1 year. But she's absolutely right. $100,000 one sidewalk gap project is hard to find. They're usually much, much smaller projects here and there.
I had one other question, Shannon. What general strategy can we pursue to make sure that we maximize our lab funding? Like, what should be the approach? Is it do as much as we can? Is it, are we putting enough money into this to maximize our allocation of lab funding? I guess is my question.
So I think based on, the earlier CIP work session that we had earlier this year, we'd really like to target LAP for those bigger projects and not necessarily for the 500,000 a year that we're kind of chipping away at these needs. So I think if we knew ahead of time that town council wanted to get a whole bunch done and had some direction about what types of projects we could be preparing for that bigger LAP application, which at this point, so it wouldn't be next year. Anything that we go after for LAP this fall, we're looking at construction in 2024. There's a delay that would need to be anticipated. And that also gives Public Works time to work on design and that sort of thing. So I think that we would need that guidance, and we would need it ahead of time we want to do a big pursuit of safe routes to school needs, bundle multiple together, and we'll go for LAP. Projects do not have to have, it doesn't need to be one linear project to make a LAP request. So if we can say that these are all related because they're all safe routes to school, we can pursue it that way. So if that's something of interest, we can leverage that funding and that approach.
I'll just say, generally speaking, I'm definitely interested in finding a way to accelerate our progress here. I think that number you gave me of 200 million is really scary. I would lean on you though to advise us to whether this is a direction to take our LAP funding request. And I know we have a ton of other needs there as well, and a ton of other projects that could be funded by LAP. So, but one thing that I might bring up later is if we're going to do a transportation bond that we're going to discuss in a little while, could we find a way to fit in, an extra $500,000 a year to supplement the $500,000 we're already putting in there to make it $1 million a year for the next decade or something like that to make a little more progress?
All right. Any other discussion before we move on? All right. Thank you, Jenna and Shannon.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Purvis.
Let's see. All right. All right. So, all right, we've got notes on that. We appreciate all the feedback and information, and we know we've got notes on definitely what we're looking at in terms of sidewalks. And thank you, Mr. Mahaffey, for setting us up fantastically for the next discussion. So I had that note like as part of something that you could add on. So we are going to get into kind of what we hope is the final phase for. Because hang on, for the bond presentation or the bond referendum. So the next presentation, though, to make sure we set that up properly, Vance is going to go over the potential impacts that the bond would have, and you'll start to see it's not just the debt indicators, but obviously there's how do you pay for that debt service, right? So he's going to show you those numbers, the potential impact on the tax rate, and we can discuss how that would become part of this referendum as well, because one, you don't have to raise the tax rate, but if you want to pay for the debt service, that's usually what the referendum is for, to see if the public is willing to do so. But we can outline that plan for how we would do so, because in the education piece for the bond referendum, make sure we're communicating properly and getting all the facts out there. We want to be as transparent up front about what the cost is to everyone. So with that, Vance, are you ready to go?
Yes, Sean, I am.
All right. So as you see on the screen, so we have the financial and tax effects. That's what Vance is going to do, and then we'll finalize the projects. And Vance, if you want to request control, you can flip through the slides.
Okay.
All right. It's all yours.
All right. All right. I probably have to figure out how to advance, but that'll be a problem a little bit later. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Appreciate this opportunity to come with you today and talk a little bit about our debt outlook. Begin by looking at what we anticipate doing debt-wise for the remainder of the current fiscal year. When we met last fall and we talked about the potential of a referendum this November, we also discussed, as I recall, the use of the $12 million of street and sidewalk bonds currently authorized but unissued. And I recall a conclusion was reached that $5 million of that would go to this paving and maintenance of streets. I had been asked to explore the possibility of going ahead and issuing $5 million of that before the end of the current fiscal year. That would leave the remaining $7 million that could be combined potentially with the $42 million GO. I have spoken with our bond counsel about this. I've spoken with LGC about this. $5 million in itself is not an ideal amount to go out with at one time. We are, again, it's just been discussions up to this point, but the plans would be, if we do issue this debt, $5 million standalone, we would go with a private placement for this debt. And that would be very advantageous to us as far as the issuance cost. In addition, this is paving. This is not the streets themselves. The commission, we have, Jose has described to me exactly what the work would be. I've passed that information on to the LGC staff, and they've informed me that for that debt alone, the max amortization period we could go would be a 10-year period. So that, again, is something that really contributes to making the $5 million ideal for a private placement. It's a small amount. It's short-term, 10-year, And I think we'd be very successful with our rating, our reputation. We'd be very successful placing that debt privately this summer. So that is certainly one thing to think in terms of. Are we prepared? Do we want to move forward with that $5 million before the end of the fiscal year? The next thing that would occur this
Hey, Vance,
spring-
I'm sorry to interrupt real quick, but can you clarify that the $5 million is too small for an optimal amount, or is it too large? I don't understand that comment.
It's too
Can you
small.
clarify?
What would occur is you think about what we had to do both last spring and last fall with our debt issuances. I mean, we have to go through the process of getting a rating for that debt if we publicly sell it. There's a production of an OS, things of that nature. It becomes more costly. It would be a few $100,000 to issue that debt. So it would carry a hefty issuance cost if we issued the $5 million alone. What would have been ideal would have been to have done it last year in connection with the refundings we did in the fall. But we didn't really have that plan in place at that time. But yes, it would be a small amount to issue by itself, a standalone bond for $5 million. And again, I think private placement. Another issue on this really is the LGC calendar. They are pretty much swamped with interest rates being what they are at this point, and they have. I'm not sure we would be able to schedule a sale date in the current fiscal year for this purpose. So there are just a number of things that really make going with a private placement. If we do this $5 million alone, going with a private placement is just we're very fortunate we have the opportunity to do that. And I would definitely recommend if we do this $5 million, go ahead and do this $5 million for paving. We definitely do a private placement for it. It'll be to our advantage. Are there any other questions on that, or? Okay. The $8 million, we discussed the $8 million in debt. We have need for a public safety station, as well as, I believe, perhaps contribute a bit toward the project for the office space for our inspections department. We're looking at that $8 million spring or summer. We would need to get our project specifications and designs and permits, and also get our bids in place before we can do that. But I've also discussed that with the local government commission staff, and they are very favorable view of that. And then, of course, we've discussed our referendum, $42 million general obligation bonds for streets and sidewalks. We anticipate coming to you probably in March with the initial item. That calendar has in fact been put in place, coming to you in March with some actions to be taken on that. We do need to identify in our application the various projects we'll be using that money for. And I think that's one thing that will be resolved today. But we do have to list the projects we intend to use that money on in the application. So we do need to know those projects. But what we anticipate, again, is spring or summer approval from local government commission, and then have our referendum in November on that. November 21. Any questions on that? Okay, so now how do I advance this? Do I? Oh, okay. All right. I'll just go over this briefly, how we are determining our debt capacity, how we came to that $42 million figure. This will be an update. I think it's been presented before. But after taking into account the issuance of the $12 million of authorized and unissued street and sidewalk bonds, also taking into account the issuance of the $8 million of, I think I moved too many. Pardon me. Let me go back a bit. No, I'm moving forward again.
Vance, let me see if I can get you real quick.
Yeah, let me get back to this second slide. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I think we can. this what you want?
There we go. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. But again, we'll just review how we came to our limits, our debt, calculating our debt capacity, the various limits that influence that. The key controlling limit is the 12% of the general fund expenditures being for debt service. That is the town's policy. In addition, we also consider how the rating agencies would view this. What we see is Moody's really doesn't specify an amount, a percentage, but S&P 8 to 15% they consider strong, 15 to 25% they consider adequate. Now that's a significant difference percentage-wise than the 12% that we use, but they also calculate that number differently. They will back out your capital outlay and your debt service from your expenditures, and then they will compare that, determine that percentage. So of course that's going to push that percentage up, but that is their criteria. So again, 8 to 15 strong, 15 to 25 considered adequate. Let's see. Okay. So from that, we then calculate our debt capacity. Again, we back out the 12 million authorized and unissued street and sidewalk debt. We back out that 8 million we anticipate needing to issue for Public Safety Station 6. Then we compare to those criteria, our 12% criteria, and the rating agency's criteria. We do assume growth in expenditures as we go out into future years. And when we look at that, I think we see that we could potentially issue in 2 tranches up to $42 million of additional general obligation debt. The currently amount we're referring to, what we're saying is in fiscal year 22, we could potentially, probably spring of 22, we could issue 17 million of that, stay within our limits. And then we could issue an additional 25 million in fiscal year 26 for those projects. Again, that takes those other 2 amounts into consideration. Now, the 5 million for paving, that does put a little bit of variation into this from what we presented in the past. If we do that 5 million, and the reason for this is the 5 million by its nature, it's not as long-lived an asset as the streets themselves. That would be limited to 10-year, so the amortization during that period would be a bit more over a 10-year period, as opposed to if it were issued as part of a $17 million bond issue, would also be issued sooner. So what we have is with the 5 million, if we go the route of issuing the 5 million separately this fiscal year, we would actually push ourselves just over our 12% limit we're projecting. We would go to 12.07%. in fiscal year 23. Now, this debt would be issued in this fiscal year, so we'd actually start a small amount of debt service on it in fiscal year 22. Then we would have it in 23, as well as the additional, what would be at that point in time 24 million. It would be the 17 million additional debt capacity we have, as well as the 7 million of authorized and unissued that would remain after the issuance of the 5. So we have $24 million in GO anticipated being issued in fiscal year 22. So 23 and 27, as we go through this, those are the 2 years where the debt requirements kind of peak, right after the issuance of the GO bonds, each tranche of GO bonds. So fiscal years 23 and 27 would be at our maximum stress. But as far as our goals go, 23 is the year we'd be just slightly over. We could do a lot of things about that. I would say if we want to move forward with the 5 million, not to let that fact limit us or make us choose not to go forward with the 5 million. I think if we find ourselves, when we do the 22 bonds, we find ourselves in a position we project we would go over the 12%. We can potentially alter the structure of the 24 million we'd be issuing. And we can, right now we're assuming a straight line amortization evenly over the 20-year period. We could potentially slide a small part of that principal into a later year, and that would prevent us from having that problem in 23. As far as the criteria of the rating agencies, Again, we would push to our maximum on that in 23. We would be at 16.6%. Now, you remember their adequate range, I believe it was up to as much as 15 to 25% was their adequate range. So if we go into 16, we'll be above 15, as I understand, for 2 years, we're estimating. So we would have the max year at 16.6. The following year, I believe we're over 15, and then we go back down in 25, as our projections show right now. Again, I would not let that change my plans either. I think we're at the very low end of that adequate range. It's just for a temporary period, and I would not let that alter my plans of issuance either. I put this in chart form, and this is the tax rate equivalent of the potential, the bonds of the potential referendum in 21. And this is done consistent with how we prepared our estimates relating to the Parks and Recreation bonds in 2017. We've taken the current assessed valuation number. We've modestly predicted, I believe, 2% increase in the non-reval years. We have projected a 4% increase in the reval years. We use that on the 2017s. I think we are into the late 20s, maybe early 2030s as far as valuation goes, where we projected when we did the 2017 bonds. We have done much better than those projections. So those are our conservative projections. But using the same basis, what we're projecting is that first, that additional 17 million that would be in the referendum. We would need 1.45 cents to pay that debt service. You'll notice then it's straight line GO, that would start to go down. Then in 2027, after we do our 2026, our second tranche of those GOs for the remaining 25 million, that number would, for the 25 million first year of that issuance, that would be the peak number for that, 1.93. So when you combine the debt service, the peak increase for the 42 million we are projecting, and again, conservative projections, would be 3.14 cents, and that would be in the budget year 2027. Now, I have put these numbers in graphs trying to not confuse you with those tax increases that would be related to the referendum only, and the debt service that would be the referendum only versus all the debt. This number here, the next two graphs show all the debt we've talked about today. So there is the current debt we have issued, current debt we have outstanding as of today, and that's indicated by your blue chart. Then we're talking about the additional 17 million, additional 12 million we have in street and sidewalks, authorized and unissued at this point, that 12 million. Then we are talking about the additional 8 million IP we would use for public safety. And then we are talking about the additional 42 million, assuming, 17 million to be issued. Of that 42, 17 million to be issued in 2022, 25 million to be issued in 2026. And this is the impact on the debt service. You'll notice this year, 2021, we're sitting around $6.9 million. Following the debt issue in 22, we would hit our first peak. It would be $10.1 million in the year 2023. And then our debt service for all this debt we've discussed today, it would peak after the 26 issue. It would peak in fiscal year 27's budget at $11.3 million for that debt service. So again, we would go 6.9, peak at one point at 10.1 and 23 million in debt service, and then our final peak 11.3 in the year 2027. The next slide will show you that tax rate equivalent. Again, I put our referendum again on a chart by itself so it wouldn't be confused with this. Again, this is the tax rate equivalent on all the debt we have outstanding as of today. The 12, the 12 authorized and unissued street bonds, the 8 million IP, and then that 42 million GO referendum. When we look at that, the current debt service, tax rate equivalent of the current debt service is 6.8 cents. Now, to me, that is that's kind of an amazing number. It's an amazingly low number. If you look at, if you take into consideration, we told people, I believe, with the park and recreation bonds in 2017, that we could potentially have to issue as much as 4.5 cents just for those bonds alone. And now all that debt has been issued. So that is included in this 6.8 cents, plus all the debt we had previously outstanding. We're retiring all that with a tax rate of 6.8 cents. Excuse me, which is just to me just amazing. Just like our debt service, our tax rate equivalents, they're going to peak also following the issue, potential issue of the GO bonds, the new GO bonds in 2022. You hit your first peak for all debt service at 9.56 cents. And then we hit a peak once again in year 27 at 9.63 cents. Pardon me. So to pay debt service on all the debt we're talking about potentially. Current debt, again, the 12, the 8, and then the 42. We're talking at max 9.63 cents for our maximum debt service for all that. And again, just for the debt that would be in the GO referendum, we're talking about 3.14 cents for that. That is the end of my portion of the presentation. But in terms of what we would need feedback on, I would say that what would be very helpful today would be to know, in addition to the projects, do we want to move forward with issuing that $5 million for paving in the current fiscal year? And if you feel comfortable with that, we'll get with our attorney and start working on that.
All right, Councilman Mahaffey, go ahead.
Hey, Vance, what's the practical difference between us issuing the $5 million this fiscal year versus delaying a couple months to push into the next fiscal year?
As far as, are you talking about financial impacts or impacts on the impact on our condition of our streets?
Financial impacts, like I'm assuming there's a desire or there's a motivation to put it in this fiscal year. What is that?
Well, as I understood from Jose, it's just that the condition will continue to deteriorate. And I don't know, Jose, do you want to weigh in on why now?
I guess so.
Sure. It's let me open this up again. And I've said this a few times before, but road maintenance is one of those things where I like to say you pay me now or you pay me much more later. The deterioration rate for surface maintenance kind of drops off very quickly. So this is the stuff that has failed. It's going to get worse into the point where at some point we may have to do a total reconstruction. I don't think we're doing any total reconstruction yet. So the prices would just continue to go up. And then on top of that, right now with COVID in place and with the construction prices, it is lower than what we have. So we can get more bang for a buck this year than we might be able to do in 2 years from now. But of course, because of COVID, that's a double-edged sword. We're being a little more fiscally responsible. So I do understand that as well.
Okay. So to summarize, it's not that we're playing some fiscal trick where it's advantageous to do it this fiscal year versus next fiscal year. It's really just about getting a faster start at doing these projects.
One thing I will add, though, is that by amortizing that $5 million over 10 years, as opposed to making it part of a bigger package and amortizing the $5 million over 20, you will save some funds. Now, it did make 2023 did make the debt service in that individual year a bit higher because you're amortizing it over 10 years in that particular year. But when you look down the road at subsequent years, it's going to be lower. And when you look at the end of the payoff period, it's going to be lower. In addition, we are not expecting any kind of significant change in the market between now and the end of the fiscal year. By next, pardon me, by early 22, you might see that. Most people are not expecting very much movement, but if the economy gets geared up and really gets going again quickly, it's possible rates could be a bit higher in 2022. My opinion has been you never plan your debt issuance on what you anticipate trying to play the market and trying to play the interest rate game. You plan your issuance dates based on your needs for your communities, and it does sound to me like we definitely have the need. We will, over the life of the debt, pay less with a 10-year amortization than a 20-year, but there will be a bit more paid out in some of the early years of that amortization period.
Councilman Gann.
Yeah, a question kind of expanding upon Terry's. That $5 million was kind of, I think, picked by us without, with some knowledge of road needs, but kind of not really with the financial sector you're talking about now. I mean, besides the timing of it, if we play around with the amount up or down, I'm not sure how much we want to play around with, but would that change a bunch of the paths forward as far as how to issue the debt and the private versus public, whatever the things are you mentioned, or is 6 million or 7 million or 10 million, would that be the same thing, just putting us in a little bit in that bad category a little higher, or is there some kind of a different equation that can be had at different amounts?
Well, if you're talking 6 or 7, no, it won't matter. At 10, it might. I mean, it would make it a bit more acceptable, maybe the amount of the issuance cost. But quite honestly, we're fortunate to be able to issue that debt by private placement, I think, in this case. And I would encourage us to take advantage of that opportunity, particularly at the 5 or 6 or 7. When you get up to 10, maybe you can justify paying a bit more of that cost. But truth of the matter is, if we're not gonna, for instance, do it, we're not gonna do it in this fiscal year. I would say just wait and do it with the issue after the referendum. To me, again, the issue in the $5 million alone, it's not a lot of financial impact. I would ask the question: if the results of the referendum in November, would it change how you intend to use that money? And if the answer is no, it would not. We still would want to use $5 million for paving, regardless of the referendum results. I would say then let's go ahead and do the $5 million now. If you feel that the referendum results could potentially change how you would use that $5 million, you might use it for some other purpose, then I would say probably not issue now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clark.
I mean, on Mike, Jose, did I hear you say that paving costs are down at this point of the market?
Yes, sir. Up until COVID, honestly, our engineering staff would always estimate high for every project, and then the cost would come in even higher than that. We were in uncharted territories. And the last several projects, when we've entered, we've done our construction estimate, they've actually come in below. So this is something that we haven't done since I've been here. So they are down right now.
I guess based on that comment, Mayor and Council, I would suggest that if paving costs are down, it's some real advantage in issuing your debt today. Particularly hearing what I have, that you're behind in your paving anyway, and you possibly could get a little bit more out of the $5 million than you would normally. So that's kind of my thought.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. And to kind of add on to that point that Ralph was just making, And actually, maybe this is a question for Vance and for Sean. Is there any mechanism, or is it just a really terrible idea to kind of borrow against ourselves and get started tomorrow, and then repay the general fund when the bond actually gets issued? Could we, float some money to Jose to start with repaving ASAP?
We definitely have the ability to cash flow it now and just simply put a reimbursement resolution in place. That would be no problem whatsoever. The only risk is, for some reason, the debt market fell apart and you couldn't do the $5 million. That's your only risk, but cash flow is not an issue.
Yeah, and then I'll let Jose jump in. The other part is the workflow piece, but I echo what Vance said on that. So Jose can offer where they are in terms of design and bid, and you're not going to bid till a little bit warmer weather right now anyway, so you've got some time. But what I would say on that is, I think Jose and Adam could be moving toward these projects, and if we need to do the reimbursement resolution, if the council wants to move forward going ahead and doing the private placement of this, I mean, I think we could line it up pretty effectively.
And that's exactly right. If I had the money today, I couldn't do anything today just because it's not the paving weather. But we have started moving forward with identifying projects, and I think that's in Marty's monthly reports as well, if I'm correct. The areas that we've identified for the $5 million. And if it's not, I can forward that to you as well.
Great. I think that sounds like a great idea, because we have this aggressive and rather generous, general fund balance that's well above our limit. I think taking advantage of it to get some work done and floating ourselves the money to me, seems like a good idea.
Okay, Councilmember Stallings.
I would agree. I think we all want to address community needs as much as we can, as fast as we can, as efficiently as we can. I wanted just to circle back and just get more estimates on costs. I've heard a figure of $200 million. I'm assuming that's sidewalk projects. Are paving projects a part of that, or are paving projects separate?
We currently have $10 million of backlog based off the last pavement condition study. I believe the $200 million that Shane was talking about was all the identified projects for all the identified sidewalk projects totally. So
Paving is not included in that $200 million figure?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So are you saying the total cost of or total estimated cost of our paving needs is 10 million at this point?
Yes, ma'am. That's our current estimated backlog based off of our last pavement condition study.
Okay. All right. And so I heard Vance saying if we tried to go ahead and issue up to 10 million, is that a concern? Is that too risky?
Are you saying, in other words, go ahead with paving for 10 million, or?
Yes. Is that too risky?
Well, I think we would have trouble probably issuing in this summer. I think the public sales calendar is pretty much full well into the summer from the LGC. So private placement of the $5 million would allow us to do that more quickly. Also, I mean, is it your intention to put as much as 10 million into paving at this point? I mean, I've heard the 5, but I think, as you look at the projects here in just a bit, if you were to put an additional 5 million into paving, I think it would shut some of those out from your possibilities.
Okay, so it's really about balancing that with our other needs, it sounds like.
Yes, ma'am. Then the second part of this presentation will get more into that. Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. And we'll probably talk about this later, a bit later, but is staff recommending, it sounds like you're recommending 5. Would you recommend a bit more, or do you think that's too risky given our other needs, like 5, 6, 7? I heard maybe that's a suggestion.
Well, I can tell you that as far as my staff, we were ecstatic with 5 million.
Okay.
That's definitely something that's needed. We do need more, but with the balancing of the other needs, that's really a council decision. Every year I try to ask for a little bit more, and every year council has been gracious enough to give us a little bit more for our normal maintenance. And what I'm trying to do, I was talking about the pavement degradation curve. we're trying to treat pavement at certain areas so it doesn't fall to the next area. It's a very severe S curve. So we can treat pavements while they're still in good condition, they stay in good condition. So we've been, council has been really good at bumping up the yearly fund so we can do a little more of that. But as far as, we are 10 million backlog, but the council decides what's priority, and we're very, very happy with the 5 million.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Councilman Gant.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Ms. Stallings, a reminder: I advocated for 10, and that vote was unsuccessful. I think it was 4-1 back in November, and I think that 10 actually looked even better now than I thought. But it would require rearranging some of the projects. That would be the consequence of that. But Mr. Holloman,
yes,
is with the I don't quite know how this private I don't really know any of this, how this works, but is it a little bit like buying in bulk where the fees are the same regardless if it's 3 or 5 or 7 or 10 for the private, at least the private one, and it behooves you to go higher sometimes because you're paying the same amount of like the fees part for all of it, or does it kind of scale with the amount?
Well, except for the underwriter's discount, it is very, very close. Now, bond counsel, they will adjust theirs a bit if it gets much higher, but that is not a huge factor in the scheme of it all. But you're right. In other words, if we had when we did our issues last spring, we were well over 25 million. We were over, I believe, over 30 or approximately around 30 when we did our refunding. And our issuance cost here, not our underwriting costs, but our issuance costs wouldn't be all that much less for this 5 million. It would be expensive money. Private placement that we're talking about for these GOs, if you remember back when we did our public safety station, that's really, it's going to be very similar to that. We will put out a request for rates and terms with financial institutions, and we will get a response from them as to what the rates will be. Talking with the LGC staff and our own personal opinions from this is that we will have a very successful sale. Apex is respected in the market. We carry 2 AAA ratings. This will not be an IP in the sense it will not be secured by a pledge of the asset. It will be secured by a pledge of taxing power. So it will carry the highest form of security possible by a local government in North Carolina. And the amount and the time frame, the 10 years, that's great. There are people, when we go out 15 or 20 for an IP, their banks and institutions simply cannot bid. They cannot go out that far. But we'll get a lot more people interested in this at 10 years. We'll get some additional folks that just couldn't bid on a 15 or 20-year IP. So I think we'll be very successful. I was really excited, if you can believe a finance person being excited. But I was very excited when I learned that the commission and the attorney felt we could do this by private placement, because I was very worried about that issuance cost if we attempted to, do the same scale, the same type of sale we done last spring and last fall. It would be very expensive money for us. And this process, we really are fortunate that this has worked out with the amount with the amortization period, with the amount involved, with the LGC calendar. It's like a lot of things have just kind of fallen into place very fortunately for us on this issue.
Okay. Councilmember Killingsworth.
From the presentation and the recommendations, it definitely sounds like it's a good idea to go ahead and move forward with issuing this type of debt for $5 million and getting this the pavement update. That way we're not spending more money down the road. It just makes sense based on what I've heard.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to make a comment about that as well. I think we have some favorable conditions here and would like to see it move forward, and want to make sure we take care of Mr. Jose and get some things done. So I'm definitely in favor to move forward with the $5 million.
Thank you.
So anyone else for discussion on this? All right, so Mr. Purvis, do we need to?
I don't think you need to vote on this because Vance will have to bring resolutions to you for an actual vote. I think we just need the consensus that you want to move forward with the 5 now. And that's what I'm hearing. So please, if anyone has any concern about that, please speak up now. But it sounds like that's where we're headed. I want to point out real quick, because I've heard, I didn't want to interrupt y'all, the second 5 million, if you recall the memo I sent you last month, and that's part of our next discussion, y'all all included the 5 million as part of the next round of bonds to get to that 10 fully. So while it's not all 10 million up front, it appears that y'all are all looking for that 10 million within the next 5 years. So just to keep that in mind. So.
Okay, good. Before we move on, go ahead.
I'd like to chime in. I still maintain I'd like to spend the whole 10 now of that on the paving instead of the later. But that's my preference. I'd say moving forward on the 5 is better than not moving forward, but I prefer to go higher. I'll say that.
Well, and also Mr. Mahaffey did, where are we on, he had talked about the general fund, I guess, floating, if you will. Did we make a decision on that? Mr. Mahaffey, can you speak to that?
Well, it sounds like Sean's on board with doing that, and just Jose can proceed under the knowledge that we're going to float this bond, and if you happen to be ready a month or 2 before the check's written, then we can do a transfer and reimbursement. I think that sounds like a responsible thing to do. I did want to point out and remind my colleagues, Mr. Mayor, that the reason we arrived at this $5 million was because we're talking about the excess left over from the initial $15 million bond for 2015. And the $5 million was based on what we viewed as what the public was told about the purpose of that bond, that $5 million would be for paving, $5 million for a bridge, $5 million for another bridge. And that's why we ended up at, let's take this $5 million that we told people we were going to spend on paving and do it, and why we didn't go with the full. It was my intention, I believe the council's intention at the time, to take the remaining $7 million or so that's left and apply it towards the bridge eventually, perhaps combining it with another geo offering. So just keep that in mind as we discuss what amount to issue here. I also do want to point out, like, it's really important, something that Mr. Holloman said about the implications of a private placement versus a public offering here. Our ability to do a private placement is lowering the cost of this debt. If we increase the size too much, what I heard, and Vance, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if this gets too high above 5 million, we can't do the private placement, and then it's going to cost us another X number of dollars, $250,000 or something, to get the debt rated and go through that process to do an actual regular listing of it, which may not even be possible with the calendar. So I think we're kind of on this course of where it's 5 million private or nothing in the immediate future. Is everything I just said correct there, Vance?
If we got up to 10 million, we probably at that point in time would think it might be necessary to go ahead and try to do a public sale, but it would be at a later date. Quite honestly, probably just rolling it in with the 22 issue would be better at that point in time for us. But the 5 million, it is a very good number for what we're looking at doing as far as financial. On the financial end, it is a very good number to be doing by private placement.
And one final point, sorry, Mayor, while I still got the floor here, is if our intention is going to be to issue 22 million in early or mid fiscal year 21, like, we could do the same thing where we just keep that, we start Jose with a 5 million today, and later in the year he can just kind of keep rolling, and we can direct staff to issue a reimbursement to the general fund for the additional 5 million. You want to keep going and knock it all out soon. That's an option.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other discussion before we move on? Okay. Mr. Holloman.
Well, that is the end of my portion of the presentation. I believe Ms. Grogan was going to pick it up from here.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may interrupt, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Clark has his hand raised, and I didn't know if he wanted to say anything else or not.
Oh, Mr. Clark, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused because the fact that I raised it and I thought when I talked, you took it down, but it didn't go down. Based on the conversation we're having here, I think that the 5 million makes more sense. One, from the lower cost of issuing the bond. Secondly, you heard your public works folks say that they were ecstatic to get 5 million for repaving, telling me that this will bridge the gap. So I guess I like the 5 million, getting the money quickly, getting the things doing. And I don't know what the process entails, but he could actually start getting his bidding to coincide with the issuance of the private funding. So anyway, that was my 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Owens, for directing my attention that way. And I just lowered your hand also, sir. So you're good.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to jump in for Amanda here because she's going to be talking a lot this afternoon. So, but to reiterate, so we'll move ahead with the 5 million. It'll come before you for the formal vote to kind of move forward and what that process is. We will handle the timing in terms of with Jose and Adam and their crew and the financing. I don't foresee there being an issue with it, but we'll get that calendar set up and everything rolling with that. So that's the bid on the 5 million. Vance, was there any other questions you specifically need answered, or are we just going to, I think we'll kind of roll the tax rate question, I guess, in with the projects, right?
Well, yes. I mean, you know, again, we would need to eventually know our projects. The only other thing we would need.
Yep. So we'll get that. So I've moved to our next slide. And so you all should have the memo that I sent actually a few weeks ago, and this is straight from that. So real quick, I'll recap. So we met in November and December, and then we went through the exercise to try and figure out how council wanted to move forward with the bond. So the next question was what projects, and then trying to balance that projects with what our fiscal parameters are. That's to Mr. Mahaffey's point. That's where it came out with the 12 million that was remaining from the original transportation bond, 5 million to move ahead with the repaving, the backlog, because that was what was mentioned when that bond was passed, and then the other 7 would go toward potentially the Apex Peakway, the bridge. But we knew that more funding was needed. So that's the Southwest Connector. So then what we asked council was then, okay, we can do about 17 million on this next kind of bond issuance, and then another 25 or so in a few more years. So it was up to a total of about 42 that kept us within our parameters. So it was a matter of putting projects together that could fit into that. We sent out the exercise for all of you to rank those projects. I say rank, I should say prioritize. It's not necessarily a 1 through 3, but the highest prioritization. And when that came back, that's what you have before you, or it was on the memo, and with these options, the prioritizations clearly put the Peakway Southwest Connector, again, that's the bridge over Salem 01, the Center Street Railroad Crossing Improvements and Sidewalk, and the Chatham Street Railroad Crossing Improvements and Sidewalk, those 2 downtown projects. Those 3 projects together were just over 17, which at 600,000 is easy enough to handle with other budget. But that was that first 17. Those were the front runners, clearly the priorities that y'all placed. So those would be part of the first issuance. And then the second issuance, the clear priorities that were indicated were the widening of the Peakway north, and that's from Center Street to Old Raleigh, Jesse Drive Phase 1, the William Street sidewalk, and then the rest of the pavement backlog, the additional 5 million. That was the final bit. Now that came up to just shy of 20 million, so that put it a little over 37 million in the total. That's option 1, where those were the highest priorities. You can stop there, and that's how we'll plan forward. That would be the list of projects. We could structure what the potential tax rate impact would be off of that. And based on what Vance presented, you're looking at probably maybe if you wanted to, you could do a 1.5 cent with the first issuance, and then another 1.5 cent with the second issuance, and cover the debt service. The other piece of that was, okay, you are still a little under the 41, 42 that is available per our financial parameters. And so if you wanted to add another project to that, you could. We listed out the 3 projects that were kind of within that range that we felt would be able to handle. That was the second phase of Burma Drive, the Tenjin Road pedestrian bridge, and then the Production Drive extension to Jesse. I also would like to put in, though, that what I've also heard is there might be some interest in sidewalks. And so you're looking at you're looking at about anywhere from $3 to $5 million really that you could potentially add to this bond in terms of free project, or not, I won't say free projects, in terms of an additional project. So I would, if you want to go with the higher amount, I would ask you to maybe look at these other 3 and maybe add in the sidewalk if that's something you want to do. But that's the discussion we need to really have, is really finalizing what projects council wants to see on the for this bond, and then we can kind of identify how that tax rate might break down. And then the next steps will be, we'll start getting the calendar in place, and the resolutions will start coming, and we'll start moving down that path. So Mayor, that's just my summary and kind of putting out there when we go, and I'll turn it back over to you to kind of open up for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Purvis. And discussion is open now. Mr. Gant, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Purvis, the first thing I noticed about these options when I got the memo earlier was, if we go with option 1, that's a smaller amount, would that enable, and would it be smart to enable, or would it be smart to do also a different kind of bond, like for downtown improvements or something like that, with that remainder, or is that just too small to even worry about? And so, yeah, my question was, with the option 1, without adding the other things to it, like on 2, like, can we do other bonds in 2026, like at the same time, possibly?
Sure. Yeah. No. So you'll have to. It wouldn't necessarily. If it falls under transportation, it's fine. You can still group it in the same referendum, but as far as identifying the funds, there's certain project categories that you have to fall within. So there may be. It may not fall under transportation, but yes, our overall debt capacity is what we're looking at here. So, 42 was kind of what we felt was the stretch debt capacity. So yes, you're looking, let's just say 5 million for a round number. If you wanted to do that, all those projects in bond option 1 and say, okay, but at least 5 million, and then have part of the referendum 5 million for another element, another component that's not transportation, yes, you could do that. That issuance, though, would still, to what you heard from Vance earlier, that issuance would still come grouped with the others, so that we're going to the market at one time and trying to put those together. Like, you still wouldn't separate it out, because then you start having the same issues we're having now with the 5 million versus a higher amount. So it still gets grouped with the issuance. Vance, did you want to add to that?
I just wanted to add that if you were to issue for a separate purpose, you would have a separate referendum question.
Right. That's right.
Okay, and just to clarify, sorry, not breaking line. So, like, for example, if we go in 2026 adding 5 million for something else, I'm not sure what, but that's different. In theory, yeah, there'd be a referendum, but it could still be 2 years from now, or a year, 3 years from now, but there could be, the vote could happen then, but it could still be part of this 2026 thing.
Right. You could still, so in November, what you would do is it'd basically have 2 questions. You'd say, hey, here's the transportation bonds at 37 million. Here's downtown, for an example, for 5 million. So it could be voted on all at the same time, and then we just issue it with the rest in 26, like we're planning. Or you could go at another time.
It could be voted on in 2 years from now, though, too.
That's true. That's correct. You could vote on it at any time. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone else for discussion? All right, many hands. Mr. Gant, you still have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Well, everyone, if we're going for general discussion now, when I look at that list of the option 2 extras, there was very poor agreement amongst the 6 of us. So to me, that indicated, okay, they shouldn't be high priority. And like we're discussing now with other things, I think we can agree much more strongly on other kinds of projects or general sidewalk projects than what the three little things at the bottom of option 2 are. And so I strongly think option 1 is the way to go on this one.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thanks, Mayor. I think we do have to go with a full amount we're able to issue. I don't know if the set of projects for bond option 2 is where to go. Maybe we drop one of those and just burn down the backlog for Safe Routes to School as one option. I do want to make one point though that's bothering me about this list is Jesse Drive Phase 1 for me was a high priority because I also want to do Jesse Drive Phase 2 and make the connection between 1010 and 55. And I'm less excited about it if we're not going to do Phase 2. And my hope is to get both those done and make the complete connection between Phase 1 and between 1010 and 55 before the end of the decade when DOT is going to start their 1010 project at some point or their 55 project. Having that connection, that connectivity, I think is going to be vital for our citizens. So I was hoping, and I think my priorities, I filled out the spreadsheet quite a while ago, but I believe my priorities reflected the need to make this connectivity. So I'm disappointed to see that we only have Phase 1 on here, and furthermore, Phase 1 is only going to be done after fiscal year 26. So maybe Phase 1 will be done by 2030 or whenever when DOT starts, and then no one's going to use it. The 1010 or Jesse Drive at that point will just be a nice looking road that'll dead end at the end of Horton Park. So I think we need to have a discussion as to our priorities here with Jesse Drive, if you want to complete the connection or not, and that you reflect what we do here. As far as the rest of it goes, I think the Peakway connector is important. Peakway widening, I think I've been convinced that's also important, more important than the southeast connection for the Peakway. I support, finishing the pavement management backlog that we just had that discussion about. I'm curious from Jose, like this kind of plan goes out pretty far in the future. I'm assuming we're going to have more pavement management, more backlog is going to get built over these years. So it's not like this is going to be the end of it. By the time this is done, there'll be another couple $2 million to do, I'm assuming. And the same probably could be said about sidewalks.
And that is correct. Right now, we are not, based off our pavement condition surveys and our engineer contractors, we are not fully funding our pavement maintenance to maintain. So every year we do drop a little bit more. So, and like I said, the council has been every year giving us more money to catch up to where we need to be, but we're still not there yet. So you're absolutely right, Councilmember.
So, thank you. So my overall comment is I think this is a good bond package that we can tell the public reflects our priority of, interconnectivity, streets. We got some street projects here, obviously, pavement backlog, and a bunch of sidewalk projects. So it's a good package. My one thing I'm uncomfortable with is not finding a way to get Jesse Drive Phase 2 done before the end of the decade.
All right, anyone else? And I would agree with you, Mr. Mahaffey. It is definitely a good package, and this is just a really a question that I get excited when I look at the bridge. How long does it take to construct a bridge? Anyone?
Well, we're going on what, 10 years now? So
yeah, if we were to move forward, how long would it take to construct that bridge? The Southwest Connect?
I don't. Marty and Jose would have the expertise on that. It's a lengthy project. Just the construction alone, is going to take a while. So, and then obviously we're still trying to finalize the design piece of it, but it'll still be a couple years at least, at minimum. If the referendum goes through, it still has to go for a vote. If the referendum goes through, you're still looking at a couple years at that point.
Okay. All right. Anyone else?
Sean,
just meaning to completion. Just you're talking about meaning to completion of the bridge a couple of years, Mr. Purvis?
At best, from the bond being approved. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I don't know if Russell's on. If Russell's on, he may be able, or Marty, they may be able to address that.
You are correct, sir.
All right. Thank you, Russell.
All right. Great. Thank you, Russell. I do see Ms. Killingsworth. You have the floor. Go ahead.
I would say I agree with Terry. I would like to see Jesse Drive completed before the, construction begins on 1010 and 55. People are going to need alternatives there. So if we're not going to be able to complete it before that starts, then, this is kind of a waste of time. I really, I like to see the variety of projects here. We've got pedestrian and vehicular improvements and maintenance as well. So, yeah, I tend to want to go with option 2 on this.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
What I would offer Ms. Killingsworth and Mr. Mahaffey, to everyone, but specifically to your responses, I think the challenge on Jesse Drive, not that anybody didn't want to get it done. Obviously, these rankings indicate what collectively y'all prioritized in the exercise. The challenge was the cost in our parameters. And we can continue to look at ways to speed up Jesse Drive as much as possible, that first phase. But overall, both phases alone was approaching $20 million, or both phases together were approaching $20 million. And so that's where it can be done. But like we've talked about, then there's other things you're slotting out, right? Or you're pulling out and you got to slot that in. So that was the purpose of going through the prioritization. So, so really Jesse Drive and any of the Peakway projects, if you want to put those in and nothing else, then we start maybe working things around. Or if you take out the Peakway, then you can definitely do Jesse Drive. Those were the things I think that all of y'all had the challenge of trying to balance. So.
All right, Mr. Mahaffey.
Yeah, and my response, I guess, is the Peakway Bridge is important to me for the exact same reason that I'm pushing Jesse Drive. Is we're looking to provide connectivity for when these other construction projects occur, to let people move around town, either between these major highways or in the case of the Peakway Bridge, avoid them altogether. So I certainly wouldn't want to slot that out for Jesse Drive. Was there an issue, Shannon, with LAP funding for these projects too? I recall we had a discussion about the reason some of them were phased in 26 versus 21 had to do with timing of applying for matching funds or for potential funding. Is that consideration for Jesse Drive?
Yes. So I think with the bond consideration, the discussion was to assume no grant funding or LAP funding. And so that's what's presented here. Jesse Drive, one of the reasons that we ended up breaking it into 2 phases was because we do, Russell and I discussed that we do expect phase 2 from production to 55 to be a better LAP project. So that would be a potential roadway LAP project down the road. But we can't kind of look ahead and work on that if it's not included in the overall budget plan, because we do have to show that, it's the town's designing and planning on the budget for our match. So that's the difficulty there. But that would be a potentially good LAP roadway project. And we don't have other good LAP roadway projects in this list besides what we already have lined up, which is the Peakway and then potentially Peakway North widening. For the sidewalk projects that are prioritized, I think Russell and I had originally put Center and Chatham a little bit further out because we saw those as potentially good LAP projects, which if you move those up, you won't be able to use LAP funding. Just because anything, as I mentioned earlier, anything that we apply for this year, it's like 2024 when you're getting to the point of being able to construct using LAP funds. So just to kind of have that in the back of your mind.
I think that's good advice. Thank you. I think we should consider that, whether we want to move Center and Chatham back and pull something forward to 21, even if it's just general sidewalk projects that we know are not going to be, or we feel won't be eligible for LAP funding. Maybe we could do some of that stuff, given our discussion earlier about wanting to do that.
if I can just jump in one more time. So if we can work with town council's priorities as far as LAP and how we kind of lay things out. If town council does decide to move forward more Safe Routes to School projects, then we can concentrate on those for LAP fundings. So we have some flexibility. I just wanted to set the expectation that anything that has that LAP funding is further out when it gets to construction.
Can I ask one question to you and Marty? Or sorry, I guess you and Sean. If we go forward with something like this plan, is there any way Jesse Drive will be completed before the end of the decade with some combination of LAP funding later on in the decade and maybe a minor miracle? Or does this plan Ezra kind of exclude the possibility of completing that connection before DOT begins their project?
And you're talking about the second phase?
Yes.
Mr. Mahaffey? Okay. So yeah, Shannon and then Russell can kind of talk to you about how the planning looks on that. And I want to reiterate, so phase one, we had determined was not going to be eligible for any LAP funding either. So I just want to make sure it was only the phase two. As far as timing, there's money has already been there. Some design work on Jesse Drive has already been, or some preliminary study and design has been funded, and they're working toward that. So in terms of timing, when it could happen, I mean, potentially Jesse Drive phase one could start construction calendar year, like late 2025, in terms of the finances. And so you're talking, 4 years from now, it could start, it could work if everything's lined up. So in terms of timeline, though, again, back to Russell and Jose on that. And then Shannon and Russell can talk to you about how the planning for the second phase would go for that timeline. So, sorry, go ahead, Shannon.
Oh, I was actually going to see if Russell wanted to jump in on that one from the CIP request that we originally put forward as far as phase two.
Yeah, so as far as phase two goes, I'm just looking at that. For Jesse Drive, I mean, we had planned to start design for phase two in fiscal year 23-24, and we showed the money out in future years. So I didn't, when I proposed the request, I didn't propose it for the, anything immediate in the CIP.
So the other point, so with that, Mr. Mahaffey, I mean, we can prepare. I mean, Russell and Shannon have done a good job. I mean, especially recently, we've tried to line our LAP projects up, is we don't want to get behind, as you've heard, LAP takes a little bit of time to get in place as it is. And it takes even longer to get in place if you don't start your design beforehand. And a couple of years ago, we made the decision to not worry about LAP funding for the study and design portion of LAP, for LAP funding for those elements. We wanted to go ahead, have those ready to keep projects moving. So to Russell's point, in terms of requesting, we can look to budget funds and get money in the budget for the design, the study and design element for the second phase of Jesse Drive. I don't know how long Jesse Drive phase one would take to actually construct. Say it started in 2025. I don't know what that construction looks like. It's probably tight. I don't want to promise anything. I mean, you're still talking 9 years out. Even if you start phase one in 2025, if it takes a couple years, you've got a few years. We're beyond of our full. We can plan. It's for roads that far. Finances, we can do some estimates out, but we don't know exactly where we'll be. We may have the financial flexibility to start working that project in. We also, as it may start showing up on the CIP. As a little bit closer as we get further out in the CIP, that creates options for Shannon to go to LAP, and so again, that potentially creates some financial flexibility if we get that lined up ahead of time.
So let me ask the same question, kind of what I said earlier, with regard to our general fund balance. So once this bond is approved, we know this is the 17. Whether the 41 or whatever, how much million is going to get issued. With regard to the timing of starting Jesse Drive phase one, is there not an opportunity to start it in fiscal year, let's say 24, and perhaps again float from the general fund and then refund ourselves later once we issue the 26 bond, just to buy us that extra year. And I keep pushing this because I just want to kind of put it up there on the board as a goal to try to get this project done end to end before DOT breaks ground, or roughly around the same time, because I think it'll be just an example of smart planning to try to line those things up.
Sure. No, it makes sense to line them up. I think the DOT portion of that is still a wild card variable on where they'll be. The other piece is, in terms of moving forward and looking at it, we're talking about 8.5, and hopefully that's accurate. We hope it is. It depends on the phasing of the project, right? When I say that, not the phase 1, phase 2 of the Jesse Drive, but the steps in that project. So if we're not selling the bond till fiscal year 26, which that includes, part of calendar year 25. If you want it starting in 24, it really, if Russell and Adam and when we bid that out and Jose's team look at what that contract looks like, if it's within that first year, we're looking at, hey, we're going to spend down, $2 million of that 8.5. Then yes, we can probably look to figure out how things work. But if you're all of a sudden going to spend down $8.5 million, it starts to make things tighter, otherwise. So there's ways that's definitely a balancing act. There are ways to do it, like as we've mentioned in that reimbursement piece. But we have to be careful with other projects that come up when council wants to use debt service, and the fact that financial projections, we all want it to continue to look positive and do it, but 5 years from now, we don't really know if there's another recession or not. So.
Councilmember Stallings.
I would just add, I think most of us really are thinking about connectivity issues and how important that will be when these DOT projects come online. And based on what Mr. Purvis said, it sounds like we don't even know if 2030 is going to be the start date, but at least that's the information we're working from now. And so I really appreciate and want to continue to ask staff to be assertive with helping us, or helping me prioritize the decision in terms of LAP funding projects. And I think I'm hearing that you're saying Jesse Drive Phase 2, Center Street, and Chatham Street potentially will be LAP projects. Is that right?
Yes, we had identified those 3 as potential LAP projects. And I do believe the initial CIP request had Jesse Drive Phase 1 construction earlier, but I realized that may not work out as far as the bond.
Yeah. It really does come down to the funding. I'm sorry, Ms. Stallings.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say, and if we divert Jesse Drive Phase 2 to potential LAP funding, would we have any idea when that would be completed? Any guesstimates in terms of time?
So I think Russell had said that the design request was FY 23-24. Which means that we could plan on applying for LAP for construction, not this October, but next October, meaning being ready to go to construction in the FY 26 timeframe. So it's feasible from that standpoint to have it built before 2030, but I think again it's the funding question.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Purvis, we're right at 11:48. Do we want to just table this right now and come back and tackle it after lunch, or what do you want to do?
We can. I mean, it depends on how much longer you think you need. We've got this one set aside to 12. The afternoon one's going to, I know everyone, we've been sitting here for a while, and this afternoon is going to take some time. Okay. If everyone thinks they need a break, wants to go to lunch for an hour and think things over, then we can certainly pick this up right back then. What I'm hearing, I just want to make sure what I'm hearing is, we're some discussion on, again, we're trying to get to which projects are we including on the bond. It sounds like on some degree, we're looking at still doing 4142, whether it's the full bond for transportation or whether it's a portion and then the 5 or something else per what, as Mr. Gant mentioned. So that's fine. I'd like to point out that, you know, as far as the tax rate goes, you know, that may mean 1.5 cents in after the first issuance. That would be for the fiscal year, the 22-23 budget, and then another 0.5 cents for the 26-27 budget. So that the tax thing I think is easy enough to ask you and see if you're okay with, but it's still the projects, and it sounds like there's still some discussion to be had on which projects are moving forward. And again, to timing, and you know, it's time and money, as it is with just about everything. We did not include LAP funding in these because, so for instance, the Center Street and the Chatham Street, if you want to get them done now, they could be done, you know, with the bond money without LAP funding. If you want LAP funding, you're going to have to wait a couple years before they can be done. So that was the other thing we took into consideration with this, and that goes with any of the projects. So keeping that in mind on the projects and the timing. But yeah, the funding does create the challenges because it's only $17 million for the first round. It's not until, you know, fiscal year 25-26 that you're looking at that second $25 million. And while you may be able to reimburse ourselves some and borrow against ourselves for a little bit, it's not the full amount, right? So it just depends on what projects line up here and the time that you want to see them done. But Mayor, yeah, with those thoughts in mind, if everybody wants to kind of adjourn and come back around, you know, 12:45 with some time for, you know, after some time for lunch and catch up and stretch, then we can certainly do that.
Well, it's up to my colleagues. I mean, if they feel like we can make decisions in the next 15 or whatever, we can roll. But it sounds like we still have some things to talk about as far as projects and things. Which ones are so? I'll let open for discussion right now. See what y'all want to do. I guess. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mahat.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I'm ready to make a suggestion. I don't know if people do want more time to think about it, then we should probably break, but.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I was going to suggest that given what my colleague, Councilmember Gant said earlier, and I think that's a good point, there's not a whole lot of agreement about the additional choose one project for bond phase 2 or bond option number 2. But there does appear to be a lot of agreement amongst ourselves about the need to make faster progress on our backlog of safe routes to school and overall sidewalk projects. So what I'd propose is rather than choosing one of those options, we add in an equivalent amount. I'm trying to see, is it 4.4 million? Whatever would fit for safe routes to school backlog projects for fiscal year 26 issuance. And another thing I'm thinking of, another separate second suggestion might be to move Center and Chatham Street to fiscal year 26 and move forward a portion of pavement management backlog and then the safe routes to school backlog in fiscal year 21 so we can get started a little sooner. And this kind of speaks to my earlier suggestion about maybe what we end up doing in practice is taking that money and then having an extra $500,000 a year for safe routes to school, and then the money for pavement management might be, you know, $2.5 million in whenever we're done with the $5 million we're doing now, and then another $2.5 million in fiscal year 26. So I know I said a lot. Does that make sense to everyone? What I'm suggesting?
Sure. Anyone else?
Yes, please.
No.
Thanks, Mayor. I do understand. I think we should start out with the things that there is high agreement, and I agree also that, you know, it's a little concerning to move forward. We don't have as much agreement, and I think it's because of the price tag and all the competing things that we want to do in the city, and we want to be responsive to. But I'm in agreement with the backlog and safe routes to school. And the things that we address that are highest needs, and that there was most agreement with. And then I would think that if there's a possibility for LAP funding, that then maybe those things can go down. So those are my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, cool. I know this sounds like more work, but Mr. Purvis, is there an opportunity to maybe have an illustration of?
Yep.
Yep.
That's why I was kind of sketching it out on my paper right there while you were mentioning that. So what we can do if we do want to break for lunch, and we've got scheduled at 12:45. If you want to do that over that time, I can kind of put together what Mr. Mahaffey and Ms. Dozier just mentioned, and see if that works, or at least give you another option to start thinking from. And just so what that option would look like, what I'm hearing is the first issuance, the 17 million, would include the Peakway, then some sort of combination dealing with sidewalks / safe routes to school, or the pavement backlog, and then the Chatham Street and Center Street would be moved to the second part with Jesse and William Street and the remainder of the pavement backlog. And because the addition of the safe routes to school, those sidewalks would take the place of trying to decide between those three projects that, to Mr. Gant's point, there was not high agreement on. That's why they were not included in those.
Yes, and if I can add, part of my motivation there was maybe projects like Center and Chatham you mentioned could potentially be LAP projects, and that's something we can think about if they're in the 26 bond issuance. Not that I know it's not guaranteed. And then I would ask that again for fiscal year 21, we would choose projects based on what we know would not be LAP eligible or too small or whatever.
And Mr. Purvis, we keep mentioning LAP. I mean, how well do we know the chances of these being awarded before we start kind of planning on that?
So nothing's 100%. Again, that's why with the bonds, we did not even include LAP in this. We gave you the option to move forward. You get the money and we can move. It's about however long it takes to actually do the physical design and construction. So Shannon and Russell can speak better to how the LAP and the eligibility and what's there. There's limitations on how often you can apply and how many projects you can apply. You can apply for. I know Chatham and Center were already kind of in the queue, so Shannon can speak to how strong those projects are. And it also depends on the amount of funding you ask for, right? You can go up to an 80% request, which we don't typically do. The more you put in, the stronger your application is. I think it's just amount of the timing with them. So Shannon, if you've got anything to add.
Yes, so I think that so we didn't have a safe routes to school bundle on this list, and that was because we started being very specific about the projects we move forward each year instead. I think if town council decides to go that direction, a safe routes to school bundle of projects could be a very viable LAP application as well. And so then it becomes, which projects do you just want to move forward on the faster timeline? Chatham and Center we've looked at before for LAP, and they are a little tricky because they're so expensive with the railroad crossing. So there is a cost benefit analysis that goes into LAP, and it may turn out that a safe routes to school group could actually be more competitive for LAP than the Chatham and Center. So we really don't know until we go through the process, but I just wanted to let you know that either one could be a potential LAP application.
Right. And if I could respond, Mayor, my motivation, I'm not trying to represent that, let's do this later so we can get LAP funding. I'm just trying to preserve the maximum amount of flexibility and the maximum amount of options that we have to eventually get LAP funding. Not that I'm under the impression that moving it into fiscal year 26 guarantees we get funding. I just want to, if that makes sense, just increase our options in the future for what we decide to go after.
Yes, you're clear. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and break now. Mr. Purvis, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. So we can break. Everyone have lunch, get some brain food, so we can come back. Lots of thinking in the next bit. I know we'll start with this, and then we had Vance line up after lunch so that you would be entertained and be good to go, so we don't have that afternoon drain. So, but we'll break. 12:45 is what we have on the calendar to come back to. So enjoy that time. In the meantime, we'll get this next option kind of fleshed out so you can see that first thing when we come back. Thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Mayor said he'll be here in just a minute, so.
Hey, Sean. While we're
Yes, sir.
waiting, I was wondering if anyone ever called you Never Nervous Purvis after all the good work you're doing.
Unfortunately, I'm often nervous, but believe it or not, but that's funny that you brought that up. I laughed. Yes, that was not an uncommon nickname to have. So.
Well, that was my dad's favorite nickname for a ball player when back in when he was when he cared about basketball a little more, and I was like, okay, works for you too.
Yeah. Sometimes it was sincere, and then sometimes it would be a little sarcastic, But but it was all in good fun and stuff. So your dad was probably talking about Purvis Ellison.
Yep.
Yeah.
Louisville. Played at Louisville.
He they beat us one night in the tournament because of how he played. I think round 16 one year.
That is where it came from.
Yeah.
Well, after all the awards to the budget, I think he deserved a real nickname of that one.
Well, I appreciate it. I try and we'll keep it as cool and calm and collected as we possibly can. So.
Mr. Purvis, we ready to go?
I believe so, sir. Staff-wise, we are. I know I'm only looking at the screen what I can see. So if you want to maybe do your roll call to make sure everybody's here, then we'll get started.
Okay, roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Here.
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Here.
Okay, great. Councilmember Gant.
Here.
And Councilmember Stallings.
Here.
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Here.
All right, we have 4 council. Mr. Purvis is yours. Thank you.
All right. So I hope everybody got something to eat and is refreshed and ready to go for another few hours. So we will have some breaks though. All right. So as I move to the next slide, I'm just going to preface it with I set it up as kind of option 3. We can move some things around. You'll see how I moved it. I want to reiterate going into it, the understanding that the first bond issuance, that 17 million that we're looking at, understand if the Peakway is in that, the Peakway accounts for 15.5. So it doesn't leave a lot of room in that. So that's kind of where everything is, just the high cost of the Peakway and Jesse Drive that kind of push things to different levels. So what I have is a starting point for you, for y'all to discuss. If you like what's there, fine, great. If you want to move some things around, let me know, and we'll see if we can come up with the best combination. What this is all the projects y'all had agreement on, so I dropped those other 3 off and then added in the safe routes to school, and then you'll see how that was broken out. So let me switch over, and all right, and you should be. You can see, everybody can see that table now. Okay, so that was the next option. So Mayor, open for discussion, and I'll move things around and answer questions as best I can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Purvis. All right, Mr. Holloman.
I apologize, but one thing I would point out about the Apex Peakway Southwest connector, Sean, that 15.5, is that the full cost or just what would come out of the next issue?
That would just come out of the next issue. The full
Okay,
cost then is made up with what's already been budgeted and the 7 million remaining in the other transportation bond.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that full project's at 25. So.
All right, Councilmember Haffey.
Yeah, I guess I'll just chime in and say this is looking good to me. This is consistent with what I was talking about before the break. I think it reflects our priorities for sidewalks and streets and gets us some connectivity. With regard to the Peakway connector, I know there was some discussion about potentially increasing our match from the pre-approved LAP program funding we got before. I know we can't budget for that, but can someone speak to what the consequences of that would be if some more money comes through and give us an idea of what the chances are of that happening? Would we be able to slot in some of the projects at that point?
I'll let Shannon talk in terms of what she feels. Her and Russell will have a better idea of that, what might be possible with the LAP and how we'll handle that for additional money. And then I'll pose the question and what I believe to be the case, and Lori can correct me if I'm wrong. So these are the projects we're working toward, and so that's, you know, we lined this up for the bond and the bond referendum. Generally speaking, though, the question is it's transportation. So if we get some extra funding for the Peakway, then we should be able to use some of that money still for transportation as we're still presenting as part of the bond referendum. You know, we can't go off and use that bond for police station or fire station or something, but if we keep it within the same focus area, if you will, that same realm, especially if it's for a project that we've already identified. So maybe it's adding on to the sidewalks, maybe it's adding on to the pavement management backlog or another project. That should be possible. And then Shannon, did you want to add anything about the possibility of what you and Russell are seeing as far as the LAP for the Southwest Connector?
Sure, I can jump in and Russell can add if he has anything. So the latest conversation that we've had with Campo, they realize that we intend to come back and ask for additional funds, and we're allowed to do that one time once we've been awarded a LAP project. So the plan that they've suggested to us is that when we come in to request construction authorization, we preview with the executive board that we will be coming back to ask for additional funds. And the max we can ask for is 50% of the total costs, which I think is around 25 million right now. So we would let them know that we're going to be asking for those additional funds. We would then bid the project, so we would have a better idea of actual construction costs, and then make our official request based on that bid for the additional funds. I would expect that we would get some additional funds from the LAP program. I would be surprised if we got 50% of the total cost. Typically, I've seen around 2 million will be, approved unanimously by the executive board. But if we're getting up toward 10 million in additional funds, that I have not seen a request that large, and I doubt that it could be granted.
So to follow up, would this be a decision of the executive board? Would the Campo staff have a recommendation for a number? They look at some criteria, some objective criteria, and come back and say this project is typically funded at this level, or is it just a matter of the people on the executive board to get in a room and decide what based on available funds, I guess?
So typically the way it works is the municipality makes a request to Campo staff. Campo staff will work out their recommendation, which up to this point has always been supportive. I'm guessing if they can't support it, they would come back to us and let us know, what their recommendation will be as far as an amount. The technical committee, which is, like me for each municipality, would then make a recommendation to the executive board, and then they vote in a similar fashion to the way town council handles business.
Thank you.
So any other discussion? Are we ready to move forward with this?
I think Ms. Stallings had her hand raised, sir.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
I
have a
see.
question.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No problem. I just want to get clarification for my notes about total cost on things we're talking about. So I have in my notes about $200 million as estimate for our sidewalk projects. I have $10 million for our paving management projects. And this maybe was said, and I'm sorry if I missed it, but with the safe routes to school, is that included in the 200 million estimate? It is, right?
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, ma'am, and Shannon can tell me if I'm wrong. But I believe that's the 350 total sidewalk projects, including safe routes to school.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Cox, or?
Yeah, that's correct. And so Jenna summed our cost estimates for every need that we have identified along every collector and thoroughfare. We would never recommend approaching it in that way. That just gives you kind of way out there number for what's needed. But a lot of those needs will be addressed through development as it occurs, or our roadway projects. But so that's, that does include safe routes to school needs, but we would never ask for 200 million at one time.
Sure, I understand. We're just trying to get a dollar figure in terms of estimates. Is there any estimate of what the safe routes to school projects would be? And dollar amount?
I'll need a few minutes, but I can sum those for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Holloman, you have your hand up. You have a question, comment?
That was from before. I apologize.
Oh, no problem, sir. No problem. All right. While Ms. Cox is getting that information, any more discussion?
Mayor, this is Nicole. I appreciate you doing this over the reg, Mr. Purvis, and your team. So I feel good about this list. I do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Mahaffey.
I was going to ask while we're waiting for that figure that Councilmember Strong has asked for, if we can get an overview from Sean about just kind of what the roadmap is going forward for getting this bond on the ballot. What decisions do we have to make? When do we have to make them? Sure. When are things finalized and that sort of thing?
Sure. So I'm going to buy Vance a couple minutes here to pull up his bond calendar while I talk, because he'll be the best to do it. The first decision is today. We need to know this package and what it looks like, because as you heard Vance say, within the next meeting or two, we've already reached out to the bond attorney because council had said they wanted to move forward. So we have a calendar kind of set up and in place. You'll start making resolutions to set everything up within the next couple weeks, and then there will be the calendar for going to LGC, doing the rating, getting everything in place for the referendum. So Vance, do you have any specifics to add to the calendar? I apologize that I don't have it in front of me. I'm afraid to mess with my screen because I know I'm sharing, and I'm afraid if I go and start trying to find it, then it won't. But if Vance can pull that calendar, he can probably give you the exact timeline.
Well, I don't actually have. I don't have that handy at the moment, but I think of our first actual action is going to be the second meeting in March. And after that, we'll be in a position to file the application with the local government commission. At that point, then we also, have to figure out how we're going to hold the public hearing. For instance, if the town were to remain, if our council meetings are not open, we're going to have to figure out how to do that. But we anticipate this going before the commission either at their May or June meeting. So I think there's probably occasions, a public hearing, and then 2 occasions where there'll be votes. And then there will be the commission's approval, which we do anticipate. The staff did not express any concerns about the amount we were asking for, the purpose. And it's our hope, again, to have it done. If it's not done in June, it could potentially slip to the July meeting, which would mean, the first week of July at the latest. And then, of course, coordinate with the election board to get that item on the ballot for the November referendum. But we are on a schedule that will provide us plenty of time for voter education and activities such as that before we have the referendum in November.
And do we have an idea of what other municipalities are talking about floating bonds this year as well? See what company we're in.
Not at this stage. I haven't heard anything. Usually some things will circulate on the finance and budget, kind of listservs, if you will, or even within our county. I have not seen or heard anything yet. I don't know if Amanda or Vance have.
I've not at this point, no.
Yeah, I've heard Morrisville. They're talking about collecting projects as well, but I don't know if anyone else.
Shannon, did you hear I saw your hand go up. Have you heard?
No, I wanted to respond to the Safe Routes to School when you're ready.
I'm good unless.
Yeah, we're ready.
Happy or okay.
Okay. Jenna calculated about 20 million, very rough estimate. I'd actually bump that up because it doesn't include some environmental review costs for all Safe Routes to School needs in that database.
Thank you for that.
All right, anyone else? Ms. Cox?
Oh, sorry, I didn't put my hand down.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Mayor, Sean, do we need a motion here, or are we good with a head nod?
I think a head nod is good because, I mean, you're going to have to vote on specific resolutions. What we needed, though, is Vance has to start compiling like the authorization to proceed and that sort of thing. And so that's why he needs to know these next steps. So if y'all can if you want to vote, that's fine. But if you want to come to a general consensus that you are good with, this is the lineup we're looking at, this is what we're going to approach, this is how we'll start putting everything together for the bond referendum.
Okay. Is anyone, Ms. Killersworth, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say I like this list better for 21 versus 26. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone opposed to moving forward with this?
Mayor, I'm going to be opposed to this. The Southwest Connector, I think, has a colossal cost to it for one bridge. And my preference in the thing, and we don't need to debate individual projects as far as like the majority speaks, but doing it later, I don't see a rush, and doing it later gives us potential, I think, to negotiate with North Carolina, who may or may not buy the S line to get it at grade, and that grade would make my neighbors happy. And even if it's a small chance, I think it's worth pursuing, and it'll be much less expensive. So I'm gonna oppose the Peakway Connector being on the 21 list. And I will later on if you have a public thing too, but for this meeting.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Councilmember Stallings, just a question. Do we have an estimate from staff on what the probability of that is, that what Mr. Gann is proposing or asking for?
I don't know that we can give a probability, and our understanding, though, is that even if the state owns it, because it's a railroad, they're still opposed to at-grade crossings. So it's hard to kind of, things can change when they actually own it. I feel like, to what Mr. Gann is saying, I think there's probably a better dialogue to be had in that situation than with the current railroad owner, but it's still an at-grade crossing, so I can't really give you estimate on what they may or may not say. Not having worked with any other projects with what the state where they have the railroad. So unless Russell or Shannon or Jose have anything, it's kind of hard to say that. But I would expect the dialogue would be better.
Based on what we've been told, I'd say 0%.
Well, Ms. Stallings, I will venture to say that I would be camping out on the governor's sidewalk to advocate for this if it does come to pass. So working with the governor will be, or whoever else, DOT will be way easier than working with CSX, who I think is a -0 chance of happening. But yeah, I just want to, if that can happen, that we would be heroes and we'd be saved, $20 million, and my neighbors would be happy. So it'd be I think it's worth pursuing the small chance of it happening. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so what I'm hearing is 4 are in favor of moving forward and 1 no. So the majority, we move forward. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll start preparing everything, and then it'll start coming for you in the more formal process. So, Mr. Gant, to your mention, it'll be there for those votes as well for the actual. And while we're on the bond, real quick before we switch over, Vance is going to take over in a second to kind of give you some financial background on our funds and reserves. Amanda has placed the bond schedule draft in the chat, so you can always look at that if you need be. That's the proposed bond schedule. And it's pretty much like Vance said, we're looking at March meetings, kind of getting some resolutions to you to get going. Now we're looking at, we got to have time to compile those forms and documents. So, all right, with that, Vance, if you're ready to go, if you want to request control.
Okay.
And then we'll let you do the financial condition review. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I did locate our calendar. I'll just throw this in before we go on to our financial condition review. We do our preliminary findings. That'll be our first meeting in March, actually. We will introduce the bond order in our first April meeting and also call for the public hearing. Public hearing will be conducted in the second April meeting, and we have built flexibility into the schedule. We may not be able, depending on how the public hearing is conducted, we may not be able to actually adopt the bond order the same evening as the public hearing, but right now we have that on the schedule for the first meeting in May to adopt the bond order. So there will be our 4 meetings that will concern the referendum in November. Today, we want to go over our, as far as our financial condition review goes, we want to go over our current fund reserves and targets. And we also want to give you some update where we stand on our debt and our indicators as far as any additional debt capacity we would have. Again, by discussing the general fund, how the fund balance changed in the year ended June 30, 2020. In our reports, if you looked at that, you saw our total fund balance actually increased by $2.4 million. Total fund balance in the general fund is $42.3 million. But that increase is as far as our indicators of what is available to appropriate and the tracking, the available fund balance our policy relates to is actually influenced by different things, not just that change in fund balance, but also changes in various reserve levels. And we actually had a larger increase in that available fund balance figure of $2.8 million, about 400,000 higher. The main difference is that our inspections reserve figure decreased by $500,000. And that accounts for most of that difference between the two figures. So the available fund balance that we track, that our fiscal policy relates to, that is in fact went up by a bit more than our fund balance in total. When we look at our reserve policy, the reserve policy for that is that we will have an amount equal to 25% of our budget in our available fund balance. The figure as it stood at June 30 was $28.9 million. We tracked this during the course of the year. So it just isn't a historical figure. We track how our actions during the course of the year impact that. The amendments that have occurred in the current year so far, an additional $3.2 million has been appropriated so far. Now that includes everything through last Tuesday, the $1.2 million that was appropriated for the Lake Pines project. Now you might say, well, that's a street project. Why is it counting in the general fund? But what we did, we appropriated fund balance and we make a transfer into the fund where the project will actually be financed. But that does count. So the budget for the general fund did in fact increase by $1.2 million as a result of that. So our current available fund balance is about 25.6. Now the budget, current figure we have for the budget is $78.5 million. And that means that our criteria is about 9.6 million. So, I mean, that's our threshold, 9.6 million to maintain that 25% of budget in available fund balance. So we end up with an excess amount of about $6 million at this point in time. One thing I'll point out too is that this is real. There are two criteria here. There's the amount of the available fund balance, and then there is the 25% of the budget. And that gap in between is what is available to appropriate within our fiscal policy. Now, what happens is I've not seen the town do this in any of the years I've been here, but typically you appropriate fund balance. It almost is always increasing the budget for the general fund. I think it's theoretically possible, though I've not seen it occur, that say, for instance, if another revenue, you discovered another revenue was going to fall short and you felt like you needed to appropriate fund balance rather than rely upon that other revenue source, you adjust the budget for that. Again, I've not seen that happen in my time here. That would be the only case where I think you could appropriate fund balance and it would not increase the total budget. So what occurs is when you appropriate, say you appropriate $1 million of this available fund balance, what will occur is that number, that fund balance, available fund balance, it will go down $1 million. But then what will also happen is that total 25% of the total budget, that will then increase by $250,000. So what occurs is an appropriation of $1 million would actually lower the available amount by $1.25 million, presuming you appropriated it for an additional expenditure. So that is what that $4.8 million figure represents. The fact that if you were to go out and appropriate $4,829,792, that would bring that available fund balance excess above the 25%. That would bring that excess above the 25% down to a zero figure. So that is something I would encourage you to keep in mind as these amendments come through, is the fact that there is a finite amount out there that's available for you. And just think in terms of, what your priorities are and is this a positive use in light of the amount we have available? Excuse me. The utility funds had a very good year. Water sewer fund, the net position increased by $20.7 million. That's a bit deceiving because a portion of that was contributed fixed assets by developers. Also, some of that was a contribution of capital contribution in the form of capital reimbursement fees, about $7 million of it. But the water sewer fund did generate a positive cash flow from operations of about $6.3 million, which is very good. Net position of the electric fund also increased by over $3 million, and their positive cash flow from operations was in excess of $7 million. Now, where would those monies, those extra cash money from operations go? Well, a part of it will go to capital outlay. A part of it will go into debt service. You also, the cash balance itself in both cases did increase. So that's how that gets used up. But in the way they're segregated out, it's very positive, very good to have that positive cash flow from operations because you've got to cover your operating costs. Then you've also got to cover debt service, and then you've also got to cover capital. So it's very good we have that excess amount coming from operations. and look here at the various ratios related to the fund traditionally looked at. Working capital, water sewer fund in excess of $17 million. And that is based solely on the cash in the operating fund. We have over $60 million of cash in the water sewer fund. But there is cash in the capital project funds. There are cash in those capital reserve funds. For the purpose of this calculation, I've limited it just to that cash in the operating fund. So to have that amount and have a quick ratio, that's really your current assets divided by your current liabilities. And you back out with your assets, you back out your non-quick assets, as they're sometimes known. That would be things such as prepaid expenses or inventory. Cash accounts receivable would essentially be all that would be considered. And a ratio of 4.3 is very healthy. Electric fund, same thing. The bond proceeds from our revenue bond for our new operations facility, that's not reflected in that $15 million figure. So it's not inflated or overstated by that. And then they also have a quick ratio of 3.3, which is very positive, particularly when you consider that June is one of the larger months for the power bill from Electricities. And that figure is reflected in that quick ratio. And still, we have a very positive number at 3.3 times. We look at our outstanding debt. I guess that's the reserve portion of our presentation, the reserves of the three major funds of the town. And again, very good year for the town. You know, when you look at that general fund figure in particular, the increase we had there, that's after everything from COVID was taken into account. So, for instance, the $1 million we put into the loan fund, that's been taken into account. The various expenditures we had, additional expenditures for COVID, that had been taken into account. So it was really a very positive year for us. Outstanding debt at June 30, 2020, our general fund debt, which we consider our tax-supported debt, that has increased significantly. That was about $48 million at this time last year, same time last year, 73 this year. That's because we had, of course, the last of those park and recreation bonds issued. So that is that figure has gone up a bit. Water sewer, pretty much, we paid down some principal. Didn't really have any new debt there. The electric fund, we have a second revenue bond outstanding now. Their figure is up to $12 million. I think last year we were just under $100 million at that for the total debt. We're now just around 133. If you look at what kind of debt we have, general obligation bonds constitutes, a large percentage, 91 out of the 133 million, and that's very positive. The installment purchases, a very small amount. Then we have some revenue bonds and revolving loans for the remainder of it. But the great majority of our debt is tax supported. If you think about all the different functions, you know, that go on in the general fund, your parks and recreation, your street, sidewalks, public safety, things of that nature, all those come through the general fund for their debt. So you can expect that to be a bit higher, whereas water and sewer and electric are essentially concerned with their operations. But you do, in fact, you know, you do have a good breakdown of your debt there between the various different types. And again, having predominantly GO debt is something that's viewed very positively. We look at why our debt has been issued. As in the past, Parks and Recreation continues to lead here. I believe that number represents almost 60 million out of the 73.5. That represents about 80% of the tax-supported debt outstanding right now is Parks and Recreation, and then Public Safety, Streets and Sidewalks are around hovering just below the 10% amount, and a small amount for general government. That's the land on which the inspections building is going to be constructed. The debt on that falls into the general government category. If you look at your general fund tax supported debt, to me, that is a thing of beauty. That way that curve is sloping down. That is exactly what you anticipate seeing for your tax supported debt. What will occur, your utility debt is traditionally pretty much flatlined, consistent amount. But in in your general fund, your tax supported debt, you anticipate seeing a decreasing debt service payment each year. And the reason for that being that with all the various services that rely on the general fund for repayment of their debt, there is always additional demand from one category or another. As you've seen, as you've been talking about the bonds today and the various projects we need money for, you see that, and having that curve sloping down as it does, that's great to see. And that's, as each of those go down, and that is increasing capacity each year as the debt gets paid down and the payments decrease. We look at our limits, our assessed valuation, put the new, the January 1 number in there, $10.2 billion, a significant growth. We were, I believe, around 7.8 a year ago at this time, so that's a significant growth. That's good because the tax supported debt amount also went up, but that percentage at 0.72, that is still that's still very strong. Nowhere near any limits. The town has a limit of 2.5%. That's what the T indicates. That's the town's limit. We're nowhere near that. And in fact, I don't know. We could issue that much debt, but we couldn't pay for it, is what I always say. If we had to issue 4 times more than we, 3 times more than we have now, that would be quite a bit. And the state, I don't know what they were thinking, but they've got an 8% limit on it. And no one even ever comes close to that. I have to confess, there's a typo on this page. I typed in the debt amount as opposed to the budget figure, and I apologize to you for that. The calculation at 8.84% is actually correct, though. I just picked up, I had them on the same spreadsheet and just picked them up incorrectly. But the actual number for the current budget, general fund budget, after the actions taken Tuesday night, appropriating the money for Lake Pine, that number is $78,544,341. So the 8.84% is correct, but the wrong number was typed in there. I apologize to you for that. The town has a 12% limit. Our debt service has gone up, but we are still within that limit, well within that limit. I want to take a moment and review each year the Local Government Commission puts out a report of our debt and allows us to compare ourselves with other municipalities in our population group, and also will enable us to compare ourselves with some of our neighbors on the next slide. Apex's numbers they had for us, percentage of appraised value 1.089%, per capita debt 1,339. Now, you see their Apex updated. I went in and I recalculated the percent of appraised value based on the $10.2 billion number, feeling that would be more useful, more accurate, and that's at 0.84. The commission used a Office of State Budget and Management number for a population of about 61,000. And we are, in fact, we believe at June 30, we're in excess of 65,000. That didn't make nearly as much difference, but the differences in the appraised value, that is very significant. Our peer group in this group, 50 to 99,000 in population. We have quite a mixed bag in there. There are only 9 units of government. That's restricted to, that's also units with electric systems. So in our population, or that may not, I'm sorry, I don't believe that is based on electric system. That's open to anyone, I'm sorry. But our population group 9, there's just a mixed bag of that 9. There's a mixed bag of units in there. There's some that are growing, and there's many more though that are actually reducing in size and in population. So that number there, that's not as useful to us to look at that number in this group, but the numbers below there are the other AAAs in our peer group. That is a useful comparison. You see there Asheville, Chapel Hill, and Huntersville all have AAA ratings. Asheville and Chapel Hill, we're not that far from them. We're a little more than them, but we're not terribly far away from them. I think there's certainly large units of government who do have capital needs. I think we're probably in a higher point in our growth spurt right now than those communities are. They're more established, but they still have capital needs, and they still are AAA rated units. So Seeing in our growth stage not being that far ahead of them, that's very reassuring. Huntersville is just a unique situation. I think we've talked about them in the past. They are, I think, predominantly a lake community. They have certainly, again, AAA, but their figures are definitely out of line with ours. But again, I think they have a lot of lake property in that area, and that probably impacts that number a bit. I went in and there's a typo on this one too, and I apologize for that, but I went in and compared ourselves to the other Wake County towns around our population group. Cary's larger, Fuquay and the rest are just in the group below ours. And what occurs is I went in and took Wake County, when they send us our evaluations, they also send us the same file contains the appraised values of all the other municipalities in Wake County. So I went out and recalculated each of their appraised values. I didn't try to recalculate the populations to get debt per capita, but I recalculated the appraised values. I apologize to you on our 1120. That should be 0.84%, as it was on the prior slide, and it was a typo to be the 1.084. So that's 0.84. If you look at the units in here, Cary is larger than us several times. Their debt per capita, though, is higher, as well as their other ratios. If you look at the makeup of these, you'll see that Cary, Fuquay, and Holly Springs all have been higher than us in their debt statistics. Garner is a very comparable level. Then Morrisville, I know Morrisville, with their location near the airport, they have a lot of business property. I think that impacts their ratios. And Wake Forest, apparently they must have quite a bit of business property too. That impacts theirs. But if you look at the other people that are here in Wake County, where people are growing, where communities are growing, our debt numbers do not look out of whack. In fact, we're lower than many of these communities. So I don't see anything in our debt statistics that cause me any concern or alarm about that as far as our ability to go into the debt market further. I see nothing there of concern. To me, it's always been interesting to kind of see where we stand to these different communities, and again, to see several of them above us, even with the amount of debt we've issued recently. Get a positive feeling from that. Look at our utility funds now. I don't know if you recall from prior years, this presentation, this water number has been pretty much up at 4 million each year. We are now down between 3.7 and 3.8 million. That was the refunding we did last fall, knocked off 200,000+ in our debt service for the water sewer fund for the next several years. And this is, again, really structured the way you would expect an enterprise fund to be, kind of a level debt service, and you get some debt dropping off, you come down to another level, and then some drops off, you start coming to another level. So again, we had a significant savings from that taxable refunding we did last fall, and that's reflected here again, about a $200,000 reduction in each of these years. So we feel very positive about that. When you look at our electric debt service, currently for the next few years through 2024, we have the 2 revenue bonds outstanding. But in 2025, one of the revenue bonds will be paid off. So what will occur is we essentially will cut the debt service for that fund in half. Of course, as the town grows, you may anticipate receiving or seeing the need for some additional revenue bond debt. The most recent issue was for the warehouse. And again, that regular issue that first issue will drop off after 2024. Debt capacity for the utility funds, we typically look at coverage ratio. And again, you look at really the cash operating expenses and revenues. You get a certain amount that's available to cover. When you do revenue bonds, you'll typically throw a portion of the net assets into that number. The reason being just to provide coverage in the market should it become necessary. For evaluating performance, though, we've typically been leaving that off in the past. What we see here is very positive for us. The electric fund, that's at 5.2 times. And again, it was much more than that in the audit report when we included part of the fund balance. But again, just for looking at strictly our operations and how that's covering our debt service, 5.2 is very positive. You consider again in a few years, about half that debt service is going away. So we'll be in pretty good shape. We look at this number, we've taken the top three numbers up there are all from the audit report for the year ended June 30, 2020. I've traditionally wanted to make this a little bit more meaningful number. I've traditionally taken the current year debt service figure and put that in there. So again, you get them a little more relevance than just, totally historical information, what occurred in 2020. Get an idea how good a job, if things stay the same, we'd be doing covering the current year debt service. The water sewer fund, that debt service figure, we did that refunding in the fall. Some of our debt, old debt, they'd already accrued their amounts, and so it didn't drop quite as far in the current fiscal year as it will be in fiscal year 22 going forward. We didn't get the full benefit, the full drop of a couple of $100,000, but despite that, when I look at that number for the water sewer fund, the years I've done this, I think this is now my 6th time as finance director I've made this presentation to the council, and this is the first time that number has ever been above 2%. So that's very positive. Some of it was, in fact, the reduction in debt service, and that'll become even more dramatic in the future years. But also just the fact that their rates have been being increased. I think they've really had a very good year as far as expenditure control also in that fund. So we actually got above 2%, and that's without bringing any fund balance in, just simply based on the operation. So I think we've made significant improvements in the water sewer fund. The electric fund has remained strong. So I guess I would just say in summary, we had a good year despite the difficulties with COVID and those expenses. On the balance sheets of our funds, we remain strong in all those areas, of course, and we have the capacity to take on additional debt in all those areas. I believe that's the end. Are there any questions or comments or? Yes,
Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting to see the position we're in, and it's wonderful that we've gotten through this year in such a strong position. With regard to fiscal year 2021, which we're coming up on the end of in a couple months here, do we have any early read on what the final revenue is going to look like? Because I know there was some concern early on in the year that revenue was going to fall short. Then we heard some positive news around October, November, things were looking better. How's that all going to shake out? Do we know yet? And how's that going to impact our fund balance? Do we anticipate there being potentially a transfer back to our fund balance due to unexpected revenue, or is it all just going to work out to be even?
Well, a couple of things I'll mention. I did not put slides in for this, but in our property tax, property tax on real property, not the motor vehicles, but just the real property, we are currently have collected 99% of the amount we budgeted. I think a part of that is just the fact that a large amount of property in the town is in fact mortgaged. But we've traditionally been around that figure, and we've remained just as strong on property tax. And of course, the revenue numbers themselves are much higher with the the valuation basis having increased. So, secondly, in the sales tax, I think our planning folks did a great job working with the Office of State Budget and Management, trying to help them understand what our population really is. And while we looked at that 61 figure and we thought, man, that's understated, we have been in the 50s before. I think last year we were around 54,000. So we got a significant boost in sales tax revenues. Wake County distributes based on population. So we've gotten in the current year a significant boost in our sales tax as a result of the work that was done to get that population number with the Office of State Budget and Management up. And in fact, calculated our per share distribution based on that new population. And our per share, our share distribution share within Wake County increased by 13%. So what that would mean is if economic activity in the county remained exactly identical to the prior year, was exactly the prior year amount, we would experience a 13% increase in sales tax based on that population change alone. What we've seen for the current year so far, pardon me, is about a 15% increase over the prior year amounts in sales tax, and we're in excess of 30% increase over the 2-year period. So we are seeing very positive numbers so far in sales tax. You know, to me, if you go out and you go ride by a shopping center or something, you see parking lots traditionally full. So we've been very fortunate in that regard, but we do have very positive results from sales tax and property tax so far this year in the general fund. And this is the first year after the property tax, first month this year after property tax collections, that at least on a budgetary basis, we are ahead in the general fund, and look very good there. Our water, sewer, and our electric funds, they are also ahead. That's a little tough to tell because you have, you know, debt service. The larger portions of debt service come in the second half of the fiscal year, but both of those are in a positive position. We've not yet made the adjustment for the uncollected accounts. What we're looking at again is about a little over 3% in electric and a little under 3% in water, sewer not being collected. And that will be a little more significant hit than we had in the past, but at the same time, it's not going to wipe out the amounts we're ahead at this time. So I anticipate that all that those funds, barring something unexpected occurring, I anticipate we'll find ourselves in a positive position in all our funds again this year. It's tough to know how much, but I do feel we should be positive in all our funds this year once again. General fund, it just depends again on how much we do end up spending on different things we're considering, but right now things are looking very positive.
Thank you.
Councilman Gant.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Hallman, it actually reminded me, or jogged a question when you're referring to population in some of these maybe revenues and allocations otherwise. Obviously, we'll be good to go by the mid 2021, I guess, with the census. But are most of these allocations done like year to year? And if they're not, if they're every 10 years, are there ways we can advocate to make sure that our growth is being accounted for over time or over the between census?
Well, I believe most of the state shared revenues, by that I mean, of course, our sales tax, but then also our POW bill, those population figures get adjusted annually. So, you know, again, we've been able to get those populations increasing. And just imagine, again, we were based on 54% of our revenue in sales tax. We were serving, you know, probably 10,000 or more people than that, and we're still coming out ahead. So that's very positive for us. I know the census situation, you know, I know Morrisville last year, a lot was made of the fact that they felt their census had been undercounted and they were able to get a recount or paid for a recount, and it increased their revenues considerably. With regards to that, once we get that figure, we do need to evaluate it and see, do we think it's an accurate count for us? The state, they're always going to be behind us. And they're always going to be lower than us, but they are consistently probably for all the local governments in our county. And, you know, some places in the state, the population is not really changing that much, but here where we're growing rapidly, they're going to be behind a bit. But we do all we can each year. I think Diane and her folks have done a great job to get our population with them up to where it is now. And we just monitor that situation. It will adjust generally once a year, it adjusts. And again, we are doing much better. The last couple of years, we've gotten bumped up. I think 2 years ago, we were still in the high 40s. So the last 2 years, we've gotten significant bumps in population, and that's really helped with sales tax.
Councilmember Stallings.
Mr. Holloman, you may have said this and I missed it, but do you have the dollar amount figure of how, once we got the population numbers correct at the county level, what was the change in increase in revenue that we collected? Did you say that, or do you have that?
Based solely on the population change, if economic activity stayed flat, population change alone would result in a 13% increase in our sales tax revenues.
But do you have roughly that figure, that dollar amount, what that is?
What that would equate to, it would be in excess of $1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions? All right, Mr. Mahaffey.
Yeah, and a couple of things I wanted to ask you on while we're on the topic. So can we go back to the 25% target we have for our general fund balance and how we're a little bit above that? Can you speak to and just to clarify for anyone watching, when we talk about our available fund balance, we're talking about the amount in excess of what we said is our policy that we need to have our fund balance.
Well, available fund balance in itself is the amount that essentially the fund balance that is not reserved or encumbered by in the financial reporting process. There's a number the local government commission looks at that's determined on the budgetary statutes called fund balance available for appropriation, but our number is actually lower than that. It's more conservative. And things such as POW bill inspections, amounts we have for encumbrances, reserves for inventories, things of that nature. There's an actual figure within the fund balance section, and let's see, we refer to that as. Let me look at that real quick. The actual term used for it. These pages are too new. They stick together. The actual unassigned is the actual word used for that. Unassigned, and that's the total amount of it. Then what we end up doing is whatever the budget the budget figure is, we take 25% of that figure, and then we should have a reserve in excess of that 25% figure. So if we amend the budget, that number, that's a live number. If you amend the budget, that number does in fact change. The monies that have already been appropriated to balance the budget at the beginning of the year, and the monies that have been appropriated to cover purchase orders that flow from one year to the next, all that's already been taken into account on the unassigned. The only thing that will change that unassigned is appropriations of fund balance by council for in budget amendments. That is the only thing that will adjust, that will lower that unassigned figure. And again, it's got to be above 25. It should be by policy above 25% of that. So as you appropriate money, you're lowering that available fund balance number, but then you're also raising the threshold. So it will have a greater impact than just the amount of the amendment.
Yes, yeah. And I'm just trying to make a much simpler point where people should know that when we say that we have, on your slide here, it says $4.8 million in possible appropriations from our fund balance. That doesn't mean we have a bank account with $4.8 million that we can take to zero. It means we have a bank account with $25 million that we can, and our policy says that bank account should be $19 million. We have too much money in the bank above what we want to keep in reserves.
Well, I think the policy sets that as a minimum level. And I think council is certainly allowed to keep an amount above that. There's not there is no requirement that you appropriate an amount, appropriate down to that 25% level. Something of that nature, I think it's really being held for emergencies that might occur or opportunities that might come along for you to, to make some very positive moves for the town and need some additional funds for that. It's a kind of a savings account, I guess, is what I would compare it to. It's a savings.
Yeah. And I guess the point I'm moving towards is we have been in an emergency situation for the past year, right? And we have been trying to find ways to support our businesses and support our residents through this time. And through all that, we still are going to see our reserve fund balance grow this year. For the $3 million that we managed to allocate, a couple of weeks ago, we had the discussion about trying to produce a grant program for businesses, and that kind of hit some legal walls. So I just want to take a moment to reflect on the fact that for all that we did and all that we tried to do, this fund balance that we have, which is for emergency situations, which we're in, still is going to grow this year.
Terry,
Well, it would depend
I
on
would-
the reserves and things of that nature, but we anticipate, as it looks now, it most probably will. Again, it would just depend on how much we do. I'm sorry, Mr. Gann, I didn't mean to.
I would push back a little bit on what you say, Terry, because it was an emergency, but it wasn't. We were able to plan in our budget because of when the COVID hit. We were able to reduce the budget. Like if COVID had hit in August, it might have been a different story because our budget would have been totally unplanned for that. But I think it's a little bit. I'm thinking like a hurricane or something where it's like you can never predict it. This one, we knew what was happening in March. And we were afraid of it, and we kind of adjusted for it. So it's a little bit, I think, a little bit tempered from what you're saying, because I think we were prudent to try to level off a little of the expenses because we knew it was a really bad situation last year.
Granted, but I'll point out, I mean, the other element is the amount to which we dipped into this rainy day fund. You could argue we could have done more.
Maybe we tried and we got back half the money we loaned. So, I mean, that to me was kind of disappointing personally. I wish our business would take advantage of that even more. But I think there were federal funds too that kind of helped with that. But
that's true, and I also think as I mentioned, the same thing with the loan program. We tripped over statutory limitations on how we can expend funds even in an emergency situation, which I found kind of frustrating when you're trying to help people and help businesses. So,
if I could make one other comment, when you read our reports from the rating agencies, one of the subjects they address is what could cause the rating to be lowered. And the first thing they always say for us, is spending down reserves. That is one thing that could cause it to be lowered. So I don't think we're in danger of anything like that occurring at this point in time because we have, in fact, been able to add to those. But that is something they look at as being extremely important, is having those funds in reserves. We have a good policy at 25%. That's for certain. Again, I would just encourage you when amendments and things of that nature come along, just evaluate, is this something that's that we feel is worth going into our reserves for. And again, keep in mind, the amounts we do have there available to us.
What would you say on that point, to follow up, what would you say is the level where the AAA rating becomes in danger? Or is that unknown?
I don't know per se. It's just any one thing. I think, for instance, if we were to say, go down to the 25 in one fiscal year, say from where we were at the beginning of this fiscal year, if we were to spend down to that 25% level, that would certainly get noticed by the rating agencies. I think, and if that trend continued over several years, we would most probably be putting our rating into danger. But it's tough to say any one particular time. They're not going to tell us what the magic level is to change the rating. But if we were to see a dramatic in a short period of time, see a dramatic decrease, I think that would certainly attract their attention and get them reevaluating some things, perhaps not necessarily acting.
Can you confirm? I think you mentioned this earlier, but the 25% level, is that typical amongst municipalities? Is that what you see around the state?
Well, I have seen lower. I'm not seeing many higher. I've seen more lower. I've seen 20 used by a lot of units. So I think 25 is a very positive number for us to be using, a very good number. And I'd encourage us to remain at the 25.
Thank you.
Ms. Dozier, I think you may be muted.
Sorry about that, Keith. The mayor had to step away for a moment. A question related to credit rating. Just as folks who are homeowners were experiencing things with COVID-19, the mortgage industry is sort of stepping in to help homeowners. And so, it's not like this is a natural disaster like a hurricane or tornado that affected just a few communities. This is something that's impacting the entire world. So I would imagine there needs to be some kind of COVID-19 or natural disaster or public health emergency lens that decisions are made related to, municipalities who are able to try to take care of their people. So that's just my question for you, Vance. Mr.
Well, I
Hall.
think in their publications, they have noted, they're taking this into consideration. They consider, I believe, the municipal sector to remain strong. When we issued in the fall, we had to supply a lot of information about our sales tax. And I think in North Carolina, they viewed that as probably the most vulnerable for the general fund, the most vulnerable tax. They felt like property taxes, people generally were going to be able to pay those. A lot were mortgaged. But they felt like sales taxes where there was some real vulnerability. And, after things got going last year, we had 4 months. And for those 4 months in total, we saw about a 1% increase at the end of last year. But we had a small increase, we had 2 significant decreases, and then we had a very significant increase in one of the months, and it netted all out to about a 1% increase. They certainly are aware of the impacts of COVID, and they certainly have taken that into consideration, I think, as how they are looking at units of government. And again, sales tax was really the area they seem the most concerned in. They feel like utilities will probably be okay as a group. Reserve levels, the fact that they're such a necessity, things of that nature. But sales tax revenue, that's what they really looked at. And we really have at this point of the year, through the first 4 months that have counted toward this fiscal year, we've got a very good number there. And again, that adjustments within the population figures and getting those additional funds have set us put us in a good way for that. But the rate aides certainly are concerned about the impacts of COVID. They're certainly conscious of it, and I certainly think they will take that into consideration. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Vance. So I think that gives us a good background so you can see where we're sitting in terms of our financial condition, both with our debt and our reserves. So something to keep in mind going forward for as we get into the priorities. Sorry, Ms. Stallings, I see your hand up real quick. Did you have a?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. One question I wanted to, it's kind of a follow-up to something Mr. Mahaffey said, and maybe this would be to Mr. Holloman as well. Mr. Mahaffey, I think you mentioned earlier, in reflecting about how we tried to assist, our residents and businesses of the past several months with COVID. And then I think your question was, could we have done more? So that's my question in reflection from a financial perspective. Could we have done more? I'm just talking about how we can learn even moving forward. Could we have done more? I mean, I know we were restrained in some ways by, legalities. Any thoughts about that?
Was that intended for me?
It's for anyone who wants to weigh in.
Well, I think looking at the numbers, we could have theoretically done more. Yes, as far as what our legal restrictions were and our things of that nature, it's probably our town attorney would have to tell us if there were programs we could have undertaken. I know we're talking in terms of a customer assistance program. And I think that's something certainly, you look at maybe down the road, because that money would have to come out of the general fund to, assist on utility payments. So that's certainly an area we didn't do that we potentially could have or can do this year. But other than that, I'm not personally aware of much of what else we could have done.
Anyone else? I'm just trying to learn from, what we did and thinking about how we might move forward, if any lessons learned.
I mean, Cheryl, my point of view from what I've heard looking around the state is that we were the first to do the loan program of any municipality in the state, maybe, or one of the first. And I suspect that we're one of the last, maybe the last municipality cut off to not cut off utilities. So I think we're in the superlative range of both of those things, if I had to guess.
I'll add into what Mr. Gans. Oh, never mind, Ms. Dozier. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want us to pat ourselves on the back, for what we did. I think what we did was what we're supposed to do, what people, we're representative government, and that's what people want us to do, to try to protect them as much as we can. So, So I want to do that. I want to say we did what we were supposed to do, whether we were the first, end up being the last, then that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to lead. And so, I think that if we're looking at that, we could have done more, then we need to understand that people are still suffering, and that, however the package that's now in Ways and Means at the federal level, and then what happens from our North Carolina General Assembly and from our county, we need to continue to look at what we can do to support people, whether it is through Western Red Crisis Ministry or White Oak or the places that are connecting with people or doing some of the means testing, which I hate to call it that, but to try to make sure that the resources and the money get in the hands of the people and business owners that really truly need it.
And so I just want to summarize that in case anyone else has questions. I think all those things are great points, and we want to continue moving forward. That's why you're going to see the customer assistance program coming. Vance and his team have been working hard on that. We just had the downtown or the stuff from Colleen and Joanna coming. So we're going to continue to move forward. We do want to continue to do things. I would offer that one thing that we did not do is we did not cut any services. I mean, everything continued on. And I think that that's something to also consider as well, that we adjusted our budget, we tightened our belt where we could without cutting back on anything that we provided within reason. I don't recreation programs and stuff, obviously we had to with COVID, but otherwise, as far as essential services, everything continued. So, all right. And if we're comfortable, I'd like to move to the next section. Catherine Packett's going to do our presentation, this first presentation coming up, and she actually has class coming up. So I'm going to let her jump here in a second and teeing this up for her. This is the normal capital prioritization that you're used to, except we are trying to go above and beyond in what we have not done before, and we're going to continue to improve in terms of our community engagement, our public outreach. And so we had an additional survey this year beyond what we normally do, and Catherine was instrumental in putting that together and analyzing it. And so I'm going to turn this over to her. Give her permission right here to get things going. And with that, Catherine, it is all yours.
All right, perfect. And so it looks like I have control. I'm not seeing. Oh, they're really tiny. So I'm looking for the arrows to click.
Yeah, they're tiny at the bottom left corner, Catherine. Okay. Click on the screen and then there you go.
Oh, got it. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Catherine. I am a master's student finishing up my last semester of the Master of Public Administration program at UNC Chapel Hill, and currently have the pleasure of getting to work for the town as a budget and management intern. So as Sean said, one of the really great opportunities that I've been given in this role is getting to help develop the town's first ever citizen budget priorities survey. And because this is the first year that the town has conducted a survey like this, it was really sort of a test run for us, but we're really pleased with how it went. And so I'm excited to get to share the results with you today. I do want to share a little bit about kind of why we decided to create this survey. So this is the direction that we went because we were really trying to broaden the sample of citizens that we reach through our traditional budget engagement mechanisms, such as the public hearings and the email address we have available for citizens to send questions to and send their input to. We felt that it was important to create this additional opportunity for citizens to offer their input on the budget that didn't require them to come to town hall for a hearing. So public meetings, of course, as citizen engagement opportunities can sometimes be restrictive to those who work late hours, have childcare responsibilities, or lack transportation. And so while the pre-budget and budget hearings, of course, are very necessary and valuable to the budgeting process, we felt that this survey would just provide another avenue to citizens to be able to offer their input on the budget on their own time and from anywhere. We also felt the survey served as a great way to increase transparency within the budgeting process. So by being clear about the budgeting categories that the town looks at, we felt citizens would be able to gain a better understanding of how the town approaches the annual budget. Okay, I'm trying to click to the next slide.
Yeah, Catherine, give me 1 second. I think something, hang on, I want to unshare and reshare, okay? Hang on.
Okay.
Something went kind of crazy in mine.
Okay.
All right, and I'll test here. Can everybody see the, does it say online survey, 2 major components? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Catherine, why don't I just click to make sure we don't,
That
'cause I
sounds
don't,
great.
I don't know what happened on the last one. So I'll just, are you good on this? Just tell me when to click and I will.
Perfect. Yep. Good to click. Okay. Oh, sorry. Back one more. Sorry, I didn't realize that we'd moved to that slide. Okay, so the first thing I'll go over is kind of the structure of the survey we developed. So it had these 2 kind of main components. The first part of the survey had a sliding scale. So basically we asked citizens to look at 7 different budgeting categories and use a slider on a slider bar to indicate how important each of the categories was to them. The second part of the survey had a rankings component. So basically it went a little bit further into those categories and offered some kind of specific types of operations. And we asked citizens to rank those within each category and tell us which was most important to them and which they cared about the most. So as I mentioned, the survey did focus on 7 budgeting categories. And so I'll mention kind of a little bit of how we came up with those categories. So we came up with final categories of recreation and cultural opportunities, transportation and infrastructure, environmental sustainability, economic stability and growth, housing affordability, public safety, and vibrant and accessible downtown. And in developing these categories, we looked both to the town's strategic goals, which of course are high-performing government, environmental leadership, economic vitality, healthy and engaged community, and safe community and reliable infrastructure. We also looked to a lot of the ongoing plans that the town has. So that included the downtown plan, the affordable housing plan, the town's environmental sustainability efforts, and other similar efforts that we have going on. So by looking at these different components of the town's strategic planning efforts, we felt that we were able to develop budgeting categories that pretty accurately reflected the town's guiding values and goals. And I also want to mention that we did include a question on the survey asking citizens to share demographic information with us. So we asked them to share their gender identity, their age, their race or ethnicity, race and ethnicity, marital status, and highest formal education level. In order to make sure that we were respecting citizens' privacy, we did make this question optional. We had 27% of survey respondents opt in to answer that question, so we were not really able to draw valid conclusions from that very small amount of people that responded on these demographic components of the respondents, but it is something that we did attempt to kind of garner some information on. Mr. Gant, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt the presentation, but I was just wondering, in this survey, I wish I had looked at it closer. Did you guys inform, was there like a background about the process and trying to get people to think about the community and not just what they would use themselves the most, and kind of how was that kind of dealt with?
Sure, yeah. Oh, was somebody? Okay, yeah, so really we kind of put the focus for this survey on the individual respondent and asking them, thinking about themselves, what was most important to them for each of the categories.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and Sean, I think we're ready for the next slide. Perfect, thank you. So moving along to the results, we received 251 usable responses in the end. So we went through and filtered out anybody that wasn't an Apex resident or anybody that started the survey and then had all blank responses, anything like that. So ended up with 251 responses that were usable. And first we'll take a look at the results of the sliding scale questions. So we can see here the number in white that's kind of toward the middle or the upper section of the bars is the average. So essentially the way the sliding scales worked is that if somebody had put the dot on the slider right smack in the middle, that would rank that category of 50 out of 100. So there was a numerical value that corresponded to the spot on the slider where citizens dropped their little pins. So we can see here that citizens indicated that the most important budgeting categories to them were transportation and infrastructure and recreation and cultural opportunities, which ranked almost exactly the same, just within 0.1 of a point. And then below that, public safety ranked very, very highly with an average of 71.4 out of 100. Vibrant and accessible downtown was right behind public safety. Environmental sustainability pretty close in that running as well. Then we dropped just a little bit further down to economic stability and growth. And then below that, housing affordability came in with an average of 46.5 out of 100. And Sean, ready for the next slide? Okay, perfect. So then we'll go into the ranking results. So these results show the breakdown of the different operations within each category that respondents chose as being their first choice, as being most important within the category. So for housing affordability, the largest percentage of respondents chose the option that none of the initiatives mentioned were important to them. So we did also give them the option if they did not want to rank items within a category because they felt that the category wasn't important to them personally, that they could choose this none of these items are important to me option. So that got the highest percentage of votes from citizens. Beyond that, it was kind of an even split of those who did rank the projects, which they felt were most important between construction of new affordable housing units, home rehabilitation programs, and the developer incentives. And then the least important for those who did rank the initiatives was direct financial assistance for prospective low-income home buyers. And then moving on to transportation and infrastructure. So the most important initiative, according to citizens, or the one that they felt was the most important, was almost an even split between construction of new sidewalks, side paths, and improvement of pedestrian crossings, and the maintenance of existing roadways. And then improvements to existing roadways was also was very close to that as well. And the lowest ranked option was construction of new roadways. And then for environmental sustainability, the kind of most popular option was resources to support community forestry efforts. The least popular option was improved sanitation and recycling services for residents. And 8% of respondents indicated that none of those were important to them. So pretty low percentage of people that said none were important. Most of them indicated that these items were important to them. And next slide, Sean, please. Thank you so much. So the next two kind of fall under the umbrella of economic vitality as one of our council goals. And so looking at economic stability and growth, the highest percentage of respondents said that promotional initiatives for downtown businesses were the most important priority to them within that category. And the smallest amount said identification and purchase of new development sites. And then for vibrant and accessible downtown, far and away, the most popular option was repurposement of unused or underused downtown spaces for public enjoyment. And the one that was kind of least popular, or that citizens indicated was the least important to them, was the revitalization of the Tunstall House grounds and strollway. And next slide, please, Sean. Thank you. So then for our last category, recreation and cultural opportunities, that one kind of falls naturally under the goal of healthy and engaged community. And you can see this one, there was kind of a far and away winner as well, which was the new park and greenway construction and completion of existing greenway connections, with 60% of respondents rating that as their top priority. And then the least popular option was additional or enhanced athletic programming. So 4% of our respondents ranked that first. And a pretty small percentage said none were important. So this one definitely told us that, you know, citizens are very in support of resources going toward recreation and cultural opportunities. All right. Perfect. And so these results, we feel really give us some good information on what citizens most want to see reflected in this year's upcoming budget. And for our first one, we felt that the survey was really a pretty good success, even, considering that it was kind of a test run for us. So we received positive feedback from community members and were able to reach more people than we typically reach through the public hearings and through having that email address open for people to email. So we're really happy with the amount of citizens that jumped in to give us feedback on the budget. And it's something that we definitely like to look at repeating in future years. So thank you so much for your time today. And I'm going to turn it over to Amanda to go over our next set of survey results, which is the capital improvement plan ranking.
All right, Sean, I'm requesting control.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate you taking time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Catherine.
Sorry, Catherine, I think it's got to jump off. She's got class that started at 2. So,
cool. Thank you.
So,
that is okay. No, this was so great. Thank you all so much again.
All right.
So, Mayor Gilbert, you can write her a note for class.
I'm sure she would be excused.
All right. So we kind of go through this every year. So at this point in time, you guys are familiar with this. It's the CIP is the planning mechanism with that town council uses to allocate our limited financial resources to implement some long-term goals. So we take a lot of different factors into our CIP requests and those projects, including like the downtown master plan, transportation plan, the Parks and Rec master plan, which is scheduled to be updated this year, I think, starting this year. But once you adopt that CIP, it's a statement of policy. So it's a plan. It's subject to change based on the changing demands, fiscal constraints, grant funds, available grant funds. If we can push out a project like this past year due to COVID, we had a tremendous amount of our capital projects that we actually ended up trying to push out and delay kind of to keep us in the green. So the CIP, the major objectives, is to forecast and match the revenues and expenditures over that 5-year period. So we do look at future and on the horizon, but basically we're kind of focusing on a 5-year period because things will change over time. We link the infrastructure needs with the financial capacity of the town. So the CIP projects that we consider have to have an asset value. So anything that's over $100,000 and has a useful life of greater than 3 years. Excuse me. So that includes our major needs, including land, major facility renovations or construction of major facilities, new infrastructure, and then capital equipment to support our operations. So I put this in here just kind of to give you guys an idea. You had 34 projects that we had you rank, but understanding like the overall needs of the town, there was 80 submittals for the CIP this year that we're evaluating and kind of moving around in this. So you guys ranked about 112 million. We've got $169 million worth of projects. So the things that we did not have you rank, so that you have a broader idea, are things like our annual allocations for street pavement, drainage improvements, sidewalks, and then DOT cost shares for like 55, 64, and 1010, which have been pushed out to the future. A future park design, and then, basic operations like wheat fiber expansion to new facilities, fencing, mechanical upgrades, parking lot resurfacing, fire trucks and equipment. And then under public works, that's typically leaf and chipper trucks and dump trucks and just operational needs. We do additions and replacements. So I'm used to being able to click everywhere. Sorry, it's throwing me off. So we basically focused on 3 major elements. And this is just kind of, I see you, Mr. Gant, smiling. I know this is one of your favorite exercises, certainly. And then we took your results and ranked them kind of based on your ranking and then also your agreement. We did have staff score with a committee. So we have representatives from all the different elements around the town go through, and they do a little bit different scoring mechanism. I'm sorry, I hear my daughter downstairs. And they score on 8 objective measures and assign values based on that we give them guidance on. So with that, you guys have a little bit more of a subjective ranking.
What's the colors on this chart, Amanda?
So these are the ones that you guys are in. So green is the one that you guys are in high agreement and high ranking for. These are the ones that you guys are in high agreement that are kind of at the bottom of the list. And then here's kind of all of our discussion points. So here's where we had kind of above and below average ranking, but not necessarily agreement. Which leads us to kind of our 4 boxes. So these are the projects, and I did actually do them this year based on that actual ranking, what the average ranking was. So this first box is your above average scores and above average agreement. So with that, those are the ones that you guys had the most agreement. They were kind of at the top. The next box is the average score and below average agreement. So those ones you guys kind of agreed were at there was mostly agreement that they were at the top. Then we only had a few that were below average score, and you guys did not agree. And we had a large portion that you got that were below average scoring and below average agreement. So in case you are curious, so staff actually ranked 2 of those projects in the higher category as well. Chatham Street Railroad Crossing and Jesse Drive in the top category. And then below average, there was agreement with staff ranking for parking lot expansion, Beaver Creek Greenway improvements, fire department administration building, police department addition renovation, and the town hall remodel. So, and we will come back to this, but additionally, we gave you guys the option with your ranking exercise to provide some comments or some additional points for consideration or discussion. These are you all's responses, the different items that you guys had submitted and comments that you guys submitted when you submitted those, your ranking exercise. So kind of identifying within those quartiles as well, is there anything kind of from this list that you guys would like to add to that kind of project list to consider? And then, or anything else that you would like to discuss or have additional information on. So with that, we can kind of take some of these things if you're interested and move them onto the priority list. But certainly this is kind of where you guys have the opportunity to discuss some of these projects and say, yes, I think this group is fine on the bottom, this group is fine on top, or if there's anything that you'd like to move around as a higher priority.
Councilmember Killersworth has her hand up.
I just noticed on the 3rd quartile, Tunstall House is listed twice.
Ah, yes, that's because I redid it. I'm sorry.
I just didn't know if there was something else that was supposed to be there instead or what.
No, because I originally, I'm sorry about that. I originally had them sorted alphabetically, and then I decided to go ahead and put them kind of by the average ranking so that you guys would have an idea of kind of where they fell on your collective scale. So I apologize about that.
Amanda, I'm going to exit out of the full presentation so you can make edits as council wants to add and move things around.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have some comments if we're open the floor here.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
And I think we can start with the Tunstall House that Councilmember Killersworth just brought up. This is kind of sort of a perennial candidate for renovation and for allocating and getting on our list. And as we saw in the survey, it never ranks super high. It's not like there's going to be a line out the door of citizens wanting us to do this and demanding we renovate the Tunstall House. So I don't think it's well known what the situation is. Nonetheless, I think at some point we just got to do it. I thought we had some money in the budget this year to get it out of the way. It's going to deteriorate year over year. We're opening a brand new senior center this year. right next to the Tunstall House. So I know it's not going to be, you know, flashy, but I do think this is only going to get more expensive. I feel like I remember hearing there was an obligation here, like as part of our sale where we purchased the property, we agreed to keep this home open. So I would say to my colleagues, although I know it's never going to be the #1 priority for everyone in town, at some point, let's just get it done and get it off our list and stop talking about it every year, because it's only going to get more expensive. And I was the one who made the comment on the list on the next slide that you know, it could potentially be used. A good use would just be overflow expansion space for town staff. You know, it could be an office, sort of an annex to town hall is a really decent use, since it is, you know, next to town hall. So that'll be my first comment on this list is, you know, let's get that done. And I'm curious to what the status is, because I thought we allocated some funds. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought in fiscal year 2021 we pulled in. No, nothing.
We had originally talked about allocate. I'm sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, so it was kind of one of those projects that if we have enough, depending on if things were looking good, which we've already kind of gone through and things have been okay, that we set some to start the study and design portion of it. So I think 100 or 150, I had to go back and look. That was set, I think it was 100 to start looking at what we need to do, because there are historical preservation components to it. So we were going to have to go through the architect, get the architect in and look at a few things.
Okay.
I think the question in that you kind of hit on is we don't really know what the use is. So going to the next level was kind of that next piece. But yes, it could be town hall annex, if you will, or if there's other uses. But that was another discussion that we'd want to know before we moved forward with it altogether.
Well, I think very quickly, and this is my last comment point, I think very quickly this is going to get embarrassing, where we have a new, you know, $20 million senior center, whatever that cost, and next to it is a crumbling home, which we, you know, had indicated we would preserve at some point. So it could be, it was, and it could be again a beautiful addition to town campus, and we can get some use out of it. It's not like there's nothing you can do with a home and space. It could be, you know, legal staff could go there. You know, inspections. I don't know. Like there's plenty of need for space in town hall. It's only going to grow as our staff increases, and I think we should just get it done.
All right, Mr. Gant.
Thanks. I put it pretty high too, so I'm in favor of that. But this is an exercise that's a collective thing. So, but my question was more of just a reminder. Amanda, what did you say about the staff? You said I think 2 projects that were different than this from staff's point of view. Can you remind me what those were again?
From the the staff agreement for the higher projects were the Chatham Street Railroad crossing improvements and sidewalk and Jesse Drive phase 1 and 2.
And the staff did not agree with the rest of them? Just those?
There were some that they agreed were on the lower ends, but there was certainly a different scale. The staff scoring actually ranked the Tunstall House the lowest, but I think that a lot of that has to do with defining a public purpose.
And there was a second one you said, right? Or you said Jesse and Chatham were the ones that they agreed with, right?
In the above average category, in the kind of the green category, box 1. And then there were 5 that there was agreement with in the 4th.
Okay, thanks.
I would like to make a comment on the Tunstall House restoration. And I do agree with you, Councilmember Mahaffey. Yeah, it has been a long time, to the point that I don't even remember what the original vision of the Tunstall House was. So I would like to hear, like, what was the original plan with the Tunstall House and the use of it before we move forward with that, and just for me to get a better understanding, because I think there's competing interests here for me. I didn't rank it as a high priority, but I do want to hear staff, what they say about it.
Sorry, Mayor. Amanda, sorry, I think I accidentally hit the wrong button there too, so you'll have to request control again. there's only one, well, Lori may be able to give some insight, and the only other person is Diane, maybe, and maybe John Brown. They've been here the longest, and I don't want to put them on the spot, and they may not know what the plan was. But anyone else that may have, if they've seen any documents, but they're the one. I think John and Diane are the only two actually on the call that they worked in the other town hall. So they might be able to share what the plan was. And Lori may have some insight just as the transition happened.
Sean, this is John. I'll take a shot at it first. There wasn't an agreement that I know of when that property was built that said the house that's in writing that said the house would be preserved. There was discussion with Ms. Tunstall when the property was bought, that she would like at some point that house to be used for something. The original discussions a long time ago were for a senior center, something for seniors. And there was actually some money put into a study years ago that would that showed how it could work, and with some modern additions to it and some other things, the inside the house is cut up pretty significantly with a lot of different rooms, a lot of different sections. And over time, I mean, there was a steering committee, there was a lot of thought put into it, and over time that idea sort of went away. And then later there was discussion about it being something similar to the Page Walker Hotel in Cary, being some type of public building, public gathering space that could be rented and used by the public. There was talk about it being some type of museum that would highlight Apex's history. But again, it was going to be a public space. And then over time, there was started to be discussion about with the needs at Town Hall, and Town Hall needed to be maybe expanded. It could be some type of office annex. So that's sort of the history of it. And Diane can speak to, there are historical things that have kept that house from being demolished or being altered, and Diane can probably speak to that better than I can. But that's sort of the history of the things that have been discussed over the years. And I know there has been money put into it to kind of button it up and kind of going back to the discussions about deterioration. That's been a concern as long as I can remember. And so there has been some money put towards buttoning it up and trying to weatherize it. But anyway, that's my history as best I can remember it.
Okay, thank you so much, John. Lori.
Yes, I just pulled up the purchase and sale agreement from when the town acquired the property. And in the addendum, there was a statement that the buyer, being the town, would in good faith use reasonable efforts to maintain the exterior of the house located on the property as an historic house. So there is to be a good faith effort to maintain it, make reasonable efforts to maintain it as a historic house. As far as over the years and the various discussions, I've been aware of some and not aware of others, but there's been multiple. I think we come back to, it is an old house. There are a lot of smaller rooms kind of chopped up, and then thinking about what we would have to do to bring it up to code to make it either a public space or for office space.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Cox.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in because this was a focus in the downtown master plan and parking study, and it is a top 10 recommendation from the adopted downtown plan. So some of the discussion from that public process was that many people are not aware that it's there. And it was kind of fun at the last workshop to see people realize that that is there. And then the feedback that we received is that there was an interest in having it be a public space. Some of the ideas were just for events and somehow generate some revenue for weddings and that sort of thing. The other idea that came out of the downtown plan was to begin by working on the grounds and potentially having gardens, that sort of thing, potentially with the Bee City Committee to kind of bring people's attention to it and begin to use some of the grounds and have this connection between the downtown area and the senior center, the community center, and town hall. So just wanted to provide some insight from what we heard during the downtown planning process.
Okay, can I just respond to that? With the top 10 for the downtown master plan, was Station 1 rebuild on that top 10 as well?
I believe it was, and I'm going to that page right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
number 9.
it was
Yeah.
number 6, actually.
Number 6? Oh, okay, yeah, right.
Okay, and how does Station 1 rebuild impact Public Safety Station 6? If you could just bring me up to speed on that.
I'll jump in on that one, Mayor. So I can take Shannon off the hook for it, and Chief McGee can jump in if he wants to.
Okay.
They're basically, they don't have any impact on one another really. Station 6 out at Wimberley Road, that's a need as our town's expanded, and it's to make sure we provide adequate coverage. That's what that need is. What our most recent study showed was that 1 in 3 have a significant overlap, and so that we may not need, as we expand out, we may not need 1 in 3 where they are. So that's why we had discussed what would happen is when Station 6 is finished, basically Station 3 would relocate out there. Station 1 would relocate to 3 while renovations and everything went on downtown. And then Station 1 would relocate back to downtown. And then Station 3 could become the admin facility, because that's going to be displaced when 55 eventually does, when DOT expands 55, and they're in the old EMS building. So that was the plan. 1 and 6 are independent of one another.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Kent.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add that the Tunstall House is a Wake County landmark. It is also the highest point on the rail line. It is the peak of the peak. And so it's a very important historic structure in our town. That's all.
Thank you so much. And Councilmember Mahaffey.
I just wanted to respond, Mr. Mayor, something you had said about Station 1 rebuild. The reason I didn't rank that higher was just because I was viewing in the lens of this particular year. I do think it's important for us to renovate Station 1 eventually, but in my mind, I guess there was sort of a progression with our investments in public safety, starting with Station 6 in the near term, and then eventually, the work that Ms. Purvis described on Station 1 and Station 3. So that's why I ranked that lower. It's just more of a, this is important, but not this particular year.
Okay, great. Ms. Stallings?
Are there any recommendations from people on the call in terms of staff as to what the best use of the Tunstall House would be?
Ms. Stallings, I can tell you what the easiest activation of the building is, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best use. We could take time for council input, staff input, public. I mean, we could go through that process if that's what you want. The easiest activation is office space. I mean, to Mr. Mahaffey's point. So any other uses, the public use that came up at within the downtown, using it for those will require significant investment. Not just the physical investment that you'll have to have even with office, but in actually programming and activating, and if it's going to be worth it, and you're promoting it and figuring out what that use is. So again, easiest is office, but I don't want to say that that's the best. That's for further debate.
And would that be the most cost-effective use as well, you think, office space?
More than likely, but I don't want to. That's not an absolute, but more than likely, because so here's the other thing. There are things that inside you would not necessarily have to do if you limit it to just town staff, right? I mean, it's a public building, but there's things you start having to do if you open up the second floor to general use and that sort of thing. So there's things like that have to be taken into consideration. If you just said, hey, we're going to make first floor office, there's ADA compliance that we have to do, but it's not to the extent if you open it up to everybody in the second floor and granting access. The other piece of that is, the office use is, it's pretty mundane, right? So you may not be too worried about what you're doing inside. The historical aspect that Diane mentioned, that's only on the exterior of the building. It's the grounds and the physical appearance on the outside. Inside, you can still do whatever's needed. But I would argue that if you're going to activate it for some other public purpose in terms of events or weddings or whatever else, you probably are going to be a little more concerned about the feel of the inside as well, right? You're going to want to kind of capture that character of the house. So those are just things to consider and how you may want to move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Had Mr. Mahaffey and then Ms. Killingsworth.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to suggest at this point that we maybe organize a workshop specifically to talk about the Tunstall House and what we want to do rather than kind of iterate on it right here, because I feel like we got to move on to some other things to discuss. This comes up every year. I'd like to see some money in this year's budget, as I suggested last year, to begin renovations and help us just kind of move past this issue and get it done. And I think the best way to decide on the use would be to have a workshop maybe before one of our town council meetings. We can invite members from the Apex Historical Society. We can invite members who are involved in the downtown plan to give their feedback. I think the obvious uses are either it's going to be office space, it's going to be an annex to the senior center, or maybe it's a separate entity which has a garden and is activated as a public space that way, separate from the senior center. Yeah, that's my suggestion, Mayor. We maybe ask staff to organize that and kind of move on for today.
I do agree, and that was the purpose of my question, just to have a clear plan, a vision, so we can have better direction on where we need to go. So thank you for that. Ms. Killingsworth, go ahead.
I was going to kind of suggest the same. Obviously, with it being a historical structure, the longer we wait, the more money we're going to have to pour into it in order to bring it up to usability. So I would like to see us move forward with, like what Terry was saying, a workshop of some sort and figure out a use for it, and let's move forward. I'm just, we're not holding up to our word if we're going to sit there and let it rot down. So we need to do something about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's back to you, Ms. Grogan. Hopefully we didn't get too far off track for you.
Oh, you're good. I was just going to see, is there anything else that you guys are interested in moving around as we kind of start to lay out the budget?
I would say at a high level, are we only going to, practically speaking, are things in quadrant 1, all that's really going to probably happen this year? So are we talking about moving things into quadrant 1 or out of it in a practical sense for getting stuff done?
So some of this stuff will kind of come into play like as funding is available, but kind of identifying, where we're going to allocate resources to further do studies and investigation and get together, cost estimates. What's the priority of moving?
Okay. I want to just make a comment that I'm disappointed to see miscellaneous Greenway connections to be ranked kind of so low. I think that's something we get pinged down a lot, and that we should make sure we have funds allocated every year to do that. I know the one in particular, the Reagan roadside path, you know, was called out as pretty highly, but there's a bunch of stuff that we can do there.
And Mr. Mahaffey and the rest of the council, and the goal on that one is that was a new, obviously, recommendation this year. And I think what we'd look at for the approach, and that would be similar to what our annual allocation that we do for sidewalks or stormwater. They can handle some small maintenance, but then it's also starting to get the planning and design in place for identified projects. Because those greenway connections, as Mr. Mahaffey mentioned, Reagan, that's $1 million project, you know. So so it ends up on the CIP at some point. But if we want to really start prioritizing what those are, that's what that would help with. And it's on this because it's the first year. I think we'll still try to figure out a way to have that as part of the budget proposal for you to consider, and whether it stays or not. Because like Amanda just mentioned, basically the priorities help us when all things being equal, what's up, right? So what comes up first? You know, some of these things get moved. It doesn't necessarily mean it happens in year one, because some of these things, it may be your top priority, but just time-wise and logistically, it means it's a little bit further out. For instance, Jesse Drive, right? So we talked about that. So it doesn't necessarily mean it all comes into year one. Again, it just helps us structure it. When we also take into consideration what the physical time needed to do these things are, what the money needed to do it. But your priorities help us kind of push forward where, when everything's equal, what do we tee up first?
Thank you.
Mr. Gant.
Yeah, I thought I'd maybe second that one from Terry, and about the misagreement connections. And the reason that I thought it was important is what I was envisioning for that money was a connection similar to what happened in my neighborhood, where we were right beside the Greenway, Beaufort Greenway, and they didn't build just a tiny little bit to get to the Greenway, and it led to extreme frustration in the 15 years our neighborhood was around before this got fixed, that this wasn't there. And so I was imagining that category as being like these really important but small connections. And I rate it pretty high with that kind of idea in mind. I'm not sure that's going to be what the widespread use of that is, but that's why I was imagining in my head my own situation. So, and I was comparing that to like the Regan Road one that I think is important, but it's a brand new neighborhood. Other people have been waiting, like my neighborhood was, for 15 years for a connection. So I was kind of comparing kind of uses like that, and it kind of affected my ratings as a result of that.
Okay, thank you. I do have one question about Public Safety Station number 6, and maybe I'm jumping ahead because I don't know what the personnel requests are for this year, but is that going to impact the requests for personnel with that Public Safety Station 6, and then with the build out there in Green Level area, is that something we need now? What's the needs assessment on that?
It's coming, and I'm jumping in before Keith gets in because he knows I was going to do that, but he'll jump in a minute. No, it is coming, and I'll let him share that. Because ultimately we're talking about you heard me explain the shift in stations where maybe 1 or 3, it would feel like, no, it doesn't, it's not going to be a brand new company, if you will, but there are some changes that are the recommendations that are going to be coming from the fire chief that will affect personnel. But it's more likely not this coming fiscal year. It's mostly for the next fiscal year. Obviously, the fire station's not built yet either. So it'll be kind of at the tail end of fiscal year 21, 22 and into 23. Chief, did you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you explained it well. We're just going to make sure to do our very best to coincide the hiring, if they're approved, the hiring of the staff for that station with the completion of the construction, so we don't have a repeat of our last station, which was out of our control.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Mahaffey.
Yeah, can we talk about the Peakway Southeast connector that ranked pretty highly?
Sure.
I've brought up a bunch of stuff I want to rank higher, but this is one where I haven't been convinced of the need to do this. I feel like part of the desire to make this connection is just sort of like the psychological kind of, satisfaction of having a complete loop. but I'm not sure if there really is the demand for that connection like there are some of the other transportation projects. So for me, like this is a project which obviously I want to get it done eventually, but it would rank lower than a lot of the other transportation needs we have just because it wouldn't provide as much value, I guess. Am I wrong?
Terry, a loop's a loop, right? I mean, why would you necessarily go with the Southwest one, that loop, versus this one? I mean, they both go the same places, right?
I guess because the Southwest provides a connection from Citizens to the center across the roadway.
Well, this would connect center to 55 though. The Southeast connection would. Center Street to 55. And you can get to 55 the other way, just like you would be able to the Southwest loop, part of the loop too. I mean, a loop's a loop, and I think you can value these things the same way across the whole way, in theory.
I guess this provides a connection between center and 55. But the Southwest connector, I personally value higher because it provides a connection between the east and west side of town, which allows people to avoid 55 altogether, which seems really useful when 55 is under construction. So that's why
it's the same thing, right? You can avoid 55 the other way, right?
No, you'd be getting to or from 55 the other way. Which is, I mean, it's useful. It's not like it has no value. I'm just saying in order of priority. We have a lot of transportation projects otherwise. See, this is why it's hard, because we all bring up the project we want to like rank higher, but you try to bring up something that goes lower. It's difficult. So it's a matter of priorities.
All right, any other discussion on it?
Hey, Mayor, this may be a little bit controversial, but I thought a lot about the Tinter Road pedestrian bridge, and I think there's a sensitivity to where it's located, being in the kind of historically underserved part of Apex. Majority of our minority population, I think, is in that vicinity. But I was trying to think about the usefulness of that, considering it's a high cost in the multiple millions, and I was having a hard time. Okay, so the max, I was doing the math. The max that you would have to walk extra is 0.6 miles if you go on James, Hughes, 55, and back down on Salem. But I don't know if that's really the common way people are walking, and if it's a question of you want to connect people in that south of the train to downtown, it actually doesn't provide. It's only a marginal improvement in the shorting of the distance required. So I ranked that pretty low. If it hadn't been in that spot, I would have put it dead last. But and there's a sensitivity to the populations it serves. But I just don't know, are people doing all that walking trying to get between those two neighborhoods, or are a lot of people walking like to downtown, of which it would have less impact?
Yeah, I can speak to that because I take that route all the time. There are a lot of people using that route, walking from West Haven, Shackleton Road, all those areas. And then if you look at Lynch Street going to West Haven, there's a lot of people doing that. So what's the route they would take if we didn't have that bridge? That would be my only question.
Are you saying it's people to people mostly, not people to like an attraction like downtown or a park?
I think it's both. It's a great number. And then you also tie in the elementary school. They take field trips downtown. So it'll be a great way for them to connect to Salem Street to get to downtown as well.
Well, I can tell you the elementary school it only adds about 0.2 miles to get to downtown if you don't have that bridge there. Going from the school to downtown, it was not providing that much improvement. It's more of, I think the big improvement is where you're going from the school to Justice Heights. That's really the improvement, not really if you're going toward downtown. Because I was trying to map a route that, the most likely routes people would take, and I wasn't seeing, except for that place to place on that side of town, not to go somewhere else like downtown.
Okay. Ms. Dozier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think when we start statements out with describing people as being underserved, that we have to really be cautious about what the next conversation is after that. So when we say that, and then we lead with that, and then the conversation comes to trying to figure out our experience and what we think about where people are going, whether it's people to people or people going places. And so one thing I would say, and I've said it before, is if things are easier for people, then the numbers would be higher. And so unless I sort of did what I've done before, is go to where people are and then walk with them, I really can't sort of say what it's like in their shoes. And people don't all have the same mobility levels either. So someone's walking might be slower. They might be on electronic, wheelchair device. There might be other things that people are using. People are younger and older and deal with traffic in different ways. So those are the things that I want to raise. And is that whether the outcome of what we would be doing is another way to connect with people that live in that area to let them know that we're not leaving anybody out and moving forward and being more connected as one Apex.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, Ms. Killingsworth.
That's also part of why I rated Lynch Street extension a little bit higher. I feel like when we started talking about the area of Tingen Road and how the connectivity there is not great in the beginning of that discussion, this is something I feel like we need to focus on improving as much as possible for the people that live in that area, whether it's pedestrian or transportation wise.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mayor. Do you guys want to move on to the next slide and see if there's any of these different things that you would like to incorporate necessarily in a project list, or essentially as we get further on this afternoon into the strategic goals? Sean, I got to get your permission to allow. Thanks. So were there any of these other items? So Justice Heights West Street Park, Dark Skies Streetlight Replacement, Tobacco Trail. Are there any of these projects that you guys want us to start trying to put together different information for the CIP for?
Can I speak on the Dark Skies thing really quick? So
are you? I'm sorry. I don't know if
you're
the mayor. I was like,
sure. If I just have the floor for a second about that, yeah, I do think that's something I would like to see as a project going forward. I don't want to break the bank and do it all at once and go around town year number one. I think getting the policies, and I think maybe we'll talk about this in a bit, run initiatives maybe. But I would like to see some budget, as it says, over 5 or 10 years to start working towards that. But more backloaded. I think some of the work to begin with would be more about policy changes and things of that nature before we get into actually spending the funds to replace all the streetlights everywhere. And also, I guess, in my view, the most important thing to do short term is to kind of review plans for stuff that's ongoing. Like, are there changes that we need to make at Pleasant Park, for example, that we incorporate for planning on long term being Dark Skies compliant, making sure all the replacements going forward are compliant, ordinance changes, that kind of thing.
Councilmember Killingsworth. You're on mute.
Sorry. I definitely see several things on here that I'd like to have further discussion on and prioritize. I agree with the Dark Sky initiative. The Tunstall House, I think we needed to discuss that more. Action on the downtown plan, definitely. I haven't heard about the Justice Heights West Street Park, but I would like to hear more about that. And I know the Reagan Road connection, Greenway connection, that's been brought up quite a bit. So that's my opinion.
Maybe John Brown, I think he's on this call, can give some additional information, some just real briefly on the Justice Heights West Street Park. So that was actually something that was discussed in a pre-budget meeting, and I said that would go into the CIP as a item that's over 100,000.
Amanda, before John gets going, I want to hear about that, but can maybe a wider discussion about that park as well as a lot of the neighborhood small parks. I kind of want to hear about those needs. I think focus on the West Street one, but a lot of those seem like they're kind of underserved a little bit. So I kind of want to know those small parks if there's a lot of work to do and all.
And that may be something certainly that as we move forward with like the master plan and evaluation too, that we'll be able to bring some of those different things back to you guys and identifying some of those different priorities.
Amanda, do you want me to talk about Justice Heights, West Street? I mean,
yeah, if you just want to give like a brief explanation kind of what that entails.
I got an email from Drew probably 3 or 4 weeks ago. There is a gentleman, and the mayor can maybe speak to this because I think the email to Drew came from the mayor. Mayor Gilbert can comment, but there's a gentleman over West Street, Justice Heights, that was interested in a couple things. One, greenway connection or sidewalk connection or better connections to the park, and then also interested in some improvements inside the park. Lighting was one of the things. Also, some connection between the different elements that are in the park. Maybe upgrading some of the elements that are in the park. The shelter in particular has been there a long time and probably eventually needs to be replaced. And so Angela Ranke, who may be on the call, also had been having some conversations with this gentleman and had actually, I think, even done a few sketches, over time. And so I had, at Drew's request, and after getting the email, I had gone back and plugged some money into my operating budget request for next year to work with somebody to do some plans, to actually draw some plans, and then also, some money to actually do something to make some improvements. And so that is in my operating budget, or the one, the budget that'll get submitted to do some work over there. And I mean, that's kind of the history of it, Councilman McGann, if that helps you. And then, like I said, the mayor, Mayor Gilbert can chime in, because I think the email that I got from Town Manager Havens actually was something that was sent to him from the mayor.
That's correct, Mr. Brown, and I think you hit most of everything. But we have a gentleman in the Justice Heights area. He's become quite the leader, and he's identified various community touch points. He wants to enhance the quality of life for residents in that area. And so he approached me and gave me a laundry list of things that he would like to see improved. So I didn't realize that was tied to this, but it's great to see that there's some action on it.
And the only other thing I would add is I had given Mr. Purvis a list of projects, like for the future, and some suggestions. And one of the things over there that I think one of the first things that need to be done is to sit down with this gentleman and get some, staff FaceTime with him to talk about and get the community involved and get them, sort of dialed in as to get their input as to what they'd actually would like to see. And so I think that's something that the town, if they want to move forward with this, that probably needs to be the first step, is have some staff time with him and some members of the community to see exactly what they want.
And John, is there like a big master list too, the other neighborhood parks? Is there like, we can make improvements in all these in certain ways, or are you guys usually look at it park by park?
There are some, for example, there's a expanded JC Park. There's actually a diagram and a sketch that Angela had done sometime back about adding some stuff there, Councilman Gant, to get closer, on the other side where the Peakway is and closer to your neighborhood. And then there are, most of the parks, though, there's not a lot of room for additional equipment or additional equipment, I guess is the best word, additional improvements, for a variety of reasons. Some of them are under, like the nature park, while there's 160 acres out there, so much of it is under conservation easement that you can't do anything. You couldn't add things if you wanted to. The master plan update, which I think that process will probably start in the next couple months, will help identify, like with the new parks, which is not necessarily what you were talking about, but I think as part of that, you may get some feedback from some neighborhoods about how they'd like to see the smaller parks improved. Once that master plan, that public input process starts, if that helps you.
Great. Councilmember Mahaffey.
I had a couple other comments before we wrap up here. The first thing is, one thing I'd like to see added to the CIP relates to what's next for us for solar, and what can we do to build on kind of the momentum that we've had in the past years. Things have been thrown around in prior years. I know there's been a study to look at, or asked to study to look at solar canopies and like parking structures. You put solar things everywhere in park and you get some shade, you get some more electricity. It's great. So maybe that's something we can consider doing or studying and see where we are with that. Another project involves investing in a community solar project, which is kind of a trend you see around the country right now, where you're able to, I guess the idea is you build a bunch of solar panels and you're able to lease them to people, and they're able to get the benefits of solar without having to put solar panels on their home, and the bill goes down without the upfront capital investment of solar. So that's something I'd like to see the town look into and potentially invest in, including, if we got a lot of schools. I know we're running out of rooftops for what we own, but there's a lot of schools around town. Maybe we could come to an arrangement where we could lease their rooftops to invest in solar. So looking at our current CIP, there's not a whole lot there with, I didn't see anything actually involving what's next to solar. I'd hate to see Apex lose momentum we've gained and as a kind of a leader in this area going forward. So, and not something necessarily I'd push to do this year, but I think it's something that should be there, and we should continue investing here in further years. And I had a couple of questions that don't have to be answered at the moment, but I want to know more about what it's actually on the screen now. I was the one who asked the question of like precisely what is the public safety value for the GPS preemption work and the communication center. I don't know a lot about it, so maybe I didn't rank it high enough. So I could be convinced that perhaps this is something we need to do. So I'd like to hear more information on what these projects are and what the value is for the town and for public safety. And the last point has to do with the environmental education center, which I believe was part of the master plan initially for the nature park. And it's one of those things that keeps getting kicked down the road, that you start to wonder, like the Tunstall House, one of these years we just gotta, find the money and do it. I think this could be a great amenity, especially with Friendship Elementary coming online in a couple of years. This could be a destination for the kids that are in that area for a cool field trip for them to go out there and learn about it. So in my mind, I view aligning, actually doing this with Friendship Elementary opening up in a couple of years. So that's where I'm at with that. I would like to hear more about whatever plans we have on the shelf for that at some point.
I can get some information to to either Sean or Ralph and have him send it to you guys, to the entire council on some of those things.
Thank you.
So if Sean's okay with it, and you guys are, taking a break before we get into kind of our strategic plan and initiatives.
I'm good with that.
Is everybody comfortable with about a 10-minute plan or 10-minute break?
That'd be great.
I think we're a little behind schedule.
All right, so 3:15, we'll re-adjourn if that's okay, Mayor?
3:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready to get started?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm gonna try and go through this relatively quickly. That way we can go ahead and have some time, mostly for you guys to kind of start looking at some initiatives. So we're gonna go through an overview, review of strategic goals and initiatives. What other initiatives or programs would the council like to consider? What are the which initiatives are priorities for council? So that's where we're gonna do kind of a voting exercise where you guys will vote. You'll send your results to me. We'll compile those during a break, and then we'll kind of report those back out. And then what are the council's expectations for these initiatives? So council goals, initiatives, and indicators. We want to basically align our organization for success as a high-performing organization. So part of that's the strategic planning, which is the process and what you guys have done. You know, it's important for you guys to set the direction, define the mission, values, goals. Then we set the priorities. So that's defining the objectives and the targets for action, right? And then kind of the step that we're coming into is that allocate resources, be it our personnel requests, be it through budget. Then we'll implement, integrate. Then staff will take on how we measure, and then reporting back to the public and getting that response. So, and then we loop back around to the strategic planning for the future, and if there's anything we need to do to revise the strategic plan in the direction we're heading. So with that, the long-term strategy is what's going to provide the direction. It identifies our outcomes and is the basis for our performance analysis. So the vision is what we want Apex to be like for future generations. The mission is our purpose for existence. The values, that's our peak principles. And then strategy, that's kind of where we're at now, the strategy and performance piece. What needs to be done first? Because there's lots of ideas, lots of projects, and understanding that we have limited capacity financially, and then we also have limited capacity in terms of staff, how we actually get these things done. So leadership kind of brings it all together. So you guys are at the center of that circle. You articulate the vision, the strategy, you define the culture, and you commit to the results. So the rest of us basically take care of the rest, the communication, the accountability, the metrics, the human performance, and the delivery system. So, and this is a quote from Alice in Wonderland when she jumps down that rabbit hole and she beats Cheshire Cat and says, "Will you tell me please which way we ought to go from here?" And he responds, "That depends a good deal on where you want to get to." And I think that that's really important, and that's kind of what we're asking you guys. Where do we need to go? What direction do we need to go? Where do we need to focus our efforts? Where do we need to focus our resources? And so it's up to you guys to tell us kind of where you want to get to. So with that, we're going to go through and start discussion about some initiatives for the goals and objectives. We want to create goals to monitor the progress towards service delivery. So those well-written objectives are SMART, right? Specific, measurable, aggressive, but attainable, results-oriented, and then time-bound. So it's not just kind of like a pie in the sky, a never-ending process or project or goal that basically we can never actually attain. So we're really looking for some direction for you guys on how we proceed from here. So the January 15th retreat, you guys went through some goals and objectives. Just a reminder about our mission statement and our vision. Provide exceptional public service that cultivates the opportunity for opportunity for the individual and community to live, thrive, and reach their peak. And the vision was a community unified in the stewardship of our small town charm, natural environment, and a future where we all succeed. So I'm not going to read through these. I think you guys have them, and I believe that Zelos provided this report. This is kind of wordsmithing, which you guys had reported at that January 15th meeting. One of the things we just want to confirm is that you guys are okay with the wording of both the goal statements and then also the objectives. So if there's anything that you guys want to change within any of these, let us know so we can adjust kind of accordingly. So with the initiative discussion, we're going to review the initiatives and programs. Jessica's going to actually bring up a OneNote book that will have them all listed based on the feedback that we've gotten from you all and some of those discussions, and then kind of firmed up on the January 15th meeting. We need to know if there's anything you guys want to add or amend on that list. And then we'll take a brief break and ask you to allocate those votes. Based on the number of initiatives we have now, you guys would each be allocated 20 votes, and you can apply as many of those votes to those initiatives as you'd like to. If you want to put all 20 on one initiative, that's certainly up to you all. And then if you will email me that your kind of results, however you want to, be it taking a picture of the marks that you made on a paper, or be it through just, hey, under this goal, these numbers, I want to apply these votes. If you'll send that to me, and then we'll compile and report those results back after the break so we can kind of define and have any kind of discussion that you guys want to, framing out what our initiative should be. Does that make sense to everyone? All right, so.
Hey, Amanda, quick question about this. I looked through this list, you sent out earlier, and a lot of times when we have projects, we have a kind of a price tag. And what I didn't see in this, and I don't really know the answer, is are these all pretty equal as far as staff time, or are there large inequalities sometimes in the amount of staff time required for these?
So a lot of these kind of span. We have some low-hanging fruit and things that we can kind of go through, and we can kind of knock out and kind of absorb into our budget and our operations now. There's other things that really are going to require a lot of time and effort. So as you identify those, we'll be able to kind of provide information back to you on what the timeframes are, what kind of estimated costs are. Do we have the staff capacity for that, or do we need to add staff to have that capacity? So the affordable housing plan, I think, is kind of a great example of this, right? So it's one thing to have a goal to have the affordable housing plan, but then you don't want it to be a paperweight, right? You want to be able to have actionable steps within that plan that we go through and implement. And part of that with the request this year is, adding staff to be able to manage those efforts. So understanding kind of when we understand what your priorities are, because right now I think the initiative list is like 60. So we're good, but we're not that good. So kind of understanding, what your priorities within that list are. And then that's kind of where we can say, okay, well, this is something we can easily, probably not easily, but this is something that we can accomplish in this time frame, or this is something that's kind of going to be like a multi-year project or something that we can build on. Does that answer your question? All right. And then Sean, I don't know how to close out your screen so Jessica can share hers.
All right, working on it. Nope, she's got it anyway.
So are we supposed to be starting on that now? Ms. Grogan, is that what you want us to do?
So yes, we're going to go ahead and start looking at that initiatives list. So Jessica's going to go ahead and get that up on the screen for you guys to look at, but it also was sent to you. So it is a pretty extensive list under each one of your goals. So as you guys kind of start talking through, is there anything that we need to add? Like one thing is the launch Apex. What Zealous reported back was that they had heard about it in a positive way, but they weren't sure if it was something you wanted to do more or expand on or support the program differently. So is there anything that's not on here that you'd like to be on here that you'd like for us to kind of look at or evaluate? And then if there's anything like that particular goal that you want us to go in and try to amend. And we've kind of an understanding too that some of these initiatives go under multiple goals, but for the purposes kind of this exercise, you can have different initiatives that match multiple goals. So we tried to kind of consolidate them under one goal so that you weren't seeing duplicates.
Amanda, can I jump in here? I just want to make sure, am I supposed to be looking at a presentation? Because earlier I couldn't see anyone's presentation, had to use my phone. And then I was able to use it after I rebooted, but now I don't see anything. So are you all looking at a presentation?
You should be able to see.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I don't see anything. So I'm gonna get off my iPad again and then go to my phone. So all right, thanks.
Yeah, we'll give you just a second, Ms. Dozier.
Okay.
So this is the same list that was emailed to you too. If you just want to pull that up, as well. So we'll just be kind of working on amending that if that's easier for you as well.
So I know there's a lot on here. We want to give you some time to kind of go through and look at it. But again, you can see the things that are already that we're already working on. You can see the things that came up recently. We want to know if there's anything that you want to add, delete. Mr. Gant, to your question, I think if you have any questions about these right now, that might we may be able to answer some quick questions about resources if that'll affect your voting. And once we have the total list, then we'll break for a little bit so y'all can tally some vote, or you can put your votes in and we'll tally them and then come back. Mr. Mahaffey, I saw you had your hand raised. You have something? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I wanted to add something that we discussed a bit earlier, that the Dark Sky Initiative working towards dark sky compliance in Apex, maybe number 15 under environmental leadership, I guess would be the best place for it. Or healthy engaged community, I guess. I'm not sure where to, but it's something we discussed over email a little bit and came up during the CIP discussion. And in general, like, is the difference between an initiative and an actual CIP item just dollars? Like if it's over 100K, it'd be going to CIP. If it's something more low dollar or staff time, it'd be here.
So the items that go into the CIP are items that are over $100,000 or that have a useful life of more than 3 years. They're typically an asset.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So some of these items could involve CIP, like they could have CIP elements to them. Some of them may be completely program, kind of oriented, staff oriented. So it's a mixture. We're looking at these in general, kind of broader initiatives, and then we'll start narrowing down into specific actions or programs. Right? So that's the building of the strategic plan to kind of continue to narrow this down to what the actual action items are and how we measure those outcomes.
Thank you. And while I still have the floor, one other thing that I wanted to add, Carrie just announced like this plant a tree program where you go to the town for grants to help plant trees in your yard. I'm kind of jealous of that. So if we could add that to our list as a possible initiative as well, to just straight up copy them, I'd be good with that.
As long as they're not in easements, right, Marty?
Correct.
And just to add on to that, Mr. Mahaffey, for those that live in townhomes or apartments, I wonder how could they participate in that program? Do you know? That was not a rhetorical question.
Yeah. My opinion is, like, I mean, if they're in a townhome, they're part of an HOA, and the HOA probably has some common area, and the HOA should be able to participate in this program as well in their common areas.
I think that was something I mentioned in the last budget meeting we were talking about, is an environmental tree initiatives like that.
While we're doing additions, a couple of these things were mentioned at the Zelos thing. I think a number 12 for Wake Tech campus in Apex. And then I don't think I saw in here, I keep mentioning this and I think there's some agreement. The neighborhood grant improvement program, is that on here? I didn't see that on here. Maybe under healthy engaged communities, number 10. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Under economic vitality, is that where we need to say something related to our COVID-19 related efforts? Or just crisis, preparation or something like that? And then under engaged communities, I know the mayor spoke about engaging youth. So I think the mayor's initiative should go here, and he could talk about it himself if he'd like. And then I think between engaged communities and high performing government, I feel like this moment with COVID, we've been able to get more participation from people in a different way, and I think that's across the board. But so, for example, if we have someone that has a disability that would prevent them from, they think, from serving on planning board, then we need to figure out how to do that. So, so I think offering the stipend is a way to encourage people to join in boards and things. Otherwise, you have similar type people that typically do that. And so how do we expand to ensure that we have young people like we have affordable housing, but also people who have limitations, they think, to coming and sitting in a meeting? How do we engage people who have disabilities? And are there ways to have them engage electronically when things go back more to in person? So.
Ms. Dozier, Jessica, I know you're typing. If we word that last one as ensuring accessibility to for board or committee participation, does that capture what you're trying to say?
It does, and it also
Okay.
reminds me of what I forgot to say is, when I started this years ago and moving us towards the audio being available and then the video and then to live stream with the delay, my focus when I said that, like in 2014 or so, was to keep us continue to move in that way, and the mayors continue to take us that way. But I think about, like, we don't, when we don't have live closed captioning, we don't have ASL interpretation, we don't have things like that. And so I don't know if there's a need for that, but I just think maybe we should see if we're doing best practices around accessibility for all of our apexers.
It's good additions.
Thank you.
And Ms. Grogan, I just had a question. And did you say the items in bold are the ones that are already in process?
That's correct.
Right.
These are ones that are ongoing.
Right.
And along those lines, how do you want us to evaluate those versus new? As far like, is that a wasted vote because it's already happening? Or yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's important for you guys to know kind of what we have going on, right? So when you're looking at some of these different initiatives in terms of capacity, so just kind of keeping in the back of your mind the different major projects that we have ongoing. But if you want to focus your votes kind of on the new efforts.
This is Marty. I would say the Dark Skies Initiative sustainability team has done some work on that, looking at what the checklist is and all the goals that you have to meet. We've come up with some preliminary costs. So we have done some work on that and those some of the low-hanging fruit as far as ordinances and lights and such. So there has been some work on that.
So should we assume that's in progress and going forward and we'll hear more about it, or do you want us to put some check boxes next to it?
Well, ultimately, it's something we need to know, how important and where it ranks, because our sustainability team of two is very, very busy, and a lot of these things involve their time. So, and it also involves quite a large sum of money if you look at Dark Skies, if you take it to the point that you're actually getting to be a certified dark sky city. There's lots of things we can do toward working to be a dark sky community. You might not have the plaque that says you're a dark sky community, but there's lots of things that we can work toward as we do new construction, new development, our ordinances, as we make light changes ourselves, that will lead us toward that having all the check marks in place. But to actually get to the designation of it, there's a lot of cost included. So that's, eventually we'll need to share all that with you as we just got that information probably in the last couple of weeks, actually, this checklist of where we at and what we need to do.
Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm hoping here we can do stuff like, even if we're not fully certified, we'd have like a dark sky night where we partner with, some local astronomy club in the area or something. I don't know if this is possible, but, like the nature park is an example where there's a lot of, we could kill all the lights, for a night, and maybe some of the street lights around it too, and maybe organize with the surrounding homes and let them know what's going on and try to get one site and advertise that to be popular. But on that note, I actually did want to add one other item. It relates to tree canopy coverage. I know that's solar canopy, but one thing I think that would be useful to do is to track and report out our total tree canopy cover like on an annual basis, and have an initiative to work towards increasing as a municipality, whether that's us personally planting trees or kind of giving us sort of like a status report on what progress we're making with developments as we kind of push this sort of thing. I know it ties a little bit with the Plant a Tree program, but to me, like having some reporting here and an explicit goal to increase our tree canopy coverage is something I'm interested in.
Hey, Amanda, so we're all voting kind of this in the same framework. I think it would be helpful for me to just make sure we're all on the same page. Is what I'm hearing is the non-bold things are things that we would like to see initiated, and the things get high votes, maybe that will happen depending on staff time. And then the bold things, maybe we see those as they're happening now, but it may take longer if we don't vote for it. Would that be how you characterize it?
The priorities?
Yeah.
I mean, that's up to leadership. Is the priorities, right? Like, so what we're focusing on. I can't imagine that we have started an initiative and then we'll just pump our brakes and switch gears. So I see those as different things that are happening, but I think it's important for you to see them so you understand that there's both staff time and money going to them. So implementation of the affordable housing plan, implementation of the downtown plan, those are different things that there's money associated with it, and there's substantial staff time associated with. Does that make sense?
And if it gets low votes, in theory, it will indicate that staff stays on it, but maybe a lower priority for staff, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay.
So if you want us to shift gears.
Okay.
So it's not that it would not continue, but maybe you have a priority that's a little bit higher. Can I ask for clarification on the mayor's initiatives under Healthy and Engaged Communities? That was one that Ms. Dozier, you had commented on.
Yes. I think she was referring to a program that I want to initiate. It's the MIP Mayor's Internship Program. If you would just think of like the Peak Academy, it's just another way to engage our youth in town. So it would be sophomores to seniors, and they would serve in different roles. It'd be a kind of extension of the mayor's office and of course the town of Apex, and also just be involved with problem solving and just a way to engage them more. So I don't think it's going to take a lot of funding for it. Maybe just a lot of coordination from our office to the community.
I had a question for Terry on 16 and 17 under environmental leadership. Would you be okay combining those two into a expanded tree program?
Sure.
And just as a question, 20, only 20, right?
Well, so your votes will be dependent on the number of total initiatives. So there's a formula. There's actually a formula that's best practices for the number of votes that are assigned.
but when we respond to you, you want us to give you about 20. Is that correct?
I'll give
Or
you the
we-
total number once we have the total number of initiatives.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Stallings, right now it's 22 votes with the additional initiatives.
Can I also add on the safe community, number 9, maybe is a creation of a citizen advisory board for the police or for public safety? And one more question, sorry. Number 11 on the economic vitality, downtown improvements, do those differ from environmental leadership? Number 4, downtown development plan? Do we think?
Possibly. See, do you want to combine those?
Unless people think of things that would actually be different between those two things.
These are the outputs from the January 15th meeting.
I think they're similar. Downtown improvements, downtown plan, I think that's the same thing, personally.
I would agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you merge those, Jessica?
Yeah. Would we prefer to keep that goal under economic vitality or environmental leadership and responsible development?
I'd say because we already got the bold on the number 4 on the environmental leadership, maybe just erase that one.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is there anything else that you guys would like to add or consider?
All right. Well, if we're good, well, I mean, I'll give y'all just a minute as you're reading it. The next step will be getting some votes put on and tabulated. Amanda, are we ready to move forward?
If there's nothing left to.
All right. So what's our count now? Are we at 22 votes that we said?
22.
22. Okay. All right. Do you have a specific? What's your plan? Do you have something in mind?
If they can send me their results.
Okay.
So we had tried to figure out a way for them to submit votes.
I have.
I have the spreadsheet.
Yeah, as I say, if council would like, I've got the spreadsheet, and I can I can email it to everybody very quickly, and I'll add a column next to each of these, and all you've got to do then is type in the number of votes you want to give to that item. So 1 through 22, whatever it may be. But your total votes need to only be 22, so you should only still add up to 22. So all 66 items or so are on here. So if you want to put one, put one. If you want to put five, put five. But again, you only have 22 total votes. But I'll send that sheet, and that way you can fill that out. And then if you'll save that, send it back, or send it to Amanda and I'll copy her on it, or in Jessica, so we have it. Once we do that, that'll enable us to add up the numbers pretty quickly. If we do it that way, if y'all are okay with that. If you have another method to want to do it, that's fine too. Just get those votes to Amanda, and we'll go from there. But I'll go ahead and send that, and we'll give you guys some time to work on that. How long do you think y'all need? 10 minutes enough? 15? 10? All right, we'll send that to everybody, and then reconvene at 4:05. Does that work? Give everyone enough time to get it, and then send back, and then we can put it together? Okay.
For me, perfect.
Okay. All right. I'll send that out in 15 seconds. Thank you, everybody. And we'll come back together at 4:05. right, I've gotten several and I'm compiling that now, so it'll be just a minute.
You got mine, Sean, right? This is
Yes,
Cheryl.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everyone, on the last one right now. I'm sorry about that. Just got the last one. Okay, everyone, sorry about that. I know that's put us a little behind. I just sent the file over to Jessica. She'll get it up on the screen here in just a moment. And when she does, we'll be able to start. We'll start highlighting the ones that had the highest values, so that you guys can see what you've prioritized as the highest goals. I do want to reiterate, this doesn't mean that other things just fall off the table. It's just, again, it's that priority piece, right? Those are the things we focus on, and as we can work our way down, then we'll try and get as much in as we can. The other thing that I want to bring up as we highlight these priorities, one thing we want to get to, this is a good time that, questions about what goes into it, what's required in terms of resources. But one of the questions that we want to really get to with each is what the expectation is for some of these. What does the outcome look like? What does success look like? Because that's how we'll start building those objectives and those indicators. So in just a moment, we'll be able to get that up. Jess, I'm sorry, I just threw that over to you.
No problem. It's just going to take me a minute.
I do want to say, and this is Councilmember Killingsworth, it's great, you know, y'all working in real time like this, getting us the answers that we need, even over, you know, Teams. I'm very appreciative seeing how y'all are working and getting us that information. So, thank you.
We appreciate that, and we apologize it's taking longer. We're still working out the kinks as we do new things. I know there's probably a better method. I'm sure Erica's probably clenching her teeth at us right now that we could have had something better set up. But we've been putting a lot of things together. There's a lot going on, so we'll know a little bit better for the next time around. So
I like to echo that, and also I'm not sure. Maybe I should know this, but I'm not sure who Jessica is. Are you new, Jessica, or?
I started with the town November 2019. So this is my second budget year.
Second budget year. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, so she's been with us just over a year. So her and Amanda are handling a lot of it. So.
Would have been funny if you said, like, I started in 2007.
I knew it was a risk when I said it. I'm all about full disclosure here, so that's why I knew it was a risk.
Roll the dice on that one.
We'll give you a pass as the technology. That's what it is. In person, you would have figured it out.
Yeah, those stickers are far superior, I would say, too, to this, and a little more colorful too.
While we're waiting, Councilmember Mahaffey, would you be willing to tell us about your signs in the background?
Which ones?
The flag, your flag. I'm sorry. Or
This guy?
Stacy and I were saying the other day we liked the "It's Fine" flag, and I noticed today it's different.
I got that one still. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. That's right.
Yeah. So I got a couple of them now. I'm collecting them. They were given to me as gifts, and I can just switch them out based on my mood.
Very good.
Yeah.
I figured that first one was a Bills one, and you were so disappointed you took it down after they lost.
No, it was like I think a half joking gift, because apparently I say that a lot, like in response to situations. You know? So.
Yeah, you do.
So someone bought me the flag.
It's all good though.
Jessica, I've got them highlighted on mine. When you're able to bring it up, or if you want me to just share?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. All right, let's see here. The only problem we're going to have is that this is going to be tiny print. So, all right. Can everybody see the Excel sheet? Is that up? Other than I know it's really tiny, and I'll try and make it a little bigger here. Let's see. All right. Well, I'll just go over each category at a time then. So you can see the numbers here. Here, let me get it bigger. We'll just do one category at a time. So what I went through is just highlighted the top ones in each, so you can kind of get an idea for what we're looking at. Under economic, and these ended up being, across the board. You'll be able to see what the high ranking ones are. 4 and up tended to be what came out as with the most votes. So you're aware. Downtown improvements was the highest out of all, but it had 7. And then the Wake Tech, working to attract a Wake Tech campus, had 4. So for an economic vitality, those were the top 2. Number 3 there was 3 at the top, with the developing a meaningful incentive program to attract new businesses, and then lots of others scattered throughout. Under the healthy and engaged community, the top 2 were the Greenway Connections and Neighborhood Grant Program at 5. I do want to say the Mayor's Initiative, though, also had 4, and I want to highlight that just because it's the 4 ends up being, that's a common number with the others, with the rest of them as well. And then under safe community and reliable infrastructure, the top 2 with the 4 was the creating the capacity and expertise to connect residents and services they need, especially in crisis. and then also creation of a citizen advisory board for public safety. So that was 5 and 4 there as well. High performance government, the only one that had 4 actually was promote trust and transparency by engaging and informing the public. And then diversity program was the next one with 3. I will say that probably should have been bold. And I'm sorry, we pulled these from Zealous, but that's, I mean, we are working on those initiatives already, so that probably should have been bold. And then on the last one, the environmental leadership, you see this one actually had the most that were 4 or higher. Working with local partners with the Jordan Lake, the being a leader in renewable energy, and then affordable housing, and the transit plan. Those were the top ones.
Actually,
hold on, something didn't come out right. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Mappy.
Oh, I was going to say, I put 3 in number 15.
Yeah, these numbers. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can expand this back out and see what happened here, because I just recognized that the last 2 did not come out right. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, my vote's back.
Carrie, just 3? I'm surprised.
Stop the steals.
I will say I didn't vote for the ones in bold because I thought they were in process. So just saying.
Same here, Cheryl.
All right, we're back. Sorry, the equation didn't carry down all the way through. So the top 2 with the 5s were actually expanding the plant the tree program. Sorry for my typos. Expanding the tree program, and then but also being a leader. The 4 there were a few with 4 on those as well, though. The affordable housing plan, the Jordan Lake, and then the dark sky initiatives and the transit plan. So if you look at all those, there was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's 15. There was 15 initiatives that scored at least a 4 or higher. That's a lot. But I believe it's probably a good starting. It's probably a good starting point for us in terms of staff and for council as a discussion to be able to start breaking a few of these things down. Obviously, some of these are more vague than others, and we want to be able to get to we want to be able to get to a point where we know what your expectations are for these. So that's kind of the next questions. We're running short on time today, and I'm trying to be respectful of that for everybody. It's a 4:25. So again, we can take these initiatives. What we've done in the past is we've kind of taken these initiatives, and it shows up in different ways than your budget proposal, right? And programs going on, you'll hear it in committees. We can do that now if you like. Just the same way as we head toward the end. If you're willing to go another 15 minutes or so, we can kind of run down each of these and just get some quick responses in terms of, hey, what does the success look like to you, or what are your expectations on these, or what are some things you would like to see happen as it relates to those. And I'm going to ask Jessica and Amanda to kind of just jot those down as we go, so that we make note of that. And then that'll be what we talk with the directors about. How do we start putting programs and proposals together and show up in a little more detail for you at your meetings and budget workshops. So Mayor, if you want to gauge that, kind of, do we want to wrap up now, or are we good for another 15 minutes or so?
Cool. I would suggest we go another 15 unless someone is opposed to it.
All right. Well, we'll go down in order with these 15 if y'all are okay with that. Again, the others we'll continue to look at the others and work on those and bring things to you, but we're going to focus on these 15 at least to start with for our time. Downtown improvements, this may be an easy one. It's had the most votes. We already have the plan in place. We have a lot of things coming on, but what are your thoughts? I mean, what are you looking to see in that? What does that mean to each of y'all?
I'd say breaking ground on a project in downtown this year. maybe.
Okay. All right. Break ground on grant project this year, Mr. Mahaffey.
Yeah, to add on to what Brett was saying, like it's important to me that we make, immediate visible progress on this plan that we passed. It's been a year and a half now or so. The longer it waits, it's going to start to become irrelevant. So some quick action.
Okay. All right.
And I'll add to that. I would like to see something initiated as well real soon, and build communications. Something to really highlight it, that people just see that, hey, we're doing something. So whatever we got to do with that on the communication side.
All right. Jessica and Amanda, y'all are getting these, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anything else on downtown? All right. Well, we have the parking study underway, and we're working on the alley stuff as well. So we have some different elements working. So hopefully we can get some of that to you soon. So this is a new one to us. So working to attract a Wake Tech campus. I mean, obviously there's a very definitive end goal in that one that could come out of it. What would maybe be, so with that in mind, what would maybe be some next steps you might like to see or suggest? And I know, Mr. Gant, this was specifically one you brought up.
Yeah, I'll chime in. I'm not sure exactly, but my thought would maybe is be in touch with Wake Tech in the next few months to see what requirements they have as far as size goes, and maybe this year look through our land use map and identify some potential sites that we could talk to them about.
Okay. All right. Ms. Dozier, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, and I wanted to comment because I brought it up at the retreat with the consultants, and I brought it up because I was told by a previous council member many councils ago that we had an opportunity to do it, and I didn't know the background of that. And so then I think Ms. Ken gave us a little bit of background then. I think it also ties into the other thing that was on the list about job training and things like that. So I think that we would start with Ms. Ken to get the history of it and then figure out how to pursue it, but definitely not block. We might not be able to actively go after Wake Tech, but we definitely don't want to block any opportunities either.
Sure. Okay. All right. Keep that in mind. Mr. Mahaffey, I think.
Sure. I think this is a particularly ambitious goal, but I think it's mostly information gathering at this point to see what the process is, where they are they looking to expand, what are their requirements for sites, and then as Councilmember Gant said, if there is a possibility of an expansion in the near future, they're interested, we could update our land use map accordingly, identify some sites for them, see if there's any policy we can put in place to make that more likely. So I guess it's asking to have some meetings.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Killingsworth?
Yep, Terry took what I was going to say. Just having those meetings, seeing if it's something that they're looking to do in the first place. Are they looking to expand to another campus or not? That would be good information to have.
Okay. All right. Anything else on that? If not, we'll move over here to in the healthy and engaged community. And the top ones here, we'll start with complete greenway connections. Again, it sounds pretty obvious, but again, it's great to hear your thoughts on what you think the next steps are with that.
Well, that was one I did, so I'll chime in. I envision in the course of this Parks and Rec master plan to come up with something kind of similar to what we did with the sidewalks, to say, okay, here's the priorities, here's the scoring of them, and maybe we can start the process like we're doing sidewalks, to kind of tackle some of the highest priority ones and kind of loop that into the master plan situation.
Okay. Anything else on greenways? If not, the neighborhood grant program, any thoughts on that, what that looks like, what you may be thinking?
Sorry, that was one that I've heard about. I heard about that one first at a Triangle J meeting when they awarded Cary like a program of the year. Maybe that was 2 years ago at Triangle J, and I was like, if we can just model it on theirs, and I think I'd mentioned not necessarily first come first serve, but maybe some of the communities that aren't going to be the first in line as far as January 1st, but maybe in the greatest need. kind of a model program on theirs and to talk to them and figure out what's worked and hasn't worked as well.
Okay, all right. So look to carry, may have some peers with some similar programs, okay? All right. Your thoughts on that? All right. And then Mayor, your internship program, do you want to share a little bit on that one? That was the other one that scored 4 on this. Just maybe what you're thinking, and then as we might start working toward that.
Yeah, I would say that there's already work underway with Donna's office. So, I think we're going to get there regardless. I was hoping to see 20 votes, but I'm just kidding. But I think it'd just be a good opportunity to just engage another section of our community. I know we've been working hard to try to get more youth involved with what we're doing here and give them learning opportunities and just develop them, and maybe perhaps they want to fill our shoes one day and become staff members as well. So,
okay.
Thanks.
All right.
And Mayor, can I ask you, are you envisioning some involvement from the council in some way, or is this going to be kind of your thing working with staff, do you think?
No, it is all council. So, it's still in development, but what I would like to do is have them serve as an extension of us and going out and getting feedback from the community, involving them if we got to do door to door and things like that, just giving them an opportunity to serve in a different way. And then also just engage them in some of the, concerns and issues we're facing. And sometimes young minds come up with great ideas. And so we gather that and use it to our advantage.
Okay. All right. Anything else in their healthy and engaged community with those, or we're good? All right. So safe, community, reliable infrastructure, 2 items on there. Creating capacity and expertise to connect residents to service the needs, especially in crisis, but also including human and service education. I think we've heard of a lot of this over the last couple months and seen it, are trying to work toward that. So we're open to hearing what your expectations are, what you think next steps might look like.
Definitely seeing staff members, dedicated to making this happen is what I envision.
Okay. All right.
I kind of imagined we have a bunch of different programs, some that have existed, some that we've created to help people, utility assistance or whatnot. There's some other county services as well. And really the vision I kind of have in my head is like one central location, like one phone number, one staff member that a person can call that we can redirect to. It's almost like a branding thing. We talked about Apex Cares, like if that's an umbrella program for everyone to go to when they need help. And it's, kind of concise and in one location, you know where to go, and to have it staffed appropriately is kind of what I view. Because a lot of times the issue isn't that the help's not available, it's that people can't find it or they don't know about the programs. So I think our citizens would benefit a lot by having, some clear branding here and an easily accessible and identifiable way to get the help they need.
Yeah, I see this as like a community advocate or a community liaison role, to be a person who can, as Mr. Mahaffey said, really connect people to resources and help them problem solve, and be a person that can follow up and support in a support way.
Ms. Dozier.
Yeah. So this is in line with the description that I had written. I shared with council a while ago, and so if there's still agreement or seems to be agreement, I'm happy to send it to you to make it much better than what I came up with.
I think if you have anything already written and it sounds like the consensus is toward this, I think we'd like to see that, absolutely, and figure out what might be the next steps. There may actually already be something that overlaps that staff's been working on kind of in conjunction with this, because we've heard, this has been a common theme, right, that we've heard since, always, but I think it's been highlighted, emphasized even more since COVID's come up. So
Definitely. Okay, I'll do that.
yes, thank you. Ms. Stallings, did you have something to add?
I did, and you may know this, but I think Carrie has a person maybe, and I don't know if Mayor Pro Tem, if you integrated that in your job description when you were developing that or not, but maybe looking into some other municipalities to see if they have someone similar in a role like this to help.
Yeah, absolutely. We always look to our peers.
Right.
Yeah, I did look at Carrie's job description. I forget what theirs might be called, a liaison. And just I did pull a lot from that. Added some other things. Thanks.
All right. And then the other one on this list was the creation of the Citizen Advisory Board for Public Safety. Again, it seems like a pretty clear end goal. What maybe some discussion or some ideas on what their purpose might be, like why we would have that. That would help us kind of start to formulate what that what the guidelines for that board would be. What do you want, and what do you foresee them reviewing or making recommendations for?
Well, maybe I'll chime in. I'm not sure I'm the best person to speak to it, but I know that in recent times, this has been in-depth discussion, it seems like, in Raleigh, and I think Durham recently too, or maybe they had theirs longer. But the first thing I would think about is what are we allowed to do, and doing a little of a review about that, because I know there's limitations placed on us by the state, but also what the ones in Raleigh do, and the boards in Raleigh and other municipalities, Durham. And I guess that'd be my first start, to do the research and then to kind of think about, well, do those things make sense in Apex, and kind of start drawing out the ordinance from there. But others maybe have far more advanced thoughts about this.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would add to that. I mean, what I want to look at, and I haven't yet, is to see what the report is that came from the committee. I guess there were two, right? The governor had a task force, and then former Supreme Court Justice Beasley had a group. And so I think looking at that, but also knowing that our congressional members are also working, those on the Judicial Committee, including Deb Ross, who was one of our congressional members. So I think we should see what they're doing and then draw from that, because the federal level is going to tell you have more seamless, I guess, guidances and more transparency and more consistency, so that you're not driving from Kansas to the next state and then you're like, oh, I didn't know I couldn't do that. So I think you can't really review something unless you really know what you're trying to review. And so I think looking at what the consistent policies and guidances that came out of those citizens groups that included diverse people from law enforcement to citizens would be helpful.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I agree. And it was one of the recommendations on the task force, governor's task force here. But I also add that it's an opportunity. We identified one of our goals was to have a provide world class police service. So with that, it just, goes with that. And I think this is an opportunity to tie in our police officers, and, I know the chief and the council can work together and identify what's best for Apex. And that's what we're trying to do, to provide the services to our community. Okay. Great opportunity.
All right. All right, if no more on that, we'll move over to high performance organization here. And I think these are two fairly easy ones, but I want to make sure we capture all y'all's thoughts. The first one, promoting trust and transparency by engaging and informing the public. Ms. Dozier, you made some comments earlier on that. Is there anything you want to add to that, or your thoughts for transparency and the outreach that we're doing?
Oh, yeah. I don't have a whole lot to add other than how that ties to communications, I guess. Sure. Just tie it to a communications plan that does that, and just figure out how, if X happens, then what is our response, and then how are we going to be proactive, especially during this time where we're having to rely a lot on doing this and not being in person. I think it's even more crucial.
Sure. Okay.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Killingsworth?
Yeah, I think I've said this before, but I don't think you can over communicate when it comes to local government initiatives and work that we're doing. So I think more communication is better. Okay. And that promotes that trust and transparency.
Sure. All right. Anything else on that? Or the next one is the diversity program. Any specific thoughts about that? I'd say we have some things already in the works and moving, but we want to make sure we capture your ideas or thoughts if you have specific ideas about next steps or what that looks like. Ms. Stallings.
I think we're beginning to work on this, but for me, it's about creating a culture of diversity, inclusion, and belonging that's really integrated in all that we do every day, and really making it a part of our culture and what that takes. And that may be a staff position that maybe we'll talk about as well, who can head that up for us.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, we'll move over to environmental leadership. This one had the most, so we'll try and get through these, and we've hit on a couple of so far. First one was transit plan. Obviously, we're already working on that one, and clearly there is but if there's any specific kind of goal or outcome that y'all are hoping to see or expecting to see, I'd like to hear that from y'all.
So, I mean, I'd love to, I think the plan is to have the Go Apex route open this year, and that'll be a big deal. Living near this train all the time, I think about that S line and that grant that we received for the planning around the regional rail, and it may be far out, but at the very least, I would like Apex to be ready to roll when that train plan happens, to have a good downtown idea of what we're gonna do with that rail. So, I mean, it may be stupid to plan out for 20 years till it's gonna happen, but if it happens faster, I'd like to make sure we're ready to roll.
Okay, so I'm hearing you're talking about the rail side of the transit.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on transit? Or we can move to the affordable housing plan.
I'm sorry. And maybe other, I shouldn't have just said rail. I think the other ones are important. And I think the bus rapid transit is one that they're getting ready to start in Raleigh. And I'm not familiar with plans to have it come down US 1 or whatever, but I think that would be great to have. And so maybe the local buses is one thing, but the next level up is what I'm really excited about, the rail and the bus rapid transit.
The more regional transit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything on the affordable housing plan? I know there's a lot of work on that. We have recommendations from that plan, so that offers some specific actions for us. Is there anything specifically that any of you want to highlight from that plan, or that you're excited to see or anxious to see?
Hey, Sean, can you react to Terry's suggestion from earlier about because he tied it in with the stormwater thing, and I forget, you said half goes into this possibly, Terry, and can you reiterate that?
Yeah, that was my sense. I believe I said either the affordable housing plan or the Apex Cares utility system, like a potential source of funding for that. But yeah, the idea was, just observing, we kind of blew through our affordable housing fund pretty quickly this past year between the different, waiving of fees and Broadstone. So I think the plan kind of contemplates maybe an increase in the amount of our contribution slightly year over year going forward. And I think if we're able to reduce the tax rate because of the stormwater utility, we can put some of those funds towards affordable housing or Apex Cares.
Right. And specifically to kind of give an example with that, and the numbers may change. So the proposal that Mr. Mahaffey had mentioned with the stormwater, if we the offset on the general fund, if it's roughly let's just say $2 million for whole numbers,
that could mean you could drop the tax rate by a penny. That would be half of that, and then retain that other penny to go toward the customer assistance programs for utility or toward any of the affordable housing. So you're looking at roughly $1 million that might be available.
But are we have to prorate it for January 1st though? So it'd be half that
for the first year.
For the first year, yeah.
Yep,
okay.
Yes, sir. Any other thoughts on the affordable housing plan? All right. The next one is being a leader in renewable energy and conservation among local governments that are addressing climate change. I know we already mentioned some solar ideas from Mr. Mahaffey. Is there anything else that goes into the renewable energy and conservation piece?
I'd say fleet management too is the other big thing.
Okay.
And I know we've applied for some of that as well, but that's the other big source of environmental impact that the municipality would do. I would say, like, to me, I want Apex to be seen as being innovative in this space. I want people to be copying us. I was a little flustered when Carrie started this tree program, like, oh man, I wish I did that sooner. But stuff like that, like I want to be viewed as the municipality that's pushing things forward. And also, I think we have a special responsibility for conservation in the Jordan Lake watershed. That maybe this year isn't the best year to push hard on that, but I think we need to do more for conservation there.
Okay. All right, Ms. Stallings, did you have something to add to that one?
Yes, I would like to tap into the expertise and knowledge of our sustainability team of two to see also if they have ideas on what we can do. Like Mr. Mahaffey, I want us to lead the way as best we can in this area as well, but I would appreciate their expertise on this.
They're much like you. I promise you they have ideas. So, they have lots of ideas.
Next year, let's make sure it's Carrie copying us.
So, sure. Okay, we'll write that one specifically down as a target goal, Mr. Mahaffey. Mr. Gant.
Can I suggest with that one? I think things like solar. Sometimes there's high profile things that can do good for the environment, and there's things that New ICs that can also do good for the environment. So I was thinking with the sustainability staff and maybe the environmental advisory board, a goal that we could kind of evaluate would be this year to possibly produce or maybe it has to be next year, I'm not sure, but kind of a master plan or a kind of evaluate kind of the spectrum of things that we could do and how much things cost and how much energy savings they accrue, and kind of help prioritize things going forward. And I'm not sure that might be a multi-year process, but I think having a plan to kind of tackle these things and knowing what's the biggest impact for the dollars would be what I would want to see.
And I'll add to that, Mr. Gann, and then Ms. Stallings. That's actually on the way. That was actually, believe it or not, that was Megan and Val's first charge, was developing the plan for the next step. And it does take time because there's a lot of research looking at a lot of different things. And so that is in the works already. So to your point of a goal, getting that plan, it should be coming. So we can definitely have that down. And Ms. Stallings?
And just to echo also the expertise on the environmental advisory board, I think would be important to tap into, and the Bee City group too, and our Mayor's Monarch Butterfly Pledge, that we did this year. So the opportunity for pollinator gardens, and then that community awareness and education as well, I think is important.
Okay. All right. And then we'll slide down to the bottom of that list real quick, the three. The work with local partners about budgeting strategy for watershed protection in Jordan Lake. Anything specific that you were thinking on that?
I was thinking Raleigh has a watershed protection fee that goes to nonprofits for that they can apply for grants for conservation. Something I think we talked about before that I'd like to continue to explore. I know it's not the best year to add new fees onto our water utility users. But to see where we're at with that, I think Carrie was exploring something similar at one point as well.
Okay.
Is that different than the thing we're already doing something, right? We're already taking part in the One Jordan Lake thing, right? That's ongoing.
There was an allocation this year. for that. I mean, so it's up to council if you want to continue the allocation annually and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I think it's something that I think this also ties into maybe even our sort of behavior going forward when it comes to stuff like the Parks Master Plan. Something I talked about, I think, in our last meeting was we could do some good here for watershed protection by having a more passive park, purchase some land for a passive park out in that area of the town as we go out in that direction. And it would serve two goals, both to be watershed protection and just, you know, an amenity for our citizens.
All right. And then Dark Skies Initiative, again, I know Mr. Mahaffey, you mentioned earlier kind of just the next steps in that. I mean, we actually do have an outline of some things, and you mentioned doing that over time. And I know, Mr. Gant, you've mentioned some things with this before, but collectively, any of y'all, please, is there anything specific that you know you would like to see as the next steps in for this program?
I would say for the first year, let's look at what ordinance changes do we have to make to make things better going forward. And then over time, we can talk about how to retrofit the rest of our existing infrastructure for that.
Okay.
I know that we have some challenges for residential regulations. I think it's one of the email threads I was on said it's difficult to have something in the EDO regulating, you know, residential use of lighting, for example. So I'd like to understand more about that and see what exactly we can accomplish on the residential side. Obviously, there's the stuff in parks is pretty clear what we have to do in streetlights.
Okay. All right.
I think I'd also add to that. I mean, I think putting some money toward it as well as some ordinances. I prefer not just doing the ordinances only, and not putting in some of our own money, to be honest. But also maybe starting to talk once we get the ordinances, start things going, starting to talk with Triangle J and some of the other local governments. Think about can we, assuming this works for us in Apex, and we try to have some good ordinances that people like, to scale this up to the region, especially around Jordan Lake, which I think would be the most important place to keep dark around the area. So
yeah,
some regional interaction I think would be good to have as maybe in year 2 of this.
All right.
And I would say to add on to that, like if we want to put money to it, that sounds great. I would suggest we start with, I'll bring up Nature Park again as an area that has some surrounding, you know, it's still wooded relatively around it. And if we could start there and sort of expand out, I guess, maybe like a dark sky center and work from there.
Okay. All right. Anything else on dark skies? If not, the last one is the tree program, which I know the specific request was about maybe looking at Cary's as a model program to see what we can do. Is there any ideas about what you all hope that looks like, or what you want to see as the outcome for that, Ms. Killingsworth?
So I envision that this will be a volunteer program from citizens, basically having someone they can call at the town and say, I would like to plant something on my property. And having someone from the town assess, you know, their property and say where is best to plant whatever they would like to plant, and maybe make recommendations as to, okay, well, you need something shallow here that absorbs a lot of water versus something that doesn't tolerate a lot of water. So maybe a forester or someone who, an arborist or someone who can address those issues, along with planning to make sure that we're not in easements and so on, so that it can be a long-term thing. That's what I envision.
Okay. Anything else trees related?
I have a question, I guess a reaction to Ms. Killingworth's comment is, can some of these things be maps instead of a person? I mean, can that kind of, I'm not sure what information can be put out there that says, okay, here's a satellite view of your property, here's the easements, and because this is kind of wet areas, this kind of tree can go here. I'm not sure can that information be looked up versus, it'll be a lot easier to look it up than it would be to have someone go out to every single property, I would think.
Sure. So looking at building, building some sort of map component or interactive, something online that they could go to and see where and what they could build. I think that there's something that could potentially be built. It would take time to build it, but it's still going to require, I think, the input, obviously, of some assistance from someone. We have some people on staff, and we can look at other future capacity building as well to make sure we have the right people. But I think I understand what you're saying, Mr. Gant. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe not an or like I was suggesting, maybe an and, because that would potentially take a lot of the load off the person we would hire in the future if most of the requests are satisfied that way.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just to go back to the reporting part of it. That's a special interest to me because we talk a lot about tree canopy cover, and having a way to quantify what's going on and how we're doing if we are making progress, I think would be really useful.
All right. Tree canopy cover. All right. Well, that's the end of that list. That's a long list and a lot of things, but we've got a lot to start compiling and working on. And we've held you over 30 minutes more than we wanted to today, but we appreciate all your help and direction and guidance. I do not have anything else specifically. Amanda, did you have anything else? Any other questions, thoughts?
I did not.
Okay.
Thank you guys for your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Ralph, if you're still on, is there anything that you want to bring up to the group? And
Sure.
Otherwise, then we can turn it over to the mayor and council for any last comments or thoughts they have.
Well, I at least have some thoughts and some comments. I have been in local government for somewhere 50 years, and this has been the most impressive planning session I've ever witnessed or been a part of. Yes, it takes a lot of work from the staff, and it's evident they did this, but it also takes a lot of work from the other side, the governing board, to make these things happen. And I have heard more feedback and more real thinking in this meeting than I probably have ever had. I heard some comments earlier. You were talking about something about 2030. That's 9 years from now. And to get a governing board member to think 2024 has been really difficult. So I am very impressed with being a part of this, and I applaud you for your efforts and for giving your time to do this. This has been a wonderful experience for me.
All right. Thank you, Ralph. Mayor, are you on? Are you available? And we'll kind of turn it back over to you to wrap up however you and council see fit.
Hey, we put in a lot of work today, and I just want to thank everyone for being committed. I'm not going to keep you no longer, and I'll just close with this statement. There is nothing we can't accomplish when we work together. This is Apex. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you,
Trademark.
everyone.
You too.
Right?